Welcome to the October 1st edition of America's Day at the Races. Belmont Park is buzzing on this absolutely gorgeous fall Friday afternoon. We have a couple of stakes on the program. It does include the John Hettinger, where My Heart Belongs to Daddy, a two-time stakes winner, will look to add another stakes victory to that tally at Churchill Downs. We're back in action today as well. We have the Seneca Overnight, where 6-5 morning line favorite Crazy Beautiful, and she is just that. We'll look to get back into the winner's circle for Ken McPeak, a multiple graded stakes winner. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you joining us today. Acacia Courtney alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliori. Happy October.
Yeah, it's a beautiful fall day, and this year it just seems to be going by faster and faster. I don't know if it's how much fun we're having covering these great races, or just as we get older, time goes by quicker.
Well, I'm an October fan. It is my birthday month after all, and looking forward to all of the great action to come this month as we take a look at the feature today at Belmont Park, the John Hettinger. And it's always great to see what these stakes races are named for. Tell us a little bit about John.
Yeah, there's Mr. Hettinger at Aikendale Farm in Pauling, New York, about an hour and 15 minutes for here from Belmont Park. And now they have the horse rescue there. He donated 1,000 acres of land for thoroughbred retirement, 130 permanent residents that are just very beautiful pasture ornaments, and 30 horses in training right now to be, prepared for second careers. But it's an absolutely stunning farm, and everybody at Aikendale was just so nice. I stopped there on my way down from Millbrook yesterday here, and they do great work.
They really do. Such a wonderful program they have there, and so nice to be able to pay tribute to Mr. Hettinger today as we have a mile and an eighth on the inner turf. A couple of NTOs, a key scratch of Classic Lady out of here, but 8-5 on My Heart Belongs to Daddy, who does come out of the Yaddo.
I think My Heart Belongs to Daddy has such an advantage because of how versatile she is. She was raiding this day coming from off the pace, searching for room. She worked out a nice enough trip, but I think she's better when she controls things. And the way this race is coming up, the John Hettinger, I do think she's going to get to control the pace. I don't see a tremendous amount of speed. I guess it depends on what Ice Princess does. She didn't have the same kind of speed in her one grass try as she normally does on the dirt. Also, she has that propensity, Ice Princess, to want to drift out. So even if you're stalking her, you want to be aware of that. Jockeys need to know the horse's habits and the other riders' habits. Saving ground so important. If I was in behind her, I would just stay in behind her and wait till she drifted.
Jose Lascano going to be aboard the New York-bred daughter of Scat Daddy. Once again, My Heart Belongs to Daddy, 8-5 on the morning line in the John Hettinger, coming up a little bit later on today at Churchill Downs. We also have some stakes action in the Seneca Overnight, a mile and a 16th on the main track, just one scratch of the number 3 Double Dawn, as I think Ken McPeak has a very strong hand in here. He does have 2 in the race, but the 6 Crazy Beautiful, winner of the Delaware Oaks, the Gulfstream Oaks, she certainly seems to be the headliner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's so good in the Summer Oaks at Santa Anita, wins the Delaware Oaks here on an off racetrack at Delaware Park. It was labeled good, looks more muddy to me, but she seems to handle any kind of conditions, fast or wet. And then she tried the Alabama Malathat Clariere, who came back to win the Cotillion the other day. So that was a tough, deep, contentious Alabama. This is quite a bit easier, and she looks very formidable this afternoon.
She's been managed very smartly as far as placing her in the races where she can pick up some graded stakes victories, and you understand with a filly like her that's doing so well why you'd want to try a race like the Alabama, just the toughest horses in the division in that race, and this seems like just a logical spot to come back to the winner's circle.
Well, she earned her right to try the top of the division, and I'll give you one other fun fact about Crazy Beautiful. Her dam, Indian Burn, was the second to last stake winner of my career.
That. All right, so you feel a little bit strongly about Crazy Beautiful as well, as she will be the favorite in the Seneca Overnight coming up at Churchill Downs later on today. Meanwhile, you can join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to get that $200 deposit match. Here's what's coming up on today's program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 9 at Belmont with the John Hettinger, and a nice pick-6 carryover as well, 53,000 plus in the 4th race that kicks off fast and firm. In Elmont, New York, races 1 through 10, including the Seneca Overnight at Churchill, dealing with a fast main track this afternoon in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll kick off the live racing action there in Kentucky with the first at Churchill Downs. It's a maiden claiming race for fillies and mares. 7 furlongs on the main track, field of 9. Currently, speed zone is 5-2. We'll talk more about it after this break. We'll also talk about the big stakes action coming up this weekend at Churchill Downs, where Knicks Go will have a prep for the Breeders' Cup Classic. That deadly early speed will look to pick up another graded stake this Saturday.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Well, we have live racing at Churchill Downs coming up shortly, but they have a big weekend coming up here too, Richie, as we'll get a chance to see some of the biggest players in the older horse dirt division. This weekend in the Lucas Classic, this is where Knicks Go opts to race. We'll get a chance to see the legend Tacitus in his first start back stateside since trying the Saudi Cup, but of course all eyes will be on that early speed, the flashy gray Knicks Go.
Yeah, I kind of like the path that Brad Cox is taking with Knicks Go. He's a horse that puts a lot into his races. He has speed. He flaunts that speed. Races are hard on horses like this because they run pretty much the entire race. He was so good in the Whitney, using that speed to his advantage. This is a much easier spot, the Lucas Classic. And you like to have a prep race that kind of propels a horse to the bigger race, something to build on as opposed to possibly tearing him down. Knicks Go looks very formidable here. And I love the confidence in which Joel Rosario rides this horse. Acacia, you could see he turned for home. He steered him out to the middle of the track, basically telling anybody that was chasing him, you want to go inside of me, go ahead. You pick your path. This is where I want to be. He rides him with almost disdain for his competition, just knowing what he has underneath him. And Joel Rosario having a career year. 57 stakes so far this year, 19 away from tying the Garrett Gomez mark of 76 and he's on pace to break that record. He's handled, his agent is Ron Anderson, who had Garrett Gomez. Garrett Gomez broke Jerry Bailey's record. Who was his agent? Ron Anderson. Seeing a common denominator here, Joel Rosario riding with so much confidence.
Remember when Nick Sko won the Pegasus World Cup, Joel told me afterwards he's the type of horse that goes fast and just keeps going fast. And a tremendous year for Joel, as you mentioned, and he teams up once again this weekend. He'll be at Churchill Downs to ride Nick Sko. You go where the horse is.
Oh, absolutely. And he's been logging a lot of frequent flyer miles, going wherever he needs to go to continue to make his assault on that stakes winning record. And, you know, kind of interesting, Nick Sko. I know 9 furlongs is well within his range, and I know a lot of people might disagree with me. That 10th furlong could be a problem. I've seen a lot of good horses get 9 furlongs and struggle with that final and 10th furlong.
2-turn, mile and an eighth this weekend in the Lucas Classic. We'll see how he does. Obviously, the mile and an eighth of the Woodward here at Belmont just would be a 1-turn, so we'll get a chance to see him navigate those turns that he loves to so much on path to the Breeders' Cup. Back here today, though, at Churchill Downs. Again, we kick off the afternoon with a maiden race here. 7 furlongs on the main track. Maiden claiming for 10,000 fillies and mares. 3-year-olds and up. Off a big layoff is the 1 Flirtatious Kitty.
Yeah, nearly a very long layoff. Didn't run too badly on debut, but that layoff is problematic. That
was December of 2019. Here's another layoff runner. December 2020, jump into the fire.
Yeah, ran really well at Los Alamitos Racecourse and had that layoff. That first race was good enough to be very competitive here.
Looking at the 3, Asia.
A couple of bad efforts, but dropping down in company, trained by Neil Howard.
Number 4, Speed Zone for our friend Tom Amis.
Yeah, I think the most recent form to go on. Speed Zone looks very tough here.
Here's the 5, Sunset at Mallory. A little bit rambunctious.
A little bit rambunctious. Also has been running on turf. We don't have turf racing at Churchill this fall. The 2 dirt races, I think, left a lot to be desired.
Here's the 6, Mini Dress.
Mini Dress, kind of an in and outer. She's better sprinting, but she was well beaten at this level last time.
Here's the 7, On My Own.
On My Own, dropping to the lowest level yet, but boy, her last race left a lot to be desired.
And next 7-2 will be the 8, Brody Slam.
I think this horse is kind of interesting. Dale Romans and Joe Talamo are off to a really good start at this fall meeting, like what I'm seeing on the racetrack. And I think this horse is getting to do what she wants to do, sprint at a lower level.
And the 9, Triboard.
Triboard, another one that I think is a contender. Ran okay last time, was well beaten by Speed Zone, a couple of lengths by her. But gets an outside draw. Yesterday we saw kind of that outside closing move working at Churchill, and gets Raylu Gutierrez, who's winning at better than 27% at the current Churchill stand.
Got his first Churchill Downs victory in the Pocahontas with Hidden Connection and has been on a roll ever since. With Twin Spires Bet Back offer, you can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in, with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. Taking a look at the number 3, Asia. Asia is a drop down after 2 non-efforts, as you mentioned. Some news about Neil Howard, legendary horseman, as he will be retiring as far as having his own string, but still involved in the world of training.
Yeah, it was announced that he'll be taking on as Shug McGahee's assistant trainer in Kentucky. Neil Howard, an incredible horseman. This is actually the first start with him Asia's making. And, I mean, here's and you said it right, legendary horseman, trained over 1,250 winners, over $53 million in purses. And think about some of the horses he trained. Mineshaft, Summer Squall, Kentucky Oaks with Secret Status, Tommy Sue's Delight, and I can go on. But Mineshaft, the Horse of the Year, Summer Squall, Preakness winner. You know, he is a horseman's horseman, somebody I've always admired and respected. And, you know, you get to a certain point, and I know that he enjoys being in the barn, being with his horses, and sometimes maybe just getting away from the total business end of it and just being able to concentrate on your horses. And being an assistant will give him the liberty to do that more.
There's so many things that I think the general public doesn't see as far as training horses, deciding where to run them, managing with owners and keeping all of the people that pay the bills happy, dealing with staff, which can be a major stress as well. So many other things versus just training the horses.
Yeah, if it was just training the horses, I'm sure a lot of these guys would be a lot happier, but there's so much more involved. Like you say, they're juggling so many things at once, managing so many things, so much clerical work. I know, like Todd Fletcher, if you go by his barn after 10 o'clock in the morning, he's on the phone for 2 hours or more, talking to assistants around the country, going over the horses, what they've done, then talking with owners and where they're going to go. And then in between, you're having to line up jockeys and deal with jockey agents. I don't know how they do it, honestly.
It's not, as we often say, it's not just a career, it really is a lifestyle. It is all consuming. And I'm marrying an assistant trainer who is on the phone all day long. But it's all part of it. And you want to see that commitment to your owners, to your horses, to the people that really decide to choose your barn to handle the precious cargo, so to speak.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the owners are making this huge investment. They're paying huge bills on these horses, and the communication is critical, and the care of these horses is paramount to anything else. I've always thought I would love to train horses, but my idea of training horses was to have somewhere between 15 and 20 and deal with only 1 or 2 owners, not several.
We'll see if that dream can ever come true. Meanwhile, we have the opener at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
And they're off. Sunset at Mallory, good beginning. Tri-board away well. Jump into the fire for that inside post. Punches on through 2. Up the chute they go, and Jump into the fire comes on to take the lead. Sunset at Mallory running along in second. Tri-board not far behind third. Speed Zone toward the inside is fourth. Asia racing fifth. Brody Slam sixth. Flirtatious Kitty down inside seventh. Mini Dress is eighth, and On My Own's the trailer. About 8 lengths off. Pacemaking Jump into the fire, who steps out to lead by 2.5 now. So it's Jump into the fire through an opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds, chased by Sunset at Mallory by another 3. And then it's Tri-board racing third, Speed Zone fourth, and then it's Brody Slam fifth, Flirtatious Kitty sixth. Plummeting through the field is Asia. Passing that one is Mini Dress. The trailer is On My Own. Coming for the top of the stretch, Jump into the fire with a 1/4 mile to go and a 2-length lead. Sunset at Mallory continues to chase from second. Tri-board is off to turn third. Flirtatious Kitty's now fourth. Racing for the 8th pole. Jump into the fire, still on top. Sunset at Mallory trying to get by seconds, working harder, but is still 2 lengths behind. Jump into the fire, who's got something left for the stretch drive. And they're coming down to the finish, and in gate-to-wire fashion, Jump into the fire wins by 3. Sunset at Mallory was second. Tri-board was third, and Flirtatious Kitty was fourth.
Sharp out of the gate and led every step of the way. The filly by Run Happy breaks her maiden first time for Ben Colebrook.
Yeah, she always looked a winner. Showed good speed, much like her sire, with that speed of his that used to devastate fields. And she was dropping from a maiden allowance at Los Alamitos in Southern California, and just got comfortable. Colby Hernandez is very confident, and this daughter of Run Happy breaks her maiden. Run Happy, it's so interesting for a horse that possesses so much speed. He gets 14% dirt sprint winners, but he actually gets 20% dirt route winners. So it's nice to see that his offspring can carry their speed.
We saw a nice offspring of Run Happy yesterday for Michelle Nevin here at Belmont in Happy Medium, who was very impressive.
Very impressive.
As that's the opener at Churchill, we get ready now for the opener at Belmont Park. Sprinting on the main track, it's the New York breds in the spotlight here. Currently, favoritism between a couple. Dream Bigger highlighted second off the layoff for Rudy Rodriguez. This is a fun group. We know them well. We'll talk more about the first at Belmont after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
As she comes to the Run Happy finish line, Run Up jog.
But it is all Happy Soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Solomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. You can also follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys on today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit Naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances from all of the races on today's show. Now that you're all set up with everything you need, we get ready for the opener at Belmont Park, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, $25,000 claiming race for the New York breds. And what a likable group of tough cookies this really is, Richie.
Yeah, these are the kind of horses I really like. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. And this is a group that brings their lunch pail and goes to work.
A reclaim for Carl Broberg is the number 4 Dark Money. There he is. He's currently highlighted as your favorite 2-1.
Yeah, I always like when horses are reclaimed. It tells me that the trainer had, some insight or confidence in the horse that they can get the best out of them. I think this horse's form got a little bit dirtied up with a couple of different kind of trips, but goes back to Carl Broberg, and he's been very popular, this horse, at the claim box.
He really has been, and he's had top conditioners that have had him too. Rudy Rodriguez, Safi Joseph, Linda Rice, Tom Morley, and now back to the Broberg barn. He sticks in for the $25,000. You have to love a horse like this. 9 for $25 and over $350,000 in earnings.
Again, honest, hard-knocking, shows up every time.
Well, he's currently your favorite at 2-1. A few others taking some attention, though, as they come out of the tunnel. Again, we'll be sprinting on the main track. Here's the one, Binkster. Dylan Davis stays aboard, but first off the claim for Rob Atras.
Yeah, first time for Rob Atras. Ray Handel did a great job with Binkster. Horse that could be a little bit difficult to train. Dylan has very good knowledge of him, has won on him several times, and Dylan is riding terrific in a tie for the lead on top of the jockey standings.
A 3-day win yesterday, too, as this is a horse I know he dropped Ray Handel in the morning a few times. A tricky horse, but looking forward to seeing him. Here's the 2, Dream Bigger.
Well, Dream Bigger really looks good physically. He's a horse that has speed. I think the key to the race is what he and Binkster do. Do they engage? He does his best work, I think, when he gets to control things.
Plenty of back class, too. Here's the 3, Durkin's Call.
Durkin's Call making the first start for Linda Rice off the claim from the Rob Atras barn. Looks good physically on the racetrack. More of a closing type. Like to see the 2 inside of him mix it up a little bit.
Last time he won, it was for $25,000. Looking at the 4, Dark Money, that reclaim we mentioned.
Yeah, this is a very interesting horse. He runs his race 3 back. He's going to be very tough. And he's the horse, to me, looks like sits the trip. He's going to be in a good stalking spot.
Number 5, Cecilia Mike is next.
Cecilia Mike, more of a closing type, a horse that's earned over $560,000 with 6 wins, 17 seconds. Horse that likes to run with other horses, maybe not necessarily run by other horses.
He's been good picking up checks, that's for sure. And we wrap up the field with I Love Jackson.
Who's completely turning back in distance, ran 2 turn races at Finger Lakes most recently. A very consistent, hard-knocking horse. Would like to see a fast pace.
Dropping class after trying some stakes company up at the Finger Lakes last time out, going a further distance as well. He's 5-2 along with the 2 Dream Bigger. Go back and talk to me a little bit about what you mentioned as far as the pace. Dream Bigger, we know he has that early speed. Binkster's not slow. How did you see it playing out?
Well, the way I see it is if you're on Binkster, Dylan Davis needs to allow his horse to come out running. Not that he needs the lead, but you want to make Dream Bigger with Manny Franco commit to that idea of going. That'll create the separation to give Binkster the opportunity to ease out and stalk him from the outside.
Dream Bigger second off the layoff here on that left lead last time out, as he now has that race off the bench to work with today as we welcome in our Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these New York breds. Hey Maggie, welcome to the show. What do you think of this group?
Well, I wonder if they see each other in the paddock and say, hey, what's up? Long time no see. I mean, because these guys tend to mix it up out there on the track, and they're just that venerable crew of New York breds, as we'll check in with one of those, and that's Binkster. Now, he was protected for a long time in the Ray Handlebarn as far as claiming tag, offered for 45 two-back, then offered for the 25, in which Rob Atras went in and took him off of a very disappointing effort. I mean, he stopped, but in catching up, and I'm glad you pointed out the fact, Acacia, that he's tricky. He's a little bit of a, not a fragile physical, but a fragile soul. If things go wrong for Binkster, he tends to lose it a little bit. And last time, as Rob Atras pointed out to me, and Dylan had said this, that they had to readjust the tack on him, and he just lost it. He completely washed out. It was like he ran his race before even going in the gate. So today, physically, one of the better times I've seen him, and usually he is a horse that will kind of run to his looks. And so far, he is keeping it together mentally in that Dylan took him away from the pony. He's given him a nice warm-up. I like what I'm seeing from Binkster. It's just he's in that unenviable inside post position, a horse that has speed. But as Meg pointed out, if Dylan can work his magic, as he did have a 3-win day yesterday and is sitting atop of that 3-win tie on the leaderboard in the jockey standings, maybe he can have the right kind of trip. Now, number 2, Dream Bigger. Again, a horse well, I should say, is offered for a tag for the first time after being the beaten favorite last time out in an open allowance race, coming back off a near-year layoff. I don't know why he was favored that day, to be completely honest, as we'll see the horse New Bomb a little bit later on the show and in this card in race number 7. But Rudy Rodriguez just kind of giving up, so to speak, with this horse. He looks good on the track. He always looks good on the track. I will say, though, he's a horse that, going back a ways as a 2- and 3-year-old, would get himself pretty revved up. Now, a lot of times that more calm demeanor comes with age, but I would have liked to see him a little bit more sharp. Front wraps stay on for the second start off the bench. Doesn't look any more fit to me. He could win, but I just feel he's a little bit vulnerable. I'm hoping that they do come with some hitting up front, as Mig mentioned, with number 3, Durkin's Call. I like he's a horse that Linda Rice could do well with. She's always a trainer that puts the conditioning, puts the weight on her horses, and Durkin's Call is a horse that has struggled with that, and he looks great. One of the best times I've seen him. I don't mind him at this distance of the 6.5 furlongs, because sometimes you will see those faster types of paces, and then those speed horses just can't see it out, that extra half a furlong. Look for Durkin's Call to be running late. Looks as though he's doing very well heading into this one, Acacia.
Good to hear, Maggie. Thank you. Durkin's Call, 5-year-old by Jumpstart. As I wanted to touch on a couple of things that Maggie mentioned there, Richie, as far as Binkster, going back to him, she talked about the inside post and a horse that can be forwardly placed, one that's tricky. You're Dylan Davis. How do you navigate it from the inside going the 6.5 furlongs?
Again, you don't go in an all-out send to try to make the lead, but you come out with intention. Allow your horse to get his position going forward. Allow him to run freely. It's 6.5 furlongs. Give him 100 yards and make sure that Dream Bigger either commits to the idea of going, or then you control the race. Also, things change at the start. Horses stumble. They don't break particularly sharp. You don't want to come out with too much of a preconceived notion where, well, he's going to go to the lead and I'll be laying second, because it could all change in the blink of an eye. The other thing, too, is if you come out with that idea, it allows Manny Franco to ease over and control things and back it up in your face. Come out running, You've got to protect your inside position and allow the field to spread out a little bit. If Dylan's not aggressive enough, well, Dream Bigger makes the lead most likely, then Dark Money's got him in the trap right behind him. So you've got to come out thinking about the possible scenarios, and the best strategy to that is get your position going forward.
Dream Bigger now favorited. Some questions from Maggie about him, as Rudy Rodriguez does drop him in for a tag. Can be bought out of the race, basically. They're for sale. He bats at about 19%, $1.38 ROI. So some interesting numbers there. Food for thought as far as that drop in class. This is a horse that has a lot of back class in those New York bred stakes, though.
He has a lot of back class. He's faced very good company. I go back to his style, though. His style, he does his best running when he controls a race. So as a rider riding against him, you have to be aware of these things. And a jockey's job is to make it as uncomfortable on the competition, equine and human, as possible within the boundaries of the rules. If you know a horse does his best running on the lead, make sure he has to earn the lead. Don't hand it to him.
Maggie going with the number 3, Durkin's Call, who is first off the claim for Linda Rice. And I know you said this group all together, they've done some good things on the racetrack.
A 6-horse field, they've earned over $2.2 million combined. And again, this just speaks to the heart and soul of our game. Horses that show up and give it their best every single time, and they're honest. And I get a big kick. To me, these are the horses that are the backbone of our industry.
Love these kinds of runners, and they're very familiar with one another, as Maggie mentioned. 9-5 now on Dream Bigger. What will he do second off the bench for Rudy Rodriguez? They go into the starting gate here for the opener at Belmont Park. The sun is shining. It's a gorgeous day, fast and firm. We send it up to another New York bred, John Imbrial, who will take us through the rest of the load and the call of the opener at beautiful Belmont Park.
Waiting for Cecilia Mike and I Love Jackson. There in the gate. And they're off in the opener. And it is Dark Money to show first with a Dream Bigger now moving up to challenge. Dream Bigger and Dark Money, their heads apart for the lead. They've got 2.5 lengths on Binkster, who is racing in third. And then it's another 2.5. Back to Durkin's Call and Cecilia Mike. And I Love Jackson is the early trailer in sixth. Dream Bigger on the inside with a head in front of Dark Money. And the opening quarter was running 22 3/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. A battle up front. On the inside, Dream Bigger. On the outside, it is Dark Money. Dark Money narrowly. Dream Bigger right there in second, 3 lengths. Back to Binkster in third. Then Cecilia Mike, followed by Durkin's Call. And the trailer is I Love Jackson as the field comes for the top of the stretch. The leader is Dark Money with Binkster now moving up on the outside in second. Dream Bigger has dropped back down at the rail into third. Then Durkin's Call, Cecilia Mike, and I Love Jackson. Half mile in 45 2/5 seconds. Now it is Binkster and Durkin's Call. And on the outside, Cecilia Mike, I Love Jackson towards the rail. Durkin's Call has come away with the lead here. And it is Durkin's Call who will win decisively here in the first race. Won by 4.5 lengths. Cecilia Mike was second. I Love Jackson finished third.
Durkin's Call getting the setup. He went up a generous price of 8-1. A good call by Maggie.
Durkin's Call was a terrific call by Maggie, and this horse worked out a really good trip under Jose Lezcano. The 4, Dark Money, actually took on Dream Bigger, did the dirty work. Binkster sat a good trip, eased out, and just came up flat. And Cecilia Mike, a runner-up finish for the 18th time.
He loves to hit the board and pick out those checks. And early on, you could kind of see, as you mentioned to me, Bingster does not love getting kicked back, the dirt thrown back in his face. He kind of had his head up, just never looked very comfortable.
Yeah, he's not a horse that takes the kickback, the dirt thrown back from the horses in front of him. Dylan did a good job, though, of not coming out too soon and losing ground and getting him close enough where the kickback then was hitting him in the chest. When he eased out, it looked like he was poised to make a big run, but he flattened out, and the closers got all the best of the opener here at Belmont.
A generous exacta 8-1 over 24-1, 3-5, 6-1 as the favorite. Dream Bigger, part of that pace duel, hanging on that left lead once again, and he faded back.
Yeah, and again, you know, you don't want to say it's the racetrack, but the horses that were involved early, 1, 2, 3, finished second to last, third to last, second to last, and third to last.
Fading back as a closer, Durkin's Call got the best trip today under Jose Lezcano. We'll bring you prices and more after this break. We'll also continue talking about the exciting stakes action that is coming up this weekend here at Belmont Park. The Woodward will be an exciting one as we have some big stars, including Maxfield and Art Collector, going head-to-head this Saturday at Big Sandy.
But no catching. Free drop Billy. It is Speech and Javier and Cambia Morgan.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The opener at Belmont Park is in the books. It went to the number 3, Durkin's Call. First off the claim for Linda Rice, and getting the perfect setup today under Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, absolutely. Worked out a good trip, got to save ground, came out from behind horses when he needed to. He found the room right here inside of I Love Jackson. Always nice when you're able to come out without having to make any body contact, not to push anybody out of the way. I'm sorry, inside of Cecilia Mike. I Love Jackson had ducked back down to the fence with the white face. But once again, Cecilia Mike, 10-pound apprentice, Omar Moreno Hernandez, or is it Omar Hernandez Moreno? I always mess this up.
Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Okay, all right, got it right now. My apologies. Another runner-up finish for him. Horse has earned over $570 some odd thousand now. Durkin's Call at 18.20 Acacia, and Maggie got the players off to a good start.
Absolutely. A nice price to kick off the day. Congratulations to the Connections as we get ready for the second now at Churchill Downs. That's our next order of business. We will be going 7 furlongs on the main track in this $16,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up 3-2 on the Dale Romans charge. Cove Blue to the outside. We get into the post parade though, kicking things off with the number 1, who you said is pronounced
Taze.
Taze. All right.
I'm pretty sure. My Google's not working. I couldn't figure everything else out. But this horse is coming off of 2 very subpar efforts after a extended layoff.
Turning back in distance of the 7 furlongs today. Here's the 2, Fire Marshal Bill.
Coming out of a non-winners of 4 allowance race at Belterra, is 0 for 4 at Churchill Downs.
Next will be the 3, the Queen's Jewels, picked up at Saratoga last time out.
It was claimed for 32, shows up here for 16. Robertino Diodoro, a very sharp claiming trader. Another horse that's been popular at the claim box.
Here's the 4, Newsbox, off a win.
Off a win at Prairie Meadows. This is the one thing that I always find a little bit hard to decipher. How does form from different jurisdictions like Prairie Meadows stack up here at Churchill?
Yeah, I got a 75 buyer speed figure for that effort. Does he repeat it? Here's the 5, Rock on Kitten.
Rock on Kitten drops out of a turf race at Belterra, but start before that was a win on the dirt going a mile.
Frolic More is the 6.
Yeah, Frolic More, less race left a lot to be desired, was good in the slop at Ellis and has run well at Churchill Downs.
Dropping down to the $16,000 level. And here's your favorite, Cove Blue.
I think a horse that made a lot of sense. Is coming off a freshening from May. Dale Romans barn is really heated up with Joe Talamo doing a lot of the riding, and the horse gets a good draw, kind of should be in the right kind of spot, has speed to make his own trip.
Well, it's time now for the Twins Buyers Market Mover, the horse attracting the most support late in the betting. It is the number 3, the Queen's Jewels. First off the claim for Robertino Diodoro, won on the main track 2 starts back up at Saratoga and gets back to the dirt after a disappointing turf effort last time out. If you want to bet the Twins Buyers Market Mover or anyone else coming up in this race, go to twinsbuyers.com or download the app today. And this one, as you mentioned, has been popular at the claim box, has been consistent overall, and I think gets back to his preferred surface.
Yeah, I think he's back on his preferred surface. And, you know, you might look at it at first blush and go, well, why would you offer a horse up for $16,000 and you claim for 32? Well, look at the size of the purses at Churchill Downs. This is a $48,000 purse. If he was to win the race and get claimed, they're still more than out on the horse. So, you know, if you're looking at it purely from a business standpoint, it's a sound business decision.
We see David Cohen riding a lot for Robertino Diodoro, kind of his first call, go-to guy. What is that relationship like with a top trainer like Robertino is?
Well, if a trainer and a jockey have good communication and confidence and trust in each other, it's a great thing. It's when those relationships start to erode, it gets difficult because people start pointing fingers and blame at each other. And if you're going to be a good team, you have to be able to win together, you have to be able to lose together and come back and have the conversations to make the horses better. And there are times when a rider has to own that, hey, I messed this up, I made a mistake. And a trainer has to be able to hear that and say, okay, I know you won't make that mistake again. Very rarely does a top rider make the same mistake twice. And then by the same token, a rider has to be able to tell a trainer when a horse wasn't good enough. And you know, we need to try something different. And trainers have strong opinions about their horses. They live with them. They're in the barn every day. But when you have a relationship that the communication is open and the trust and the confidence is there, it makes the horses better.
Yeah, you see those partnerships. David Cohen riding for Robertino Diodoro, Ricardo Santana riding a lot for Steve Asmussen. Obviously, they ride for other outfits too, but in this kind of scenario, you know, there's often, I think, reading into it, oh, Steve Asmussen has 2 in the race and Ricardo's on this one, so this must be the better one.
Well, there's always a lot more that goes into it,
Sure.
and also ownership comes into it. You know, if there's 2 owners, even if one of the owner's horses is better, but you have a stronger relationship with the other owner, you're going to lean towards that owner because he's the person that helps you consistently. I think about riding for Michael Hushin and Barry Schwartz. If Mike had 2 horses in the race, I was always going to lead towards a Barry horse, even if it maybe wasn't potentially the best horse in the race, because he always gave me a steady supply of the best horses that he had to ride. I always excelled in a situation at Acacia because I came up under a contract where I worked within a stable. I was familiar with the horses. I got to work them out. I felt like a part of the team. Not just the jockey where you come out, ride the horse, and you leave. You're part of the pit crew as well.
Yeah.
You're in there tuning up the engine and hoping to make them the best they can be. I worked riding for Mike, riding for Pete Ferriola, riding for John Kimmel, obviously Kieran McLaughlin. These were relationships that blossomed, and we had great communication. Now, that doesn't mean you're always going to see eye to eye and you're not going to have fights. I mean, I could fight with my brother. I still love my brother.
Yeah. Well, Dale Romans, his jockey is Joe Talamo here on the favorite Cove Blue. It's all in the family. Of course, Dave's son handles the book for Joe Talamo, his agent, and Cove Blue back and forth between favoritism with him in the 3.
This horse is well drawn and realistically placed for a barn that's really heated up. And Joe Talamo, I think he was showing the effects of having had COVID, and it took him a long time to get back to physically where he needed to be. But I'm seeing the Joe Talamo that can finish on a horse and ride the way he's been riding.
Batting about 18% at the meet as they go into the starting gate. Here's Travis Stone for the second at Churchill.
And they're off. Rock on Kitten. Break sharply. Cove Blue showing speed as well. The Queen's Jewels is hustled through toward the inside as they head up the chute and come for the main track, and Cove Blue's quickest. Cove Blue steps out to lead the way. The Queen's Jewels is running in second by 2. Taos is up to grab third. Rock on Kitten broke on top, but is back into fourth. A margin of 3 from there to Newsbox, followed by Frolic More. Outsprinted so far is Fire Marshal Bill, already a dozen lengths off the lead. Chasing Cove Blue down the backstretch run. Crosses and clears to lead by 2 with 4 furlongs to go. The Queen's Jewels is on the chase from second. Taos is third and only 5 lengths behind. That opening quarter in a swift 22 seconds flat. 3 furlongs from home. Cove Blue bounding along up top, leading by 2. The Queen's Jewels is getting closer from second now, and Taos is coming on 3 wide third. Farther back, Frolic More is finding his best stride fourth. Newsbox is fifth at the quarter pole. Cove Blue turning for home, still in front by 2. The Queen's Jewels fully extended, so too Taos. Then it's Frolic More. There's 1 furlong to go, and Cove Blue kicks away. Cove Blue opening up through the stretch, now clear by 5. Frolic More trying to come on late to grab second, but nobody's going to catch Cove Blue. Gate to wire. Tight for second there. Looks like the Queen's Jewels got a good bob over Frolic More. Taos was fourth.
The favorite, a winner, and much the best, Cove Blue, who went off a short price in short order of everybody else.
And you could see Joe Talamo left the gate with intention. He had a plan. He wanted the lead. He bounced Cove Blue out of the gate. They were able to clear the Queen's Jewels, who did very well to gamely appear to hold on for second. But make no mistake, Cove Blue was best. And this is a barn that has really heated up, and they've been very, very aggressive in their placement of their horses.
As Cove Blue gets the win here in race number 2 over the 3. The Queen's Jewels, who tried every step of the way but just couldn't get there. It has to be a great feeling when you're on a horse that really is much the best over the rest of the field.
You actually have time to think things through. And me, I always a little vain, like to pose for the picture a little bit.
Gets the win at Churchill back at Belmont Park. There's a look at Single Soul in the paddock for Graham Motion. We'll talk more about this second race after this on America's Day at the Races.
Consistently versatile with 22 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lexingtonian comes back on the inside to win it.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions. Proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a leg.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you in part by Run Happy, champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm, as we had a daughter of Run Happy win the opener at Churchill on this show today. This weekend, though, at Belmont Park, it is the America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Woodward, Richie, and for many, we're used to seeing this race the last weekend of Saratoga.
Yeah, but they switched it up. Jockey Club Gold Cup being run in Saratoga because it's a 1.25 miles. They can break up at the 8th pole. It's a truer run race than running it at Belmont, breaking on a turn. The Woodward being 1 1/8 miles, it's a round 1 turn here at Belmont Park. We've got that long run down the backstretch, and it's just a much truer run race.
Coming out of a race at Saratoga, second in the Whitney is Maxfield, who won the Stephen Foster a couple races back. What do you make about him getting blinkers on in start number 10 here?
Well, you know, I'm a little bit curious about it. Here's a horse that's run 9 times with 7 wins, a second and a third. He was second best to Nick's Go. I don't see how blinkers would have made any difference in that scenario. He was so devastating here in the Stephen Foster, where he basically inhaled the field with a middle move around the far turn, and I don't see a horse that's pulling up or looking around. Maybe they feel like there's a little more there that they haven't gotten to the bottom of, but Maxfield is a very good horse who's really done nothing wrong in his career.
He looks to get back to the winner's circle here at Belmont. I think that the 1 1/8 miles of the Woodward should really suit him quite well.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 1 1/8 suits well.
At Belmont in particular.
And at Belmont, you know, it's a 1 turn. It's a completely different run race than it is around 2 turns.
Well, he's coming out of the Whitney. He's been consistent, though has had a little trouble staying on the racetrack. He's been able to have a consistent 2021 campaign. Let's check in with his trainer, Brendan Walsh, on how he's doing coming into the Woodward.
He's great. You know, he's very automatic with everything he does. I thought he ran very well. You know, he got beaten by a very, very good horse who's at his best when he can get out in the lead there, uncontested like that. And you know, like I said, I mean, that horse hasn't done what he's done and achieved what he's achieved for nothing. But I thought we ran a very good second to him. There was 2 or 3 really nice horses behind us. You know, I liked that our horse, you know, he stayed at it and he ran right through the wire. And, you know, he's gradually getting there, and I feel, you know, his next race and his race after that, you know, we'll see the very best of him. Physically, he's matured a lot. You know, he was just a shell of a horse initially. You know, mentally, he's always been very good. But, you know, the thing with him is that he's always lacked some experience and lacked seasoning. I mean, this time last year, the horse had run 3 times in his life, you know, which is very lightly raced for a horse that's 3 turning 4. But, you know, we got what we set out to do this year, and we've got a good body of races into him, and he hasn't let us down at all at any stage. So, you know, like I said, hopefully it'll all come together. He's getting to where it should be coming together now, and we can see the very best of him between now and the end of the year.
Brendan Walsh on his charge. Maxfield, the Godolphin home bred, he saw training here at Belmont in those blinkers. Looking forward to the Woodward this weekend. Back here today at Belmont, though, we get ready for race number 2. We'll be on the inner turf going 1 1/8 miles. A nice allowance race coming up. Let's get a paddock report. Check in with Maggie.
And Acacia will start down on the inside with number 1. That is Single Soul, as she will cut back a bit in distance after controlling in that mile and 3/8 race on the inner turf. Now, there might be some troubling comment lines when you read the short comments. Lug out third turn, Vand. Well, watching the replay, she was more than comfortable on the front end. And then when she came off the bridle to be asked a bit, and when you're riding horses on that, on those tight turns, when you get them off the bridle, that centrifugal kind of motion will make them go wide. She wasn't getting out. It was just kind of the way she was kind of flowing, if you will. Then, in catching up with Alice Chapman, the assistant to Grant Motion here, the reason she was van was due to heat distress. So it's a nice, cool fall day, no problems with the heat, looks great, and like a little less ground for her, I think it makes sense. Now, number 2, Vividly, she ran well. She got to save ground, then she was stymied a little bit in the stretch where most of the running was done towards the front end in the 1-2 finishers that day. She is a nervous type. She was nervous in the paddock back at Saratoga. I wish she was walking a little bit more comfortably as well. I don't like more ground for her. And while she looks great physically, healthy, and carries great conditioning, she doesn't strike me as one that the longer she goes, the better she will become, but she does have that nice European pedigree. Acacia?
Yes, she does, Maggie. Thank you. A couple of European breds to the inside, and Vividly, as we speak about Brendan Walsh, you could even see her lone victory came going 7 furlongs at Goodwood back in 2019.
I've always felt like the Europeans have such a good handle on the distances their horses will excel at, where they'll be their best. So, it's an interesting point Maggie's making. Brendan Walsh does such a good job. I mean, what he's done with Maxfield has been terrific, but his horses in general tend to be so well turned out.
Oh, absolutely. Vividly, very energetic type of filly as Single Soul. You heard Maggie with the comment as why she was vanned off last time. It was a very, very hot day that afternoon. And we did see some horses who were reacting to the heat. Thankfully, won't have that problem today with this weather.
No, nice, cool afternoon. She's going to get wider, more wide sweeping turns at Belmont. And I love the inside draw. 1.8 on the inner turf, very short run to the first turn. Not that she's a speed type, but she doesn't have to negotiate or figure out a way to get to the inside to save ground.
Here's number 2, Vividly, Jose Ortiz back riding today. Great to see him here in the saddle.
Yeah, he, a little bit scary the other day, incident. Good to see Jose back in the saddle. And Vividly, it'll be interesting to see how she negotiates the 1.8.
Here's the 3, Big Bad Diva. She gets back on turf.
Gets back on turf and potentially could play out as the speed here. I don't know if that's enough of an advantage to make her good enough to win this.
Next will be the Chad Brown Charge Federalist Papers.
Yeah, kind of stout close last time off a very slow pace. She's going to have to improve, though, to compete with this group.
She won at 9-1 last time out at Saratoga for a Chad Brown Klarovich runner. Here's the number 5, Baseline Drive.
Another one that's going to be more of a closing type. It'll be interesting to see how she gets to 1.8. She, I think, has been very good at a mile.
Here's the number 6 next, Traffic Song for Jimmy Toner.
Yeah, Jimmy Toner, now he's based down at Fair Hill, has always done a good job. This filly's last race was on the dirt. I think kind of dirties up her form a little.
And the number 7, Double Blessed, coming out of a couple of stakes tries.
Yeah, I mean, is that going to be enough, this little bit of class relief to, help her get it done? Virginia Oaks, she was pretty good last time. She's got to overcome that outside draw, though it's, albeit a short field, it is a very short run to that first turn.
Mm-hmm. We go back to the number 2, Vividly, as Jose Ortiz, unfortunately, involved in a spill Sunday afternoon, and he was not scheduled to ride anyway here at Belmont yesterday. So if you were looking for him on Thursday, that was the reason for that. So today is his first day back riding. Thankfully, x-rays on his ankle were negative, but it is a scary situation, and we realize just what these athletes take into account every day when they come to work and get aboard these horses.
Well, jockeys differ from other athletes in so much as there's no guarantees. You don't have a contract. If you don't compete and you don't win, you're not making any money. It's a performance-based endeavor. So obviously riders are very motivated to shake off injuries and get back in the saddle and prove that they're fine. But sometimes it's not always easy to just shake off an accident like that and put it behind you. You have to be able to do it. You have to have the strength and the courage to do so. But it doesn't always happen instantly. I think people take for granted, well, these riders are fearless. You know, being fearless is one thing, but, you know, what do they say? Courage is not the absence of fear. It's being able to do what needs to be done anyway. You know, he's a tough young kid. He's showing that. He's back in the saddle. Good to see him. The best medicine for putting a spill behind you is to win right away. It's amazing how it washes those feelings away.
2-1 favorite right now on Vividly. But for more on some other runners in this field, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
Well, Acacia, just to quickly mention Vividly, she has not settled down at all. If anything, she's gotten more revved up, and Jose keeping her with the pony, in which she's ramming sideways and not really doing much with her. I know this is probably her, but as a 2-1 favorite, not what I like to see. As we'll move on and take a look at the fresh off the maiden score Chad Brown runner, that's number 4, Federalist Papers. She's not my cup of tea physically. But that being said, I thought she ran very well last time, considering it was a slow pace in which she closed into, and the blinkers, and it's just a short cup, seemed to have really kind of changed her life around. And I like the fact that she's finally being able to pair races back to back. And she's not my cup of tea because she's just a little bit of a weaker body type. And with racing, though, she'll develop. She's getting there. And I don't necessarily love her as a win candidate here, but I think she will run well, given her effort last time and just being able to run back-to-back races finally. Number 6, Traffic Song. I know that number 3, Big Bad Diva, is the likeliest pace setter here, but Traffic Song looks to sit that tracking kind of trip. Now, whether she is a need the lead type, as her lone win would indicate, maybe she is. She looks phenomenal for Jimmy Toner shipping in here, as Jimmy Toner has concentrated kind of more on the Mid-Atlantic, having a barn at Fair Hill. But this is a gal who carries her weight incredibly well, big, burly type of filly. She is the kind of horse I like, and I don't think she'll have a problem with getting that extra half a furlong. Double Blessed ran really well, I thought, in the Virginia Oaks last time at 52-1. Wide throughout, just chasing, never able to save any ground. And for Treasure Beach, whose progeny tend to be a little bit on the lighter frame, she carries her weight well, which is typical of Mike Deeney's trainees. I don't love her, but I think she could run well in this spot. And Acacia, she is taking a bit of attention on the board.
She is, Maggie. Thanks. 5-1 on Double Blessed, coming out of some stakes tries, as we mentioned. Yeah, 52-1 last time out. She faced Shanta Stara. 2 starts back in the pucker up. She could be an intriguing one. It's not exactly class relief, as I think she does meet some salty company today, though.
Yeah, it's always interesting. You see those stakes lines in the past performances, and the tendency is always to think, well, this is an allowance race. It's going to be easier. This is a pretty salty allowance race.
Both you and Maggie going to the number 1 Single Soul. I think a little bit less distance, nice cool day for this daughter of Dubawi could be the perfect spot.
Well, I think this is where the information that Maggie's able to gather for us is so important. Hearing about her being in distress from the heat on a humid day in Saratoga. This is a lovely autumn day at Belmont Park. We've got a nice cool breeze. It's going to help a filly like this immensely. I love the inside draw, and I like the 1 1/8 for her. I think this could maybe be the absolute best distance for her.
Number 2, Vividly, still highlighted as the favorite at 5-2 now. She's always been a filly that lives on her nerves. That's just how she is. Are you surprised that she's the favorite, given that she's yet to win in the U.S.?
You know, I guess what people are looking at is last time she was closing going a mile and a 16th. The comment line says lacked room near the finish. I don't think it cost her a placing. So conventional thinking is, well, going a little further, that'll, help her closing style. That's not necessarily the case.
We'll see how she handles the trip today. There goes Federalist Papers. We send it up to John and Brielle for the call of race 2 at Belmont.
Waiting for Traffic Song and Double Blessed. They're all in. And they're off. There's a Big Bad Diva, and there's Traffic Song. Baseline drive is in between those two as they go into the clubhouse turn. Single Soul sits down at the rail and is racing in fourth. As they go around the turn, Big Bad Diva is the leader here by a little more than a length. And on the outside is Traffic Song in second, with a Single Soul down on the inside in third. Baseline drive is now back running in fourth. Then it is Vividly in fifth. Alongside is Double Blast, and Federalist Papers is the trailer in seventh. And they've reached the backstretch. And the leader is Big Bad Diva by 3/4 of a length. Traffic Song on the outside in second by 1.25 lengths with Single Soul and Baseline Drive. They're heads apart, third and fourth. Then Double Blast and Vividly, those two race as a team. Federalist Papers continues to trail. As they continue up the backstretch, it is Big Bad Diva showing the way here and holding on to the lead here by a length. Traffic Song giving chase in second. It's 1.5 lengths. Single Soul is down at the rail. Baseline Drive is right alongside. And now they're heading for the far turn. Big Bad Diva holding on to the advantage over Traffic Song. And then it is Single Soul, who's had a ground-saving trip down on the inside in third. Baseline Drive is next in fourth. Double Blessed in gear now on the extreme outside. Then comes Vividly and Federalist Papers, and the field is at the top of the stretch. And it is Traffic Song and Big Bad Diva. They're heads apart for the lead, with Single Soul now looking to come on through. Here comes Single Soul up to challenge Traffic Song for the lead. Vividly coming on now on the outside. So it is Single Soul and Vividly, and now it's between these two as they come on for the finish, and it is a head bob. Very, very tight between Vividly on the outside and Single Soul on the inside.
It turned out to be a thriller. The inside two, the shorter priced fillies, put on a show for us. The number 1 Single Soul hit the front, but the two Vividly super game to the outside.
This was a really good horse race, a perfect trip for Single Soul. And it's just a matter of whose nose was down on the wire first. The only thing I'm sure of is that this was won by one of the Ortiz brothers.
That's a fair assumption. Irad Ortiz aboard the 1 Single Soul. Jose Ortiz aboard the 2 Vividly. At first glance, watching it, Richie, I thought it was the 2 that might have got the bob. Let's see as we take it another look here. Oh, that's so tight.
And that is so close. And
it depends whose head is down at the right time.
Just keep the nose where the noses are placed. Outside here, inside coming back, and I still think the outside might have got it, or it's a dead heat.
Very, very tight. One thing you can certainly say, though, these two fillies ran exceptionally well, both of them this afternoon.
They both ran terrific, and Single Soul saved every inch of ground from that inside post, was able to ease her way out from behind horses at the top of the stretch. Vividly got to the outside, came with a relentless run, and it's just a matter of who got the best of that head bob.
Very tight photo finish. The number 5 Baseline Drive, it looks like, held on for third behind them. The pace was indeed set by the 3 Big Bad Diva. These two getting the right kind of trip as the number 2 Vividly posted as the winner. First ride back after being sidelined and taken to the hospital on Sunday for Jose Ortiz. How important is this victory for him?
It's just so important. It's just amazing how it washes away any feelings of self-doubt that you might have, or even if you're still a little bit sore, nothing like a win to make you feel better.
2-1, 5-7 in an absolute thriller in the second at Belmont Park. Great to see Jose back, feeling well clearly, and getting the win. As we take a look once again, oh, Single Soul ran so well too. It looked like she was ranging up on the outside, but a furious run from Vividly as Jose Ortiz actually climbed aboard this filly. She's a nervous type, and he climbed aboard just for the first time.
What's always interesting, too, watching the way races develop, and you can see Irad starting to ease out, edge his way out for room. He was able to move the 5 Baseline Drive just a little bit with the shoulder. At the same time, his brother was doing the same thing, one path out from him, making some room for himself. So these were 2 terrific rides, and no excuses for Single Soul, an unlucky loser. And I guess the one did drift a little bit the last 16th of a mile, and the baseline drive, the 5, steadied slightly from in between horses until we see a head-on. Really hard to tell how much it may have cost the 5 baseline drive.
Did not affect the winner. Jose Ortiz and Vividly get their picture taken. We'll keep you posted. Objection, 3rd place finish of the 5 baseline drive against the 1 Single Soul who finished 2nd. We need to go to Churchill Downs next, though, in race number 3 coming up shortly. 6 furlongs on the main track, $30,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life. 1 scratch of the number 4 Ship It, as we have a 9-5 favorite in the 3 Oopsie Daisy. We get ready for the post parade here and have a field of 6. We're dealing with the 1 Fine Prospector. We'll kick things off.
Making the first start in the Andrew McKeever barn, leaving Wesley Ward a little bit cold on the board.
Currently 9-1. Here's the 2 Fortuna Aduvat.
I'm so glad you had to say that first. Horse that's dropping slightly in company for the Hall of Famer, Wayne Lucas.
Number 3, Oopsie Daisy. That one's easy to say.
I'm a little bit puzzled by why this horse is 2-1. The last race was terrific, but that was on turf. The dirt races are okay.
Next will be the 5 Shania.
Shania coming off a dirt win after spending some time on the turf.
Here's the 6, another one turf to dirt, Tap Time.
Yeah, and I think people are reading too much maybe into turf form and not really looking hard at the dirt form.
Yeah, first 2 dirt races certainly left a lot to be desired, but first time in the barn of Ken McPeak. Here's the 7 Blossom Road.
I thought this horse made a lot of sense. Broke a maiden at Churchill last fall, going 5.5 with a good figure. Came back off the layoff, has that race under her belt, and now gets blinkers on and drop in class. I like the 7 Blossom Road.
Well, with the Twin Spires Bet Back offer, you can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. Here's a look at the number 7 Blossom Road. Blinkers going on today, too, after a try and starter allowance company last time out. We go back to the last time she ran at Churchill, though. That was back in November when she won to break her maiden.
Yeah, that was her first start on dirt. She's had 4 starts, 2 on turf, 2 on dirt. 1 on the dirt was off a layoff. She was very good this day, and this was as a 2-year-old, and ran a figure that makes her competitive against these horses, even if she didn't improve. Conventional wisdom tells you they get better from 2 to 3. I think Blossom Road makes a lot of sense here.
She could be a little bit dirtied up as she broke her maiden on the dirt there. She debuted on turf. They tried the turf again after that. It was a no-go. Then she was sidelined for 8 months, had to come back against some tougher competition last time out, and now she's in for the 30.
Well, and just, how much did the race help her? We talk about workouts, we talk about races. A race is worth 5 or 6 works, so maybe she just needed it to put her where she needed to be from a fitness standpoint.
She's 2-1 right now on the board. Let's go back to the 3 Oopsie Daisy. You mentioned this one off the layoff. 2-1 right now, still co-favorite.
Yeah, I mean, she did break her maiden at Prairie Meadows on the dirt, maiden allowance, but that figure wasn't as good as the figure of the outside filly, Blossom Road. Her last race was by far and away her best race last November, but that was on turf. This is back on dirt. We don't have turf racing this fall at Churchill Downs as they're refurbishing the turf course. I think she looks more dressed up. I just don't see her at that shorter. If you like her, that's fine, but at that price, I just think it's not offering very good value.
By the way, back at Belmont Park after that objection, no change to the order of finish. So the 1 Single Soul will stay in 2nd place back at Belmont Park as we see the number 7 here at Churchill Blossom Road, 7-5. Now we did have a scratch, but she's taking, I think, significant money from that morning line. Ship It, I think, would have been a heavy favorite in this spot. So do take that into account, something that you always have to look at when there are significant scratches in the race.
Absolutely. And to me, the other horse that I like in here is the 2 from Wayne Lucas barn. I think she's run consistent figures that make her competitive for this $30,000 claiming level.
I like the name of her owner, breeder, Holy Cow Stable.
Holy cow, Phil Rizzuto.
That's great. I love it. As Francisco Arrieta will be aboard that filly by point of entry. Into the gate they go for the 3rd at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for tap time in Blossom Road. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stutter step start for Fine Prospector. Good beginning for Shania. And Blossom Road is hustled out as well, and she comes on to take the lead now. So Blossom Road crosses and clears over Shania, who's restrained back in second, reserved. Now 2.5 lengths behind this pacemaker. Fortuna Adjuvat comes on to be third. Oopsie Daisy keyed up in fourth. Tap Time Racing fifth, and slow starting Fine Prospector is the trailer. There's 4 furlongs to go, and Blossom Road has made the lead and heads for the far turn in front by a length. Shania's given a little bit more rein now and is coming on too wide from second. They round the far turn together, the quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. In behind is Oopsie Daisy. Right there, too, Fortuna Adjuvat. Tap Time is circling up 3 or 4 wide, and totally outrun is Fine Prospector. Coming for the top of the stretch. Blossom Road cut the corner off the turn. Shania's right alongside in second, and these two are head and head with 1 furlong to go, and Blossom Road down inside is back in front. Blossom Road now the leader. Shania's back into second, but fighting on. Farther back, Tap Time third. They're coming for the finish, and Blossom Road will ride the rail to victory. By a length in the end, Shania was second, Tap Time third, Fortuna Adjuvat was fourth.
Blossom Road, the favorite, gets the win here in the third at Churchill under Corey Lannery.
Yeah, showed very good speed, was able to clear down the backside. The 5, Shania kind of steadied inside her, but the 5/8 pole, don't know if she was clear or if we'll see any sort of objection. Bejarano took up a bit abruptly, challenged from the outside turn in front, but Blossom Road had plenty left, and that's 2 races in a row at Churchill that we've seen horses go wire to wire on the fence.
You even heard it in Travis Stone's call, rides the rail to get the victory. Shania very headstrong early on in the race, the 5.75 under the line at Churchill Downs, 7.562 as a matter of fact. We'll bring you prices and more live racing after this break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us for more.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. At Belmont Park, we had a thriller down to the wire between the one Single Soul and the two Vividly. Now, there was a claim of foul, Richie, on the 5 against the 1 right here. It was disallowed, be as is the order of finish.
Yeah, I don't think it cost baseline driver a placing. You know, she did drift out a little bit, created some room for herself, but it was done in a very subtle manner. It wasn't done where he actually made solid contact, and that's just good race riding. And why? Inches make such a big difference in this game. And the Ortiz brothers, I tell you, at Saratoga, in the middle of Saratoga, I said, I'm just going to bet Ortiz brother exact the boxes blindly. But Vividly, as the second choice, gets up over Single Soul. Good to see Jose Ortiz back in the winner's circle. Vividly paid $7.20.
Absolutely. Good to see. Back at Churchill Downs, we have an objection there, too. The number 7, Blossom Road, the unofficial winner, as she crossed the wire first. There you see Corey Lannery on the phone talking about what happened between him and Rafael Bejarano on the 5 Shania.
Yeah, well, he left running. He's going to angle over. It's obvious that the inside position is what you want at Churchill Downs. And he's going to shave the eventual runner-up. But it feels to me like Rafael Bejarano took out of there maybe a little prematurely and a little bit aggressively along the 5 Shania. He hadn't taken all her ground. He was coming, but if you want to hold that position, you've got to get up in there. It's an interesting thing. You don't have ownership of inside position if you're lingering 3/4 of a length behind a horse. That's what people don't understand. You have to either have the spot and be at least a half length in there, or you have to be out of there. There's not any in between. And it just didn't seem to me like Bejarano was aggressive enough to hold the spot. And Corey Lannery, much like Joe Talman in the last race, he had a plan, and he was going to the lead and going to the rail. And guys that are aggressive riding pays off.
No change in the order of finish in the 3rd race at Churchill Downs. Number 7, Blossom Road, and Corey Lannery get their picture taken after that objection. When we come back, we'll talk about Todd Fletcher looking to pop the champagne. He has 3 chances in the Grade 1 Champagne this Saturday at Belmont Park.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Belmont Park with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Richard Migliori, and Maggie Wolfendale. Glad to have you with us as we have New York breds in the spotlight once again, this time with the 2-year-olds here going 6 furlongs on the main track for the 2-year-old fillies. And we have an entry, Richie, that's currently 3 to 5.
Yeah, and I think the one Twist Just Right is probably taking the majority of that money. She ran so well on debut, showed good speed, took money that day by Distorted Humor. And Jorge Abreu does such good work, particularly with his young horses.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 to 5 right now as Twist Just Right. Maggie, you get 2 for 1 on this entry. What do you think about these fillies?
That I agree with Meg, that they are betting her. Twist Just Right is an impressive physical, was not in the paddock that day for her debut, but she looks more like a 3-year-old filly than a 2-year-old, and you would think that she's moved forward with that effort under her belt. I really love what I'm seeing, just healthy, and 2, she hasn't been rattled by that first start. She's very classy acting here in the paddock. Now, she was beaten that day by Moam, who looks to be a nice filly, well-bred, got the run up the rail. I will say, though, that Twist Just Right outfinished Let Her Inspire You, who did not come back to run particularly well in her subsequent start. But I like what I'm seeing from Twist Just Right, and I do think she's probably the likeliest winner, as we'll see how much pressure number 6, Leochi, applies to her. I think this filly might be even quicker than what she was in her debut, as she was beaten, albeit by Classy Edition, who came back to win the Joseph A. Jimma with a 82 buyer. So really jumping up the Todd Fletcher trainee. But I like Leochi first time out. For Chris Englehart, we kind of think of him as a trainer who does very well with his claiming types of horses, older horses, and they don't tend to run that great first time out. They usually take some conditioning with races. But Laochi, if I can get that right, she was very fit for Chris first time out. She's a headstrong filly too. She was giving her connections a little bit of trouble to get the tack on last time out in the warm-up. Eric Cancel had his hands full as she got very headstrong too in the preliminary. So given that demeanor that she possesses, she should be quick away from there. She looks great again. If anything, she is strengthened up with that second start. Now, first-time starter out of the White Hot Sire Connect, Granny's Connection. She only sold for $57,000 after working 10 flat, which is a nice work back at OBS March, and kind of looked as though she wasn't going as fast as she was, and usually that's a sign of a decent horse and one that's covering a lot more ground. And that's what I've noticed with these connects, that they do cover a lot of ground. But with that being said, and while he has done well with his debuters, he's gone 7 for 49 with his first crop, they seem to be running better when they get a little bit more ground. And I'm wondering if Granny's Connection does want maybe slightly a bit more, because she's built that way. She's fairly laid back here in the paddock, and 2, she just looks like a filly that would benefit from a start, in that she needs to strengthen that top line ever so slightly. So one that I'm going to watch with a lot of interest. Not quite sold on the fact, Acacia, she'll be able to get the job done at first asking.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Granny's Connection, currently 6 to 1 with Irad Ortiz in the saddle coming in from Laurel for Jerry O'Dwyer. And Maggie talked about looking at the pedigree, looking for those clues, maybe wanting a little bit more distance. And this is a filly that's been working those stamina-building 5 furlong works in the morning.
Yeah, she's got a steady group of works, and you like to see that. I'm less of a time person than I am spacing of workouts. You know, she is a New York bred, so it makes sense that a trainer based at Laurel would ship her up here to take advantage of the New York State breeding program, which is so strong.
Really is. You have those extra incentives, and especially with a 2-year-old, makes sense to run against that restricted state-bred company. She may meet a very tough one in here, though. Second-time starter, Twist Just Right, who got some good comments in the paddock. For Maggie, I was in the paddock for her first start and said she's one I'm going to want next time, and I think the public agrees at 3 to 5.
Well, Maggie said something so critical, that she's showing she's so relaxed being her second start. Sometimes after the first start, some horses get a little shook up or rattled, if you will. The fact that she's staying so calm talks about her demeanor.
Here's the 1A, Empire Lily, the other part of the entry.
Chased a very fast pace last time, takes the blinkers off. Maybe she more of a relaxing tack today.
Number 2 is next, Carragate. She's making start 3.
daughter of Arrogate. Interesting, Mitch Friedman and owner Richard Greeley, who bred this mare, campaigned the mare Carry Me Away, as well as Adorable You. So they would go back 3 generations with this family.
Here's the 3 Inkblot first-time starter.
First-time starter, a little bit green with the pony. I like to see horses that are kind of used to being hooked up with the pony. One less thing they have to contend with.
The most seasoned runner in the field, Captain's Daughter.
Yeah, she's kind of been a little bit all over the map. Turf, dirt, long, short. Doesn't give me a vote of confidence.
Manny Franco going to be in the saddles. We take a look at another first-time starter, Granny's Connection.
Yeah, taking some money, but makes sense when you get a high-profile rider like Irad Ortiz Jr. on, excuse me.
Finley by Connect, who has had a terrific start at stud, as Maggie mentioned. Here's the 6, Leochi.
Yeah, daughter of Lauban, showed good speed going 5.5. I think the Laubans want more and more ground. I like the aggressive gallop off, and I think she's an alternative to your favorites if you're trying to beat your favorite.
The entry again with, acting up a little bit there.
Yeah, fighting with Eric Cancel, getting to toss her head. That's when we talk about hands with jockeys. There's every horse has a certain amount of pressure they can take on their mouth. And riders have to know where that break point, if you will, is how much pressure you take before they have to release. It's a constant give and take. And you could see she was resenting the restraint a bit.
You think about somebody like Joel Rosario, those soft hands that we always talk about. Jose Ortiz, as well, as he will pick up the mount on Twist Just Right, won his first mount back riding here today in that tight photo finish and Vividly last race. We'll look for another one here, Twist Just Right. This is her in the debut.
Yeah, and she was very game. Showed high speed, ran extremely well, never gave up. You know, it wasn't like she caved in. She just gave ground a little bit late and continued to fight on gamely. You know, it was interesting. She was passed from the outside and continued on. And this filly that comes up the inside, Moam. I'm looking at it and I'm going, how do I pronounce that again?
It says mom in the
yeah,
when it didn't do it just
and I knew that wasn't right.
Yeah.
You know? But I remember thinking how impressive she was because she was so game, taking the kick back, rallying up the inside. But you know, I got a little bit of a soft spot for the one, Twist Just Right. Full disclosure, her grandsire, Seattle Fitz, was a horse that I had a lot of success with. Actually won the Brooklyn Handicap with him here. Ran very, very fast that day, 1 1/8 in 1:46. And actually beat a good horse trained by Christophe Clement in Dynever.
Yeah, very good horse for sure. As we take a look at Leochi, who has settled down now, a big filly by Lauban as well.
I think the outside post actually, or being drawn towards the outside, she does have the 1A Empire Lily outside of her. You know, it helps her, gives her an opportunity to find her stride a little bit, an extra 1/16 of a mile to negotiate, has that start under her belt. She certainly looks like she's clued in to why she's here. And I feel very strongly that if a Lauban runs good at 5.5, they're showing they have ability because I just think it's shorter than what they really want to do.
Now, Sire, we certainly lost too soon as he had a tremendous start at stud, as well as this one, a New York bred filly by Lauban, and currently 4-1 on the board. For more, though, as to how these 2-year-olds are warming up, let's check in again with Maggie.
Well, Acacia, getting 2 for the price of 1 and tacking on the outside posted runner, the 1A Trumpet Lily in here with her stablemate, Twist Just Right. I like Twist Just Right, guys, but I'm going to be a little bit of a contrarian and go with Leochi here. I just think she may come out of the better race, possibly, but obviously with these young horses, you really don't know. But Trumpet Lily was a horse I didn't mind first time out physically, and she comes in here looking much the same, but as she is kind of acting up a little bit on the racetrack, she was much better behaved back in the paddock. I mean, they brought her in with a training saddle, and she was just, you know, just a little bit antsy and kind of not really focused that day. So I like the fact that mentally she's a little bit more settled. The blinkers do come off, which sometimes that will have a bearing on how a horse behaves as well. Now, on the inside, as far as the gate is concerned, Carragate for Mitch Friedman, last time out, I mean, she took several steps basically kind of on her ankles. You know, she didn't have her feet underneath of her, so it was several stutter steps coming out of the gate. And she is such a big filly. So she is probably going to be one that has some trouble getting out of the stalls. Now, unfortunately, she is posted towards the inside. We'll see how that affects her today. But getting back on a fast track, I think, helps her because she is that bigger, heavier filly where I don't think the wet track that she caught last time is very conducive to her, as she is acting up a little bit. I don't mind her. I think there is some ability in there. We'll just see if she's able to put it all together today.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Carrigate looking to be just the third winner on track for Sire Arrogate, an absolutely brilliant racehorse. And we'll see as she gets a little bit more distance to work with versus the 5.5 last time and a dry track today.
Yeah, and I agree with Maggie. The awkward start certainly hurt her last time. It was also a sloppy track. The family is good. This is the first fall out of a mare that earned over $470,000. And again, I go back to Adorable You, was trained by Mitch Friedman, owned by Richard Greeley. That's the Grand Dam. Carry Me Away was, campaigned by Richard Greeley with Mitch Friedman, and now they've got the daughter. And I like to see when a horseman has their hands on generations of a family. It seems like they learn how to get the best out of them and kind of anticipate habits and different things that they respond to.
Javier Castellano climbs aboard today for start 3 for Carrigate. We saw the first-time starter, Ink Blot, very green behind the gates, as it looks like we may have some sort of change, late scratch behind the gate. Not exactly sure what's happening just yet. Tack being taken off the number 5, Granny's Connection, late scratch behind the gate.
Yeah, now there is an examining veterinarian there. We see Dr. Veterosa behind the starting gate. And he's there for precautionary reasons. If a rider doesn't feel something that he's comfortable with a horse, he takes him to the examining vet. The horse is scratched. The horse will have a thorough examination. We'll have to work for the vet, in front of the vet, to the satisfaction of the state vet before being allowed to compete again. And it's a way of ensuring as much as possible the safety of horses and riders, as well as looking after the betting public. If a rider doesn't like the way a horse feels, that horse is not going to perform up to their best. The rider's not going to feel comfortable with it. So this way, everybody kind of gets a fair shake. And always betted are on the side of caution. This horse obviously shipped up from Laurel. Horse can kick the back of the stall in the horse van and hurt their hock. And it's not something that might be immediately visible to the naked eye, but the rider can feel something amiss. And the rider's the horse's last line of defense, as well as the examining veterinarian behind the gate.
Absolutely. It's so important, as you mentioned, to be safe, to be cautious in that situation. So late scratch the 5, Granny's Connection. She will be escorted back to the barn by the outrider. The good thing is that none of the other 2-year-olds have gone into the gate just yet. We have to keep them calm there now at this moment. As for young, inexperienced horses, this can be a tricky time where they can maybe get a little bit revved up. Knock on wood, everybody seems to be acting well as of now, but they have to wait until the 5, Granny's Connection, is off the track and back to the barn area in order to get this race off.
Yeah, they don't want to run the risk of Granny's Connection maybe pulling away from the outrider, getting loose, and you've got a loose horse with a field of horses being dispatched from the starting gate. So once she's cleared the track, they'll start the loading process. And this is the time where their nerves are going to get up more. They know what they're there for. They see the starting gate. They understand they're going to have to break out of the gate and run hard. And this is when, just like if you, let's say, ran track in school, as you're getting ready to line up for your event, that's when your nerves start to work on you a little bit.
You feel that anticipation as we see the number 2 Carrigate go in. 2-year-olds, always exciting at the starting gate with the 2-year-olds as we get everybody loaded in again. Late scratch up the number 5, Granny's Connection. Race 3 at Belmont up next. Here's John and Brielle.
Waiting now for Lauchi and Empire Lily. Ready for the start. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 6, Lauchi, and she trails the field. There's Twist Just Right. And the entry made Empire Lily. So they are 1-2 here in the early going. Now Lauchi moves up on the outside into third. Inkblot is next in fourth, followed by Carrigate in fifth. And Captain's Daughter is the trailer in sixth. Twist Just Right is the leader here by a half length through a quarter in 23-1. Lauchi moves up on the outside into second. And Empire Lily is now just behind the front two in third. Inkblot is down at the rail. Carrigate's on the extreme outside, and Captain's Daughter is the trailer. So it is Lauchi on the outside and Twist Just Right on the inside. And the two of them are heads apart for the lead as they come off the turn and enter the stretch, the half one in 46-4. Lauchi and Twist Just Right. Carrigate now moves into third. Captain's Daughter is gaining ground in fourth with less than an eighth of a mile to the finish. Here is Captain's Daughter to take over here. Down on the inside, Carrigate now moves into second, but it will be Captain's Daughter to win here by 2. Carrigate was second. Then Twist Just Right and Lauchi.
An upset here in the third at 22-1. Number 4, Captain's Daughter, the most experienced in the field, and she gets the win under Manny Franco.
Well, this is the second time she's gotten to sprint on dirt, and she was second in open company at Monmouth Park, sprinting on dirt, and now she gets to sprint on dirt again against New York breds. And this is the second dirt race we run this afternoon at Belmont, and both races were won by horses closing on the far outside.
We had a duel up front. It looked like it was going to be either the 6 Lauchi or the 1 Twist Just Right. The number 2 in Carrigate, who broke slow again, she actually came up the rail for second.
Yeah, she ran on well and rallied well, and maybe it's not a function of the outside being the place, but it seems like closers are having the best of it so far today. Lauchi didn't show good gate speed, but with an eighth of a mile, it was kind of halfway running off with Eric Cancel, and Gage, the 1 Twist Just Right, made them pick it up in the middle of the race.
We head back to Churchill Downs for the 4th race now. A starter allowance going 7 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and up. As we take a look at the field, currently 6-5 to the outside on the number 7, Machismo.
What an interesting horse. I mean, he's reeled off 4 wins in a row, 11 for 34 lifetime with 6 seconds, 5/3. Been running at Thistle Downs, Belterra, Mountaineer, but's fast and consistent.
Here's the number 1, Alexandros. He'll kick off the post parade.
He's a very well-traveled horse. Running Oakland, Churchill, Delmar, now back to Churchill.
He's a reclaim by David Vance. Here's the 2, Eskin for it.
A big win going 7 furlongs at Colonial against Lesser.
7-1 right now on the board. Next will be the number 3, Mo's Mojo.
A horse that can show good speed, and we've seen Joe Talamo very aggressive lately, and there's our boy Harley.
There he is. He's working hard again today after a long day yesterday. Here's the 4, Lost in Limbo.
It turns back in distance and gets off the grass. I'm in a little bit of limbo about where this horse fits.
And where does the 5, Morocco, fit? He's never won on dirt.
He's never won on dirt. And again, another horse that just doesn't have the option of running on turf at Churchill Downs this fall.
7-time turf winner. Here's the 6, Brother Aaron.
Stretched out last time, gets back to what this horse really wants to do, and that is sprint.
And your favorite 6-5 on the outside, Machismo.
Just an ultra-consistent horse. I love horses that know how to win, and he's got good speed. And we've seen this over the years. Horses, there's always a horse or two that comes out of Thistle Downs. It's just one of those hickory-tough kind of horses. I remember a horse years ago, I think his name was Pine Cutter, came here from Thistle Downs. It was a very good sprinter on the inner track.
Love to hear that. Got the family all out at Churchill Downs as it's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover, the horse attracting the most support late in the betting. It is the number 3, Mo's Mojo, 8-1 on the morning line, 5-1 right now on the board. Second last time out. If you want to bet the Twin Spires Market Mover or anybody in the next race coming up, go to twinspires.com or download the app today. Fun story for you about the 7, Machismo. I thought I recognized the name, and I went back and looked at his full past performances, as I just gave myself a paper cut, full past performances, and I did remember him. He was at one point 4th in the Fountain of Youth at Gulfstream behind Promises Fulfilled, both of whom, at different levels obviously, but both of whom who turned out to be better sprinters.
Interesting. You know, anybody who has a good 3-year-old, they can't avoid the temptation to try to stretch them out, because you want to see if you have a horse that may be good enough to compete in the Spring Classics, the Derby, the Preakness, and or the Belmont. But most of them don't want to go that far. So it's nice when you see them get back to what they do best and they haven't lost their speed and it hasn't hurt them.
Machismo still running at a 6-year-old and in excellent form. He's won his last 4 races, looking to make it 5 in a row. They approach the starting gate, 4th race here at Belmont again, or excuse me, at Churchill Downs. Again, 7 furlongs on the main track in this starter allowance. We send it up to Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Machismo and Brother Aaron, those two fastest right off the mark. Machismo for that outside post is quick, and so too Brother Aaron. They cross over toward the inside for the run onto the main track. Here's Mo's Mojo racing up to grab 3rd. Morocco's on the move from 4th. Lost in limbo right in that early mix, 5th. Alexandros comes away 6th, and running off the rail is Eskin for it. At the back in 7th, 5 lengths off the lead. 5 furlongs to go. Machismo from the outside post to the rail, heading for the far turn. Mo's Mojo not far behind in 2nd, keeping the pressure up. There's 4 furlongs to go. That opening quarter was 22 and 3/5 seconds. Onto the far turn, Machismo short lead. Mo's Mojo keeping pace while 2nd. 2 lengths back, Brother Aaron is down inside, running along in 3rd. Lost in limbo, set down 4th. Morocco's in 5th. Alexandros keyed up, angles outside from 6th. Eskin for it's at the back in 7th. And up top, it's Machismo turning for home in front. Mo's Mojo set down for the drive 2nd. Alexandros closing in from 3rd. Brother Aaron's in 4th. 1 furlong to go. Machismo 2-length lead. Alexandros steady progress now 2nd. Closing in quickly. Machismo short lead. Alexandros surges up alongside and surges to the front. Alexandros from off the pace, the winner. Machismo 2nd, Mo's Mojo, and Brother Aaron.
It looked like Machismo was going to make it 5 in a row, but nabbed just at the wire by the number 1, Alexandros.
Listen, Alexandros, I think, overcame a bit of a bias inside and was probably best off the reclaim by David Vance, but I don't understand Francisco Arrieta drifting out to go meet him. You're on the best part of the track. Keep going forward. The finish line's in front of you. It's not to the right of you. And I don't think you're doing a speed horse like that any favors, vacating the best part of the track. Just go forward at that point.
Odd tactics there with the favorite, who did get beat just at the wire. 1-7-3-6 in the 4th at Churchill Downs, as we have a lot more coming up on America's Day at the races, but it's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. We'll be back reporting later, but always fun, Richie, and got a lot more to come on the show.
Yeah, a lot more to come. Greg Wolf stepping in, and I'll see you later.
Absolutely. I'll be back in a little bit. Greg Wolf, he has the parka on. I wonder if we're going to have a Greg Wolf parka sighting as the fall weather comes in, but stay tuned. Greg will take you the rest of the way on the desk, and we'll continue previewing the weekend stakes action, including a very impressive maiden winner, Jack Christopher, as he goes into deeper waters on Saturday.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Chapman, easy winner of the best pal.
It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo.
Papa Chapman.
Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner with a pedigree that breeds true.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Race number 3 going to the most experienced 2-year-old New York-bred filly and captain's daughter. And pleased to be here with the guy who guided her to victory, Manny Franco. And Manny, you were aboard her before going back to her second start in Saratoga. A lot of times, though, when it comes to these 2-year-old races, experience is so essential.
Yeah, Maggie, like you say, she have like 5 races under her, so. And the first time she ran very good on the dirt, so I rode in second time in Saratoga on the grass, but she ran fine. But the experience just showed up today, and she was ready for today.
I think we've confirmed she's a dirt sprinter, but you were aboard a really nice dirt sprinter yesterday, and happy medium, 103 buyer for that Michelle Nevin trainee. How talented is he, Manny?
Man, I'm really excited about that horse. Michelle told me before I went to work a horse for her, and she told me that that's the best 3-year-old that she have. And she was right. The horse showed up, and I think he's very talented 3-year-old.
Excited to see what the future holds for him. But speaking of the future, tomorrow in the Belmont Sprint Turf Sprint Championship, whatever it's called, we'll be aboard Paul State, looking for a second win in a row. Manny, he's really put it together now as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, I'm agree with you. He's very mature right now, and I think he's in his best moment right now. So I just try to to get lucky tomorrow and try to get it done.
I wish you the best of luck. Congratulations, though, with your success in the last few days.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco guiding captain's daughter to victory today. But joining the show for the first time today is Greg Wolf. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Maggie. Thank you. Good to be here. Big price, $47.60 here in the third, as we have up next the start of our pick 6. I think a lot of people breathing a sigh of relief if there was not coverage in that race, that this race was not part of that sequence. Pick 3 there, $651 with still 2 legs to go in that early pick 5.
A big number there, but we've had 2 dirt races so far today, and they both were won by outside closers. We've seen speed struggling a little bit towards the inside, at least so far, small sampling today.
Pick 6 carryover today, 53,000 plus, and it begins in this next race coming up on the card on a gorgeous, cooler afternoon than what we've been used to the last couple of weeks here in Elmont, New York. 6.5 furlongs, $16,000 claiming tag for horses who do not have 2 wins lifetime on the resume. So just maiden wins for everybody in this field. Casilda 40 Tails, the 7, the favorite right now, and a deserving favorite. Just 1 for 10 lifetime, though. We'll talk more about this field and the pick 6 when we come back.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with 2-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us on this Friday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori. We have Maggie Wolfendale, Acacia Courtney with us this afternoon. Andy Sterling coming in later in today. Big weekend, of course, in terms of all these Breeders' Cup prep races. We have a bunch of them here in New York on Saturday afternoon, including 2-year-olds in the Grade 1 Champagne. Been a prestigious race for a long, long time. And this fall championship meet in this group, compact but loaded with talent, including Witt for Todd Fletcher, who won the first 2 starts of his career. He looks so good, even though he was slow out of the gate those first 2 starts, including the Sanford, when he inhaled the field, and then the hopeful, a stumble did him in, but I still don't know if he's going to get to Gun Night.
Gun Night was very good. Being a son of gun runner, stretching out to the mile, you expect that. One thing that stands out about Witt to me is his ability to make a long, sustained run. He basically doesn't break well in his first 2 starts, and his third start obviously stumbling. But after that, he continuously makes up ground. He never stops going forward, and then he draws away through the stretch. And it's very rare for a 2-year-old to have this long of a run in them. And he's basically making a sustained 3.5, 4 furlong move, and that bodes well for more distance to me. He does have to learn to be handier away from the gate, because as the competition gets tougher and tougher, it's hard to make mistakes and overcome it.
We'll see if he's grown in terms of what he does out of the starting gate this afternoon. He's going to get the most ground he's ever had, a 1-turn mile coming up on Saturday. Todd Fletcher is going to have 3 chances to win his 7th Champagne. The last was back in 2014 with Daredevil. Quite a list. He's got my prankster as well, who had a flashy 92 Beyer speed figure in his debut. There's another first-timer that had that sort of number he put up in his debut for Chad Brown. That, of course, Jack Christopher with more. Maggie, your thoughts on this runner who's making start number 2 on Saturday?
Yeah, and Chad Brown looking for his 3rd win in the Champagne. Complexity and Practical Joke, his prior 2. But Jack Christopher, he's kind of the antithesis of the majority of Chad Brown horses. All of his successful horses have typically been brown paper bag types. You know, they're just plain bays. And they are horses that tend to work, you know, controlled times in the morning. Jack Christopher, he is as flashy as they come in the chestnut form. And in the mornings, he has been just so aggressive. He was aggressive on the track too in his debut, which led to him winning to a well-backed win first time out with that massive 92 Beyer speed figure. He is a promising horse, and as Chad Brown has noted, he does not think this son of Munnings will have a problem with the mile distance stretching out in only his 2nd start. But a lot of these are, Greg, it's kind of a good matchup with horses like My Prankster and Jack Christopher facing the such of Witt and Gun Night.
Yeah, it is going to be fun to see these 2 that have so much promise off that debut win with a flashy number, and then the more seasoned 2-year-olds in Witt and Gun Night who definitely have a lot more experience.
It's where the 2 worlds collide. 2 horses with more seasoning in Witt and Gun Night, a little more battle-tested, showing the ability to take kickback, overcome adversity, and 2 horses that were brilliant on debut.
And it's a little strange. I know we're getting set for this post parade, the pick 6. Gun Night's the Grade 1 hopeful winner, and he's sort of being forgotten in this race. 4-1 on the morning line.
I think it's a huge mistake. His sire, Gunrunner, never ran a shorter distance than a mile in his entire career, and that was only twice at a mile. You would have to think his offspring are going to appreciate it as they go further. Gun Night showed ability in his first 2 starts, doing something he absolutely wanted no part of, and that was sprinting, going 5 furlongs, just way too short for him.
Pick 6 time. Again, the carryover, 53,000 plus. It starts in this race here. And non-winners at 2 lifetime. Gazilla 40 Tails, the 7, who's the 9-5 favorite. Dropping from 25 down to 16 for the Orlando Nota Barn. We'll start with this big long shot, though, inside for Gregory DePrima. Bellamy's Party Girl.
Yeah, it took her 11 starts to break her maiden, and that was for maiden 10 at Monmouth, going long. She ran back long against winners, was well beaten. Now turns back in distance.
Hey, it's Toddy. He's been claimed out of each of her last 2 races now with Danny Gargan.
And gets a 10-pound apprentice, Omar Hernandez Moreno, who rode this horse to 2 runner-up finishes.
4 horse at 701, Sweeter, just claimed by Chris Englehart.
A horse that won back here in May with a trip that you couldn't believe she could ever win, and got it done, and makes that first start off the Englehart claim.
Cause to Dream, 701 next door, Manny Franco aboard.
Dropping back to the tag that she was claimed for a Sharp Horseman and Bob Caceres.
Miss Alex, there she is at 5-1, daughter of Fast Anna for Jimmy Ryerson.
A well-beaten third last time at this same level.
The one to beat, she is the 9-5 favorite. Again, she's dropping down in class. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard Casilda 40 Tails.
She makes a lot of sense from a speed figure standpoint. She's very competitive, and she's going to create her own trip. She's fast enough but versatile enough to put herself where she needs to be.
And lightly raced, but there's some upside here with Hollywood Gina, just claimed now with Linda Rice. Her only win, it did come on a sloppy racetrack.
Yeah, but her last race was good. She showed speed going 7-8. She turns back a bit in distance. And a new barn, and you never know how that works out. And we talk about it. A horse improving from one barn to another is not an indictment of the former barn. It's just horses respond to different applications of feed and training from barn to barn. And some of them will improve because of something different that agrees with that particular horse.
Pick 6 carryover. If you want to get involved, you can do so by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Get in on all the action. Get a $200 deposit match bonus as well when you're a new member at sign up. The promo code to use to take advantage of that offer, there it is, match 200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. It's tough to feel confident with many in here, with probably the exception of this horse right here, who is your favorite. Facing easier, and you look 2 back at Saratoga. That race, if she can repeat what she did on July 28th, I don't think anyone could beat her in here.
No, I tend to agree with you. She was beaten by Kazar this day, who hasn't always shown the most willing spirit to pass horses, and she kind of got to wandering around. And Casilda's 40 Tails stayed very game and kept fighting. This is such a puzzle to me, and I'm going to rely heavily on what I see on the racetrack. I think the 7 looks great on the racetrack. I'd love to warm up the 8 Hollywood Gina got.
7-2, and a horse who can, when she won, it was a sloppy racetrack. She was in front. She was close to the pace last time out as well. Who do you expect to be? Is she the one who's going to be in front in this race? Hey, it's Toddy. The 3 has pace as well. Casilda 40 Tails isn't slow.
Yeah, I mean, Casilda's 40 Tails, I think, has more natural speed than Hey It's Toddy, but Hey It's Toddy gets a 10-pound shift in the weights with Omar Hernandez Moreno aboard, a 10-pound apprentice. And the beauty of riding a 10-pound apprentice, if you're Danny Gargan and Jay Provenzano of Flying P, tell him to go, because older riders will have a tendency not to want to get locked in a duel with a 10-pound apprentice. And a lot of times, well, we'll follow the kid and see how far he goes before we take him. And sometimes then you could never take them with that 10-pound weight advantage, and horses getting brave on the lead.
Looking for singles on this card. It is difficult to find them, but it looks like quite a few might be leaning here on Casilda 40 Tails. With more on this runner, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I don't know, Greg. I don't blame people for leaning on Casilda 40 Tails, but I do think Hey It's Toddy and Hollywood Gina look the part too. I have no knocks against either of them, but taking a look at Casilda 40 Tails, she was complimented when Quantitative Breezing came back and ran an 81 by her in her next start, very impressively, as this gal does drop down in class, and she does look to control this race. I think she's the fastest, and furthermore, she's the sharpest, at least throughout the preliminaries here. She looks good, as she always does. We'll see what happens, but as Mig has pointed out throughout the show, we have seen a lot of the winning on the dirt being done by, outside closers, and I'm not sure if that's going to be the case here with Casilda 40 Tails, either with Hollywood Gina, but at least, she could track the front runner. I don't think she's as fast, and she's not acting as sharp nearly as the aforementioned number 7, but she does look great. I thought she looked good last time. She's now 3rd off of a layoff. A lot of times that's when you'll see horses run their best races. She looks the best, is what she's looked so far in this form cycle. I think she makes a lot of sense here. She will be my pick and should sit that nice stalking trip. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Even money now on Casilda 40 Tails in here, but both Mig and Maggie going in a different direction.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, I have pointed out that 2 races on the dirt, won by closers, and Hey It's Toddy, if she's going to be effective, is probably going to be effective showing speed. And maybe that's not the way the racetrack's playing. kind of makes you think the 4 Sweeter's a little interesting. If you go back to when she broke her maiden in May with, I mean, so much to overcome. Was basically last turning for home and flew up the rail onto Joel Rosario. Does she drop out and come with that relentless kind of run again?
She won't do it with my money.
No, fair enough. But like, if you're looking for a closer in a race, that I mean, I think
she was a short price in that race. That was not much of a field.
No, it wasn't much of a field. And you know, I like the way Maggie's thinking with the 8 Hollywood Gina, because she projects to get that kind of outside flow, and she's not forced into the race in a day where maybe you want to be outside.
But I mean, back to your point with the 4, the nature of this condition, no one's a star in this group. So really, would anything surprise you? Probably not. But there's a reason that Casilda 40 Tails is this price. I think actually maybe even money's a bit short, but deserves to be a pretty solid favorite.
Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely. She deserves to be a solid favorite. She's run pretty consistent figures. She's fast enough to put herself in a race, but she's also versatile.
But outside the 3, 7, and 8, it gets, you got to get very creative to try and make some cases for these runners.
Well, but I think you said it right. In a lower level, non-winners of a race other than claiming event, a lot comes down to who's feeling good on the day as well. I mean, horses can't get up in the morning and tell their trainer, you know, I didn't sleep so good last night. The horse next to me was making a lot of noise. I'm not feeling 100%. Even if they look good and everything, you know, it's still flesh and blood.
And at this level of equine athlete, they're not the best physical specimens, too. They can have minor...
Well, absolutely. You know, it's just like human athletes. Some guys, men and women, are built to do something well, and some aren't, and they'll be limited as far as their ability.
Well, we'll see. Money remains on that one right there with that big green Z over the black silks for Zilla Racing Stables. Irad Ortiz Jr. Hettinger's the favorite later today. My Heart Belongs to Daddy's going to be favored in that race, but it's a difficult race. I really thought the last race on the card, Citizen Cave, was going to be tough for a ratio to pause, but there's 4 or 5 in there that look like they could potentially win that race.
Yeah, but I think Citizen K kind of tipped his hand that he got to do what he wanted to do in that sprint on the turban. I think 7 furlongs should fit the Barry Shorts New York bred Citizen K very well.
So loading up, pick 6 carryover. It starts here. There's Sweeter moving in line, who will be coming from pretty far out of it. And we'll see if how things have gone so far today aids his running style. We send it upstairs. Start of this pick 6 carryover on our Friday card from Elmont, New York. There's the favorite stepping in. Casilda 40 Tails, the 7, with Irad Ortiz Jr. John Imbrial to kick things off at the pick 6.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow start for number 4, Sweeter. And she trails. Casilda 40 Tails is out for the early lead. Quickly in front by 2 lengths. Hey, it's Tati. And on the outside, Hollywood Gina. And at the rail, Bellamy's Party Girl. Those 3 are all together, chasing Casilda 40 Tails in the early going. Cause the Dream is racing in 5th. And then it's a break of 2 to Miss Alex and 6 more back to Sweeter, who trails the field in 7th. The opening quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. The favorite Casilda 40 Tails has built a 3-length lead. Hey, it's Toddy running in 2nd. Cause the Dream up on the outside in 3rd as Hollywood Gina drops back some. Then comes Bellamy's Party Girl, followed on the outside by Miss Alex, and Sweeter continues to be at the back. Casilda 40 Tails continues to be up front and now has a 5-length lead after a half in 46 and 1. Hey, it's Dottie down towards the rail, and on the outside it is Cause to Dream. Casilda 40 Tails now in front by 7. And it is the even money favorite who will get things started here in the pick 6. Casilda 40 Tails, a front-running score. Sweeter came from last to complete the exacta.
This race was over pretty early. Casilda 40 Tails establishing her dominance early on in an easy win under Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, she made the lead quite easily, got very, very comfortable. Her ears were up. Note that Irad stays about 3 pats off the rail, maybe trying to compensate a little bit for what it feels like the racetrack is playing to. Even though he had speed, he kind of kept her out away from the fence. Sweeter rallied from far back after braking slowly, I believe, to round out your exacta. But Casilda's 40 tail, justifiable favorite, was much the best. Filly claimed for 30,000 by Orlando Noda, now wins for 16, so that's cause for celebration.
Irad Ortiz Jr. as quiet as could be in the stretch on this filly.
Oh yeah, she
didn't
won,
have to do a lot.
She won quite easily. She was much, much the best, and it'll be interesting to see if she has dinner back at Orlando Noda's barn tonight or a new place for dinner.
Even money favorite kicks off the pick 6. We go to Churchill, and their 5th race, start of the Derby City 6. $30,000 maiden claiming sprint. 5.5 furlongs. The 10 favored right now, Rooster Run, Steve Asmussen. Big drop in class for that 2-year-old who's by Mr. Z, who we'll get to. We start, though, with the remaining half of the entry. Rowley's Dream breaks 3rd from the outside.
First timer taking money. The mare won on debut. Actually won her first 2 starts, so there's precocity in the family.
Meet to Ball gets the rail and a new gelding.
Meet the Ball has been running good on synthetic. 1 dirt try. Left sub to be desired.
Vital, blinkers coming off, and a gelding here as well, and a horse who's shown speed.
Yeah, so kind of the makeover, blinkers off, gelding. Horse has had some speed at times.
Kiss a Lot, the 7 at 9-1. Jimmy Graham and a Fort Larned 2-year-old.
Yeah, dropping from maiden allowance, trying this maiden claimers for the first time. Comes in off a fast work at Canterbury.
Yeah, those first 2 tries at Canterbury, and definitely needs easier company. Here's the 10. Here's the favorite at 2-1 Rooster Run.
Yeah, taking that drop in class from, maiden allowance to maiden 30 is a big drop in class for very formidable connections.
And on the outside, then will be good. Verrazano, 2-year-old, debuting for Phil Bauer.
Yeah, and a horse that's taken a little bit of money at 5-1 from the outside. As much as it feels like the inside and maybe it's favoring outside runners at Belmont and closers, the inside not the place to be. The complete opposite of Churchill Downs. It feels like you want to be forward and towards the inside.
Big work for that horse on synthetic at Turfway. That was back in August. Hasn't shown that. That was out of the gate as well on dirt since, but maybe who knows, maybe they saw what they have.
Well, once a horse tips his hand, you don't need to constantly see it to have reinforcement of what you see. Save it. I've never believed in horses going too fast unless they were getting paid to go fast.
Twin Spires take advantage of their bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in. Bonus funds are credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. What you're seeing from this 10 here, positive for you here is for the 2-1 favorite?
Well, he hasn't really done much yet. He walked off a long way in the post-parade. I'm a believer in warming up. Even if a horse is a nervous type, I believe motion relieves tension. Sometimes the best thing you do is let a horse have a bit of a canter and then let them settle in. But this horse makes a lot of sense. He's from, a Hall of Fame trainer in Steve Asmussen with his go-to guy, Ricardo Santana. He's got some speed, and he's taken a significant drop in class.
Or a minute to post in the Derby City 6. Meanwhile, back at Belmont, pick 6 carryover on this Friday card. This horse was in front throughout, and at that point, Irad Ortiz Jr. realized he did not have a lot left to do. Puts the riding crop away and coasts home to the wire.
Well, by that point, it was all over but the shouting as Casilda 40 Tails comes home as a prompt favorite at $4.
This one singled by many in the pick 6. Pick 3 still $280 there with an even money favorite with the final leg of the early pick 5 coming up. So back to Churchill, so 9-5 on the 10. Rooster Run. There's definitely some intrigue on the first here, that homebred for Rigney Racing. You look at some of the others in here. The 2, when we saw the lone dirt start from this horse, he really didn't seem to pick up his feet.
No, and that's kind of what put me in another direction. I do think the one is very interesting here because of the fact that the horse is taking significant money. And that usually leads to the belief that the horse is shown in the morning training, in practice, that the horse has ability. I like the fact that the horse's dam won first time out. You like to see that precocity in the family. She's, produced some winners, but I wouldn't say the same kind of precocity that she showed is by Speitster. Speitster has, been very proficient with first-time starters and horses winning early. The money's significant.
It's also significant on the 10. Let's not forget Rooster Run's 3-2.
No, but that's a horse with established form. I'm talking about horses that don't have
understand.
established form. That's one of the clues we're looking at, right?
There's also significant money on the 11, who was 12-1 morning line, half that number now. With what Rooster Run's produced running against better, and it's I still think that's better company, straight Maine and Ellis in Indiana to maiden 30 here. Warranted to be a short price in this spot, and is.
Two horses meet the ball, giving them a little bit of trouble. A horse that, we talk about taking money, had the makeover, but his one dirt race left a lot to be desired, and that was for maiden 35.
Yeah, despite that, is 7-2 right now. This one, blinkers come off. New gelding has shown speed at Belterra, and even showed brief speed at Keeneland first time out. Now that equipment changed, I thought the 5 a little interesting. I think 5-1 the last price we saw, but it's going to be Rooster Run. Asmussen, Santana Jr. for Calumet Farm, the favorite. Travis Stone with the call. It's the start of the Derby City 6 here from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Rooster Run with a good start, so too Vinyl toward the inside. Those two sent on for speed right off the mark. Rowley's Dream not far behind third with Kiss-A-Lot. Break a 3 back to Then Will Be Good. Meet the Ball is at the back of the pack. So down the back stretch run. Rooster Run head-to-head with Vital. Vital on the inside, Rooster Run alongside. They're onto the far turn together with Kiss-A-Lot and Rowley's Dream chasing from third and fourth. Then Will Be Good pokes up into fifth, and at the back is Meet the Ball. So round the far turn, Vital rests a short lead away. Rooster Run's keeping pace, though they continue to share the lead. Rowley's Dream 3 wide, Then Will Be Good, launching a 4-5 wide sweep. Kiss-A-Lot in behind with Meet the Ball. Top of the stretch, Vital's in front off the turn. Rooster Run is fully extended to get by, but Vital's got something left. Vital turns back, that first challenge opens up. Rooster Run trying hard, but is second. Rowley's Dream is third. 100 yards to go, and it will be Vital. Pulling away late to win it by 2.5 in the end. Rooster Run was second. Rowley's Dream, and Then Will Be Good.
Vital or Vidal, as we believe, for John Ennis, Adam Beschizza, quick and able to finish at 5-1 here.
He was able to make the lead in inside position, which I think is a distinct advantage at Churchill Downs. Adam Beschizza, a very strong finisher. And Vidal also making that drop from maiden allowance, albeit last time at Belterra, but did show speed. And I think if you have speed and can make the inside, it would behoove you to do so.
Adam Beschizza taking advantage of the pace this horse has early for John Ennis. And fourth time out, first time in for a maiden claiming tag, able to get the win and kick off this Derby City 6 with a victory at 5-1. Your time here has come to an end.
That's it for me. I'm northbound, but I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, yeah, we look forward to it. Going to be a tremendous Saturday of action. We hope you join us, too. All these Breeders' Cup prep races here and at Churchill Downs. At Churchill, Andy Serling, by the way, going to be stepping in for Mig here in a moment. Bo Liam, potential superstar. We're going to see in the ACAC tomorrow in a showdown with Aloha West. We'll preview it when we come back.
runs to daylight, running away with the wire. Run up, and Horatio Caramanos run up to win it. Is all happy soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Eclipse champions run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Derby City 6 under the Twin Spires out in Louisville. Begins with Vidal, John Ennis, Adam Beschizza, and a 2-year-old by Midshipman. Blinker's coming off a new gelding. Breaks his maiden first time in for the maiden claiming tag. Does so at 5-1 to kick off this sequence at Churchill. Joining me on sets, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. So many big races. We're going to preview a bunch of them coming up, but it's going to be a really fun weekend.
I agree. It's a great time of the year. A lot of preps being run everywhere for the big Breeders' Cup races coming up. These races, I don't want to call them preps. I think they're great races that stand on their own.
ACAC, we will talk about right now, Grade 3, and a potential superstar we saw unleashed in Bo Liam at Saratoga. What a monster effort towards the end of that meet he produced with that 107 Beyer speed figure. He's undefeated, 3 for 3, and now tackling this mile distance for the first time.
I'd like to recommend to the person that makes the morning line in Kentucky, they should watch racing in New York. Because if anybody thinks this horse is going to be 3-1 in here, they're out of their minds. He's going to be 3-5 in here. He is potentially one of the stars in this game. Using this supposedly as a prep for our Cigar Mile, Greg, which I know you're looking forward to in early
It stands
December.
alone. It's not a prep.
You're right. It's not a prep. You're absolutely right. It's not a prep. It is the prestigious ACAC. It has the same prestige as the Champagne, which is having its 150th running, and the Woodward, one of the most important races in history. The prestigious ACAC, which Bo Liam, there's not a 1 after the 3, there's a 5, and deservedly so.
One of the first graded stakes races I ever covered in my horse racing career when I traveled out to Churchill Downs.
The Bo Liam?
The ACAC. I'm so excited to see this horse in action, and we're all expecting to see this continue. Are there any concerns at all about the distance for him?
Well, I'm concerned, no, but you want to see them pass the test. You know, Cost Basis, who's running in our 7th race, was beaten about 6 lengths by him last time. Let's see how Cost Basis does in today's 7th race. Bo Liam, I mean, he, in a funny way, he was one of the big stories in Saratoga, even though all he did was win 2 allowance races.
Yeah, it kind of flew under the radar, and the performance, it's not like it came out of nowhere because he produced a similar race to start before that as well.
I agree.
Yeah.
He legitimized that race with that impressive performance second time, and I think everybody but the morning line maker apparently saw those races. I did a poll, Greg, where I had who were you looking forward to seeing more, Knicks Go or Bo Liam? And it was 2-1 Knicks Go. But considering Knicks Go is the leading horse in the country, it shows how many people are looking forward to Bo Liam.
Late pick 5 begins at Belmont. We're 12 minutes from a start. We're going to begin on the turf. It's on the inner turf, 50,000 starter allowance. And one of the more difficult races of the sequence to start it off.
I agree. There's a lot of different ways to go. And there's a lot of claims in here, right? Ocean Air has been claimed from Christophe Clement. The trainer claimed him, has had no success with claims off turf routes. Lenny Kate, claimed by a trainer, recently gone out on the own, used to work for George Weaver and Jimmy Toner, but claiming turf horses from Chad Brown has been a nightmare over the last 5 years. I thought Sweet Franny Lou ran incredibly well last time for Tom Morley. Where did it come from, and can she run it again?
How is Command Point at 6-1 right now?
And not 16-1?
Difference of opinion. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Let's talk about the one coming back off of a layoff, and that's number 1, Magnetique here for trainer Michelle Nevin, who is experiencing a very nice Belmont fall with that big winner yesterday and Happy Medium. And Magnetique, you know, jury's still out kind of if she is a better turf horse. I don't see anything physically about her prohibiting her to run obviously the same races that she has on the dirt. She is going to have to run maybe a touch faster to take down some of the shorter priced horses in here, but with the layoff in mind, she does look fit. She also just looks better than what she has in the past. You know, now as a 4-year-old, she's really kind of grown up, filled out. Look, I've not been the biggest fan of the progeny of Normandy Invasion, but the shortcut blinkers do go on, and she just looks as though she's doing well heading back to this effort from reps, going back on for this effort. Moving on to number 4, Lenny Kate. She clipped heels fairly severely, about a 16th of a mile out of the gate in that last start in which she faced Ocean Air and Sweet Franny Lou. She's always been a bit of a high energy type. Well, today she's really high energy. As you see, they have to saddle her outside the stall to get that overgirth on. It could be because the construction behind the paddock here is suddenly very loud and kicking off, so it does have the tendency to upset some horses. Coat and flesh-wise, she looks tremendous. I love what I'm seeing from her. It's always been the case, but she did have a bit of trouble. We'll see how Austin Trites gets on with this new acquisition. Number 9, Command Point. When George Weaver ran her last time, it was almost as if, you know, they thought she was a bad actor, or she came with that reputation because they brought her in with the training saddle, they brought her in with the lip cord. She behaved herself beautifully, and I thought she ran well. She just wasn't quite as good as Baseline Drive that day because she had about the same trip. Today, she's behaving herself. She didn't have all that extra equipment on her. She looks great. And Greg, I agree with you. She's too big of a price right now.
6-1 from her 3-1 morning line. George Weaver already with a couple of wins at the meet, and I ride Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Yeah, I don't like this horse. You know, I could easily be wrong, but I think if you watch her race, it tells a very different story, and that's her last race, Saratoga, and the past performances tell. The past performances make it look like she's making a big close in that race. She was actually out-finished by other horses in a race that collapsed, and I really think she looks better on paper than she is. If you like her 6-1, have at it. I'm certainly wrong quite frequently, and maybe I'm wrong again, but I don't like this filly.
No, the favorite, I mean, this is how wide open this race is. It's this one here, and she's 4-1. Tough race to kick off this late pick 5. We'll have the post parade for you coming up in just a moment. Next from Belmont Park.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2. It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
The Kentucky October Yearling Sale at Fasig-Tipton, offering a catalog of nearly 1,600 yearlings with outstanding sire power, featuring multiple yearlings by each of the nation's top 25 sires. This year, Kentucky October grads have won or placed in 200 stakes races, including recent Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby winner Hot Rod Charlotte. Your last chance to buy yearlings in 2021. Kentucky October Yearlings, October 25th through 28th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races. Those already with us on FS2. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We have the late pick 5 coming up next, and we're going to get to a post parade here in a moment.
Yeah, looking forward to the races today. I thought this race was super competitive. We've talked about it a bit already. Looking forward to this, and it's all just an appetizer for a tremendous weekend of racing coming up. 11 and 10, and a plethora of graded stakes.
Yeah, it's going to be a great weekend ahead. A lot of star power with horses who have designs on moving on to the Breeders' Cup on Championship weekend. Here's a look at this field. 50,000 starter allowance to kick off the late pick 5. Mile and a 16th is on the inner turf course. And it begins sort of right into the beginning of that turn at this mile and 16th configuration here. Here's a look at the races we have ahead. So late pick 5 starts here. John Hettinger is part of it with My Heart Belongs to Daddy, the morning line favorite. And the Seneca, some talented 3-year-old fillies in that group.
Kind of a 2-horse race, right? Playing
Crazy
hard,
Beautiful.
Crazy Beautiful.
Here's Magnetique, Michelle Nevin, who had a big day yesterday.
She's the one I'm surprised is 5-1 in here. I thought she was a very logical horse coming off of a 5-month layoff.
Ocean Air favored now 3-1. Bruce Brown off the claim.
Got a very good trip to win and beat Sweet Franny Lou last time out. The claim bothers me a lot. Not claiming from Christophe Clement as much as a trainer is 0 for 14 off the claim with turf routers over the last 5 years.
Eric Cancel on Exotic West, second off the claim. Gary Siaka.
I do think she ran better than Command Point did last time, but she too benefited from a pace that collapsed.
Sweet Franny Lou. Dylan Davis was second behind Ocean Air last start.
I like Sweet Franny Lou in here. I don't know where that last race came from, but with a tough trip, she ran remarkably well to be second.
12-1 on Sweet Mission. Mark Hennig, Luis Saez.
She's just going to have to improve so much to beat such a competitive bunch.
Claddagh's Run, the 10. George Weaver, Manny Franco, the first of the Weavers.
She's another one that would have to improve a big price.
We're going to backtrack to the 4. This is Lenny Cates, Jose Lezcano aboard.
Very unlucky last time, really 2 times in a row. No knock on the current trainer, but training from Chad Brown with turf horses is a very hard thing to do successfully.
Here's the 9-horse Command Point.
She's closing even in the post parade, Greg.
She is. Blinkers were just put on, and look, she comes from off the pace, but tough outside post position on this inner turf.
Well, what has she got? The post number 7. They should run away from her a little bit. You know, it's up to Irad Ortiz. He is a multiple Eclipse Award-winning jockey to get position with her.
2 minutes to post in the late pick 5. You can play it with Nyra Bets. Get signed up. Start it. Go to nyrabets.com. Download the app. Take advantage of that $200 sign-up offer for new members with that promo code right there, match 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. An even money favorite. Started off our pick 6 carryover. Now it's pick 5 time. In that current pool, you see 223,000 and growing. In terms of where you can narrow things down and find a single on this sequence, were you able to find one?
Well, I'm not somebody who looks for singles, but I would probably, if somebody said to me, you have to single somebody in here, Love and Thunder would be one I would consider, but she's a kind of not a winning type. I would probably single Ice Princess in the John Hettinger if I was forced to signal. Yeah, I think it's between her and Pecatonica. I don't particularly like My Heart Belongs to Daddy at all.
Well, here's our favorite in this late pick 5. Let's look at Sweet Franny Lou and Lenny Kate, that race back on September 6th.
Yeah, so the horse inside of her actually ran third with a great ride yesterday in those sort of neon silks. Lenny Kate almost goes down. She clips heels there with Irad and ends up out of position. Now, if we can keep it rolling, guys, the horse in orange outside of a horse in green. Horse in green gets in trouble and pushes that horse in orange out. Well, that's Sweet Franny Lou. And she just continues moving forward in this race. 5 wide, 3 wide, the rest of the turn. Chasing, gunning after the pace. She didn't just run a 76 Buyer, which is completely incongruous with any race she'd ever run before. She ran remarkably well to do it, as opposed to Oceanaire, who beat her, but had a much easier and cozier trip in here. She ran the best race last time. I think the question is, and I picked her, but I'm not confident, where did that race come from, Greg, and can she run it again?
Well, this barn off to a dream beginning. Tom Morley having a sensational start to this Belmont meet. Winning at 40%. Let's see if he can keep it going here with this runner. Dylan Davis had a big day yesterday, 3-win afternoon.
Is he on top of the standings going into today with 10 wins or near the top? It's ever changing, Greg. You know.
Closing in on 300,000 the Pick 5. If he's not, he's right there. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Well, there's several reasons why I don't like necessarily talking about my husband's horses. And one of them is because sometimes too much information and just knowing too much can obscure your view on a race and make you maybe a little bit more subjective than objective. But what I can tell you about Sweet Franny Lou is this is her 4th start on the turf, and last time her 3rd start, which was, as Andy has repeatedly pointed out, a marked improvement. Her 1st start on the turf, she had trouble. Her next start on the turf, she fought with Ricardo Santana the whole way because Tom had another horse in there, and Ricardo didn't want to go head-and-head with that horse, who was a shorter price. So fighting with Franny is not a good idea. Furthermore, Franny is a little bit of a tough case, and throughout her career so far, she has really learned to handle everything in stride, doesn't get as rattled, has just really come along mentally and physically. I think this is a tougher spot. I don't particularly like her. She's going to be a short price, but I just kind of wanted to explain where that's where we've been, and Tom has always felt as though she is a better turf horse. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you. By the way, coming into today, just to settle that up, Irad, Dylan Davis, Jose Ortiz, all tied with 10 wins coming into this card this afternoon.
So we know that Jose beat Irad in the 2nd, right? It's very hard to keep track, and the question is, why are we? It's only day number 10.
I was just...
No, I'm kidding with you. I was more making fun of myself, Greg.
Okay. I was helping you out.
The answer of it is, I think that the real story is, it's competitive racing. You don't have one jockey that's dominating the races out there.
But the story's Dylan Davis right now,
well,
that he's there with those guys.
But the fact that Jose Lezcano also, the fact that so many different riders are winning races and you're seeing it spread around, and I think it's a function of what we've talked about quite a few times in the show, which is it's a terrific riding colony. So it's like a lot of interchangeable parts, and I mean that as a compliment, not as a criticism in any possible way. And it's nice to see that. It's not like, one jockey is dominating all the time. You feel like, oh, this guy is on every favorite, And the racing also is super competitive, which is giving everybody a chance.
And someone else who's had a terrific meet, and it's a big turnaround from Saratoga, is Javier Castellano.
Yeah.
He's on the inside horse in this race, Magnetique. Blinkers are being added as well. Can this one take advantage of that inside post and assert herself on the front end?
Absolutely, and I think that's what you're going to see. I think Dylan's got to be aggressive with Sweet Franny Lou, and you saw Maggie, sort of allude to that as well. But, Javier, it's not a coincidence. He changed agents to PJ Campo, who has done such an incredible job with Eric Cancel. And he's now working with PJ, and it has really turned things around for him. And listen, Javier won a lot of Eclipse Awards. I understand there's
4 in a row.
Other guys winning Eclipse Awards now, but it wasn't that long ago that he was winning 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And he's really riding terrifically.
Again, he'll be inside on Magnetique, the 1. As we're set to kick off this pick 5. It's the 2, Oceanair, the favorite, Jose Ortiz. Bruce Brown off the claim. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in. And the rough. From the inside, Magnetique and Oceanair. They are out for the early lead. Sweet Franny Lou now ranges up on the outside and is gaining ground. And down at the rail, Sweet Mission. As they go around the clubhouse turn, head for the back stretch. It is Magnetique on the inside, Sweet Franny Lou on the outside. Magnetique with the lead. Sweet Franny Lou is second, and then it's a gap of almost 4 lengths. Back to Oceanair, who's running in third. Linny Kate is alongside in fourth, followed by Exotic West in fifth. And then Clatta's running the outside in sixth, followed by Sweet Mission, and the trailer is Command Point in eighth. The quarter went in 23 and 2. Magnetique leads by 2.5 lengths. Sweet Franny Lou is second by 3. Linny Kate, Oceanair, they're heads apart third and fourth. And then it is Clatta's Run and Exotic West, those two racing as a team. At the back of the pack, Sweet Mission and Command Point. Half mile, 46 3/5 seconds. Magnetique by a length and a quarter. Sweet Franny Lou is in second. And now Oceanair is getting closer down on the inside in third. Then comes Linny Kate in fourth. Far outside is a Clatta's Run, who is making her run right now. Exotic West has dropped back a few spots. Far outside, Command Point. And down at the rail is Sweet Mission. Sweet Franny Lou has the lead into the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:10 and 4. It is Sweet Franny Lou with a 3.5 length lead. And then comes a Clatta's Run, who's running in second. Command Point gains on the outside. They're going after Sweet Franny Lou, who's trying to hold it in there. Command Point driving up on the outside. Sweet Franny Lou and Command Point. Sweet Franny Lou held on. Sweet Franny Lou by a neck. Command Point was second. Photo for third.
Sweet Franny Lou able to hold off the 9 in here. Command Point for the win. And another victory here at the meet for the Tom Morley barn.
I don't think that the margin tells a fair story of how well Sweet Franny Lou ran. I understand the fractions have been a little bit unreliable around here. But I think it's fair to say whatever they actually were, they were moving up front, Greg. You know, you look at the one. I mean, Magnetique completely and totally fell apart around the turn. The horse who ran second came from dead last. She didn't come from dead last at a slow pace. This race was completely falling apart. Franny Lou did every single bit of the dirty work. She went after Magnetique. That horse raced off. She rayed behind her. The answer is with her, and Maggie was alluding to it as well, she needs to be aggressively ridden in her races, and being aggressive with her. Now, listen, she had never been that aggressively ridden the turf. This was a very, very good winning performance. And Dylan Davis, by the way.
11th winner of the meet for Dylan after a 3-win day yesterday. He's going early on in this meet, toe-to-toe with the Ortiz brothers. Good for him. Sweet Franny Lou, 4-1 to kick off the late pick 5. And an incredible early start to this Belmont meet continues for this barn.
No, they're. I mean, is this like the 5th or 6th win for Tom with a limited number of starters? And this horse, I mean, it's funny. Sometimes they'll run a big race out of nowhere, and then they run back and they run so poorly. You say, where the heck did that race come from? She's just a different racehorse now.
We go back to Churchill Downs. We have the late pick 5 coming up next here in this 6th race. An allowance optional claiming field, 3/4 of a mile. And it is Nakatomi Wesley Ward coming out of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special against the likes of High Oak and Gunite. He was 3rd in that race, who was favored right now.
Were you surprised to see him in allowance? I think Brandon Walsh is sort of takes things slowly, and I respect that. Maybe point to stake races in their November meet. Source Freelancer ran huge last time.
82 Buyer, that was at Ellis.
Did all the dirty work, too.
Yeah. Here's American Chaos, Jimmy DeVito.
Tries the dirt for the first time, does have some speed.
Blue Kentucky, Wayne Catalano takes over.
Are you worried all this one may put some pressure on the #1 Freelancer early?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No question at 9-1. Chattelot 9-2. Brian Hernandez Jr. rider change. Him and Ricardo swapping with the 4 and the 5.
One of 46 first-time out winners for Steve Asmussen at Saratoga.
Seems
he
like
didn't beat a bad field. Seals Beach, who ran third's okay.
Vodka and Water tried Stakes Company in the turf the last couple starts.
Yeah, this horse is going to have to step it up. This is a stakes quality allowance race, it looks to me.
Graded stakes place as a 2-year-old for Steve Asmussen. Here's the favorite, though, 9-5, Nakatomi.
Well, for fans of Die Hard as well. Is this horse third by default last time? I think this was going to have a tough time with the horse on the rail.
Baytown Frosty coming out of a couple of turf stakes as well.
Will need to improve.
47-1 on Gormley's Got Game, won against Maiden Special at Indiana last out.
I think begging the question, how much game does he actually have?
Yeah, we're going to find out here. Acid test coming up. And then 19-1 on another one who's never yet been on dirt.
And the dam side is sort of more turfy. It's a first foal, Street Boss. I love Street Boss. He's a real under-the-radar sire.
2 minutes to post here in this 6th. It kicks off the late pick 5. And the market mover, as we look at the favorite, is actually down on the inside of the 1 here. Freelancer. Medaglia d'Oro Colt making start number 2. Andy talked about his debut. It was a big number he received in his debut effort. Freelancer got an 82 buyer speed figure for that victory. He was close throughout in that race. There he is in those Godolphin Silks, the homebred. And he could be any kind. If you want to bet the market mover or anyone else in this upcoming race, you can do so by going to twinspires.com or downloading that TwinSpires app to get started.
And I like that Brandon Walsh doesn't feel a need to throw him in his stake races. And I think that's saying with Godolphin, he has that time. You know, you run here, and then if he runs really well, you look at the stakes. I think they run the Street Sense, is it, to begin the meet, and then they go to that Kentucky Jockey Club. This horse, the fifth horse came back and improved his buyer figure 13 points. The third horse 3, and this horse did all the dirty work in that race. I couldn't be more impressed with his debut.
Meanwhile, Nakatomi won his debut in the slop at Keeneland, and Wesley Ward thought enough of him to take him to Ascot in the Norfolk Stakes, where he unfortunately dwelt in that race on the grass. And he gets back on dirt, Saratoga Special, where he ran 3rd. This is his debut, though, when he won at First Asking.
It feels like he's okay. And I think if the pace gets hot, if Blue Kentucky goes on a mission against the 1 Freelancer, then Nakatomi's should be sitting 3rd in this race and probably in a position to pick up the pieces. I think Freelancer's a better horse based on his debut. This horse does have experience, though, and that is of great value.
Bigger question with Nakatomi. Christmas movie or not, Die Hard, in your opinion?
Everybody says, well, I don't celebrate Christmas, so it was a Hanukkah movie, first of all. Let me get right to the heart of the matter. It's a Hanukkah movie, number 1. They just don't make movies like Die Hard anymore, do they? Really fun, popcorn movies like that are just really comic books coming alive. I love Die Hard.
We used to work by the Nakatomi building.
Really? Oh, really?
It's right on the lot.
Oh, that's
at the edge of the lot, yeah.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool. They filmed, the third Die Hard movie when they're at the payphone in front of the subway station with Sam Jackson.
Okay.
That's right on my street corner.
Is it really?
They filmed it at like 5:30 in the morning. My friend was staying with me, and he couldn't sleep, but he went out early to get the racing for him. And he said, "Oh, they're filming a Bruce Willis movie."
The only thing that could make that movie better, an Andy Serling cameo.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Chat-a-lot.
I was the guy scared in the corner.
Chat-a-lot first time out for Steve Asmussen. Again, one of the endless 2-year-olds. He unleashed this horse, went off as the favorite, and won in his debut on a track labeled good at Saratoga.
Good, but sealed, right? A different kind of racetrack. And, I mean, I think Freelancer and Nakatomi have run better. But on the other hand, this horse got it done first time out. Seal Beach has not broken his maiden, but he's run competitively. I think he was behind My Prankster, who's running in the Champagne, and he's one of the horses to beat in that race for Todd Fletcher. So he's got to step up from a speed figure standpoint, but you can't knock him.
Yeah, what's to say? You can't improve off that
Absolutely.
debut as well.
Absolutely. And I say something else. I think one thing Steve Asmussen's done with a lot of his 2-year-olds, he's giving them a little more time between races, because because sometimes they didn't come back and run as well. And I think you think about Echo Zulu had all that time in the spin-away, and she came back and ran every bit as well as she did in her first start. And maybe he's giving some of these horses, and maybe some of the ones he really likes, he's giving them a little more time.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean,
and it shows too. The winningest trainer in the history of North America, still evolving as a trainer.
Right. Well, it's something that Chad Brown has said, and other people will say, if you're not evolving, if you're doing the same stuff now you were doing 5 years ago. And I was watching an interview with Chad Brown on Blood Horse, a video, and he was talking about it, and he said the same thing to me. If you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. And every trainer should, you shouldn't be looking, I think you have a big meet like a Steve Asmussen did. Of course, you're very happy with it. But I think somebody like that, you don't stay successful by not looking back and saying, were there things that I could have done better?
Yeah.
And that's true of anybody.
Which is a scary thought. 5 grade ones, as much success, more wins.
5 grade ones in 8 days.
Yeah, then more wins than he's ever had at the meet, and you're still thinking, what could I have done better?
That's why.
That's what the best do.
Succeeds, right?
Freelancer, how good is this horse? We're going to find out more here in the second start of his career. He breaks from the rail for Godolphin, Brendan Walsh. Nakatomi, the 6 for Wesley Ward, coming out of that Grade 2 Saratoga Special. It's a fun race. And then Chat-A-Lot for Steve Asmussen, who won his debut opening weekend at Saratoga. We're set for the 6th, the start of the late pick 5. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Freelancer off near the back of the pack. American Chaos breaks in stride. Vodka and Water races up to join him, and they go 1-2 down the backstretch run. Baytown Frosty comes on to grab 3rd. Nakatomi's on the move from 4th. Chat-A-Lot toward the rail 5th. Magician Stone is racing in 6th. Blue Kentucky on the move inside 7th. Gormley's Got Game is 8th. And last of all is the 7-5 favorite Freelancer, 8 lengths off the lead. Onto the far turn, the opening quarter in a rapid 21 3/5 seconds. Vodka and Water takes charge with 3 furlongs to go. American Chaos is keeping pace toward the rail. Nakatomi steady progress up to be 3rd. Chat-A-Lot in some traffic, in with a shot 4th. Blue Kentucky's right there to 5th. Baytown Frosty 6th. Freelancers buried in behind horses 7th. The field hits the top of the stretch. Vodka and Water has lost a lead to Nakatomi. Chat-A-Lot tries to muscle up on through. Here comes Chat-A-Lot. Also there, Blue Kentucky. Freelancer with a big effort so far now. 4th, 16th to go. Chat-A-Lot tackles Nakatomi. Chat-A-Lot takes the lead with 100 yards to go. Nakatomi's back into 2nd. It will be Chat-A-Lot. The winner by a length in the end. Nakatomi was 2nd. Freelancer managed 3rd. And Blue Kentucky was 4th.
Chat-A-Lot, Steve Asmussen. He's now undefeated and out-dueled Nakatomi. Big effort, though. Sneaky good from Freelancer.
Right. I mean, this was a nice effort with Chat-A-Lot. He sort of got a very good trip, but he battled and got between horses to get the job done. Freelancer is about as unlucky as a horse could be. Broke slow, and then as he tried to get back in the race, he ran up on the butt of either the 2 or 4, steadied all the way back to last again, got in a little more trouble around the turn, trying to get through inside, I think behind the 2, and he still rallied, only got beaten a few lengths. Chat-A-Lot gets it done. But
can you make the argument, too? I mean, he's going to be better with more ground, too, right?
Doesn't feel like he'll be worse, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Medagliadoro and the way he ran in here, I mean, I would think so. We'll see, but I was impressed by what he ran with trouble in there.
Surprising, too, that this winner goes off at 6-1.
I guess so many people saw it as a 2-horse race between Freelancer and Nakatomi. They saw the 70 buyer and said, oh, he won first time out. And much like the morning line maker with Bo Liam, they underestimated Steve Asmussen and wins in Saratoga.
Pretty good trainer. 6-1 on Chat-A-Lot. He's undefeated. 2 for 2 now. Son of Midnight Loot for Bloom Racing. And Brian Hernandez Jr. on board this one. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll talk some other big 2-year-old races coming up this weekend. The talented Jack Christopher, just how good is he? And Echo Zulu, the spin-away winner, back in action on Sunday. We'll preview both races when we come back.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street Sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Friday afternoon with blue skies in both Louisville and here in Elmont, New York. And Chat-A-Lot, now 2 for 2. Another talented 2-year-old for Steve Asmussen, son of Midnight Lute.
Yeah, gets it done. Gets a nice ride. Now, you said Brian Hernandez rode this one?
Yeah, he swapped mounts with Ricardo Santana Jr.
So Ricardo Santana's not happy right now?
Probably not.
No, he's not. Tell you, Brian gave his horse a great ride. Sat patiently behind horses, waited for things to open up. You could see the horse, the Eclipse horse, the number 3, was trying to keep him in. Things opened up, and he burst on through. Nakatomi ran very well in here, too, in defeat. But, you know, you don't want to keep making excuses for Freelancer, but he was extraordinarily unlucky in here. And still ran well.
He did. That's one to keep your eyes on definitely next time out. See with a cleaner trip what he can do.
We'll be talking about him next year when he's in 3-year-old stakes, how we knew.
Future bets?
Yeah.
So you're really high on this horse.
I think this horse is okay. I mean, he's going to have to, you know, show what he can do going longer, but he's got the pedigree, as you said.
Late pick 5, 6-1 start for the winningest trainer in North America with an undefeated 2-year-old now who's 2 for 2. $14.20 for the win. The 7th race, a maiden special weight at 6.5 furlongs. 2-year-old fillies get their chance. And Princess Pauline right now, the 10. Guess who? With a daughter of Curlin.
Right.
Steve Asmussen.
The dam was okay. She has not produced, her first fall didn't do much running. Isn't our Super Love getting off the also eligibles extremely dangerous? That horse was involved in a heated pace last time and finished behind Gerrymandering, who could be one of the 2nd or 3rd choice in Frizette.
What price right now?
She's 8-1. I think she should be the favorite.
Yeah, Florent Giroux going to be aboard there. Monster work as well.
She ran last time.
Yeah. We'll have more on that field coming up in a moment with a lot of big races coming up this weekend. We have a 2-day Breeders' Cup Challenge Pick 6 that kicks off with the Champagne. It includes the Santa Anita Sprint Championship, Rodeo Drive, Awesome Again for Zet, and the Zenyatta. So it begins tomorrow, 4:40 Eastern time. And this Champagne, and we were talking about it with Mig earlier on, you have 2 runners in My Prankster and Jack Christopher, who off their debuts look like they have star potential. And then you have the more seasoned Wit and Gunite.
Yeah, I think we saw 3 terrific 2-year-old debut winners, Saratoga, males. And the other one being Classic Causeway, a badge for Brian Lynch, pointing to the race in Keeneland next weekend. Jack Christopher, I'm not saying he's the same type of horse as Complexity, but being there's also Chad Brown, could he just run this field off their feet the same way Complexity did a number of years ago here? What was that, 3 years ago? Because he's fast.
You think he's that kind of talent?
No, I'm saying he's the kind of speed, and he's trained by Chad Brown. I don't know that they can necessarily keep up with him early. He's extremely quick. He was very impressive, but so was My Prankster.
Ton of upside for both, and now they're going to try and stretch out to this 1-turn mile against a Gunite who's 4-1 more. We just saw Steve Asmussen, a 2-year-old, sort of ignored. And Gunite, to me, seems like the one who's being ignored in this race. But,
no, I agree. I don't know why he's supposed to be 4-1 and Witt's supposed to be 2-1. I know Witt stumbled after the start, but Gunite didn't break that sharply either, and he rushed up into a fast pace that ended up falling apart behind him. Now, they were both on the rail, which may have been the place to be that day, but he beat him by almost 6 lengths. I think he might be the one Gunite who's moving forward. He certainly has a pedigree that says you like distance, and I wonder if Witt's one that might not be moving forward. I agree. At 4-1 over 2-1 on Witt, I much prefer Gunite.
Interesting edition of the Champagne. That's a wide open race. The Frizette's maybe not quite as wide open because we have a superstar in here. Echo Zulu has looked like that off the first couple of starts of her career. 3-5. I doubt you'll come close to getting that on Sunday.
It is a big field, but I imagine when I could make fun of the morning line on Sunday because David Argona didn't make it, and I have to make fun of the person who did make it because he's a friend of mine. But she's been very good. I mean, what can you say? She's run 2 fast races. It's not like she appeared to be having a problem with the distance in here.
Is she the best 2-year-old period right now in the country?
Well, I mean,
can you make an argument?
3 very good maiden breakers. And, let's see what happens in California.
Yeah.
She seems to be very much the best filly. Now, to be fair, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about the horse in California, and I think Hidden Connection, who was impressive winning the Pocahontas at Churchill going 2 turns, she answered that question, and she's good, but Echo Zulu has a right to be as good, if not better, than any 2-year-old filly we've seen, that's for sure.
Short price, and she deserves to be. Big performance there, and she's going to be the one to beat. going into Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
She is. Hidden Connection will get a lot of money, though, with a 2-turn win.
Yeah,
but I agree.
for Brett Calhoun.
Yeah, they both look pretty good.
Let's set up the 6th. Start of the late pick 4 at Belmont, sprinting on the turf. 7/8 of a mile in this 6th race coming up in this first allowance condition. In 11 Thunder, Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz. 3 consecutive narrow defeats running second for 11 Thunder. 5 seconds in all in 8 career starts. Can she break through and get that second win coming up today? She'll try and do it at a short price. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, 11 Thunder, much the horse to beat. And I especially like less ground for her. I think it suits her well, and she's sharp. But let's take a look at some other horses in here. Thought it was a fairly interesting race if she, I doubt she will, but if she stubs her toe and doesn't show up here. But looking at number 1, Harper's in Charge, we saw a marked improvement with her, at least as of her 3-year-old form in her first start on the turf. And she did it in a way which we weren't expecting, because we thought she would be on the front end, but a lot of times that dirt speed will not translate to being as fast as turf sprint speed. But inside post today, a little more ground, wouldn't be surprised if she is on the engine. I just don't know if I love the 7 furlongs. We'll see. Her last race is a promising, promising effort to say that she could, but she just looks so sprint inclined, just very small, compact, really built downhill. As we'll move on to number 5, Rivendell. I think the Goldilocks distance is in effect with her at the 7/8. The only time she tried it was in her debut, and it was a winning one. And maybe she's a horse that's never just going to run back to, the debut. But she has run fast enough races to be competitive here. 2 back, when they stretched her back out, I know she didn't get away that quickly, but there wasn't any urgency to get her forwardly placed, which I thought is what would happen. She looks good in here, but she ultimately, now that I look at her, in some days you look at horses relative to their competition, she really hasn't grown at all from 3 to 4. So cutting back in distance to me, and obviously getting back to the turf, makes a lot of sense. Now, Shug McGahee trainee is number 7, coming back off a layoff is Stolen Holiday. Watching her races, she does tend to get a little bit headstrong with her riders. So they keep her in the stall, in the paddock, make sure she's not, too aggressive or doing too much. And it's worked beautifully. She's behaving very nicely. And in that last race where she controlled most of the way, she was happy in doing so. But you watch, she switched to her outside right lead for about 5 strides and then switched back to her inside, and obviously was run down late. Then she has the layoff. So she can get back and is healthy here, which she does look. I don't mind getting the 7 furlongs for her, because she's such a broad-framed filly, where I think it actually makes a bit of sense, and the fact that she's a bit more of a free-running type, where the rider doesn't have to get in her face so much. She might appreciate it, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Coming through the tunnel, post parade here coming up. Again, 7/8 of a mile on the lawn. We hear the call to post in the background, and here's Harper's in Charge. Turf debut, beat 3/4 of a length, going 5.5.
And this horse improved a lot on the turf. I think the question is distance with her. Is she going to be okay going 7? She is supposed to be the controlling speed.
13-1. Screamin' by has been off since early July for David Donk.
You like her more than I do. I thought her last race was a function of setting a very, very slow pace. I prefer others.
Even money on, it's fair to say she has a bit of second-itis?
I agree. I picked her. And we'll talk about afterwards. She has been unlucky in her races. But when you get unlucky 4 times in a row, you start wondering if it's more than just being unlucky. Today is the day she's supposed to win, and she's supposed to appreciate a little less distance.
Rivendell, one first time out at 7/8 on this turf course.
Did get a terrible ride in her last turf race 2 back. I just don't know if she's good enough regardless.
I thought this horse was a bit of a player, too. It's 16-1.
She is too big a price in this race, and she might be a horse that's better at 7 furlongs. She's a horse that runs well enough to at least get a piece.
Stolen Holiday, Shug McGahee, 9-2, cuts back in distance.
The question with her is, why the layoffs? Off for 8 months, or 10 months, off for another 5 months. Why all the layoffs? But I think she's a player based on her races.
Jade's Jelly, Dylan Davis, Carl Broberg.
Dylan Davis might get an Eclipse Award if he gets this one home.
22-1. Dylan looking for his second this afternoon. He's matched with Irad and Jose, who each had a win today as well. Thrill, Carlos Martin off the claimed off of George Weaver.
Yeah, off a maiden claim or win against a fairly soft field. This is obviously much tougher.
And Sparkling Sky at 12-1. The blinkers go on, Horatio to pause.
Maybe she'll improve in this race, but her last race, she really just did no running. Sitting on the rail behind Love and Thunder was wide the whole way.
Odds on now on Love and Thunder, who has 5 seconds from 8 career starts. Can she break through this afternoon?
She has had one tough trip after another.
We'll see if she can pick up the second win of her career coming up. Jose Ortiz will pilot her. There she is. Short price here to kick off this late pick 4. We'll be back.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Solomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. Program brought to you where you can play all the racing that we show you each and every day. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the app to get involved. Late pick 4 starts here, and that's the 4-5 favorite, Love and Thunder.
You know, this horse broke a length slow last time, was 3 to 4 wide around the entire racetrack. You'll see her break slowly here. She has won about 5 horses, including the horse who won today's second race, that had tough trips behind a very fortunate winner. In a race before that, she lost to High Opinion. Well, High Opinion lost to Boston Spa by a nose. Sarah Affair, who beat her 3 back, she blind switched her in the stretch while she was making a rally, and she got unlucky. First time was 6 furlongs behind a slow pace. You hate to pile excuses, and you hear me say so often, this is a Chad Brown horse that's had 4 chances at short prices and failed every time they're supposed to win. And I believe that very, very strongly. I also believe this horse has been very unlucky. Today is the day she's supposed to win. I think if she loses, either Harper's in Charge will wire the field, which I'm a little circumspect of if possible, or the 7 Stolen Holiday will run well. Otherwise, I'll be very surprised if she loses.
Beaten favorite in all of her starts here in the States. 4 in a row. We'll see if she can seal the deal here at 4-5. Let's head back downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I think she does today. I think this is the field she's supposed to beat at Love and Thunder. But let's take a look at number 6 in here. That is Magisterium. And she's kind of, maybe overachieved a little bit in some of her efforts as she does drop out of the risk averse. And cutting back in distance, where I've always thought that 7 furlongs, just looking at her physically, was the most ideal distance for her because she's smaller. She's shorter coupled. And you look at her record of the 7/8, with 1 win. and 2 seconds out of the 3 starts. And she is one that has maintained her weight well, which was always kind of my criticism of her in the Orlando Nota barn. So she's just a big price where I think she gets a little bit of class relief and does run at a distance that's more preferable to her, at least looking at her physically, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're in agreement. That's a big number on filly with ability.
Well, when you have a big field and now there's a 3 to 5 shot in the 4, horses get lost, you know? It's very hard for you to see too many short prices after that. I think the 3 to 5 is a little bit ridiculous on Love and Thunder, even though I believe she's very much the horse to beat. I didn't think she'd be this short. Did you?
3 to 5? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
It's now or never for her.
We'll see how it plays out. Late pick 4 starts here. 7-8 on the turf. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. Thrill and Harper's in charge. Harper's in charge takes the lead. Thrill is running in second. Now Stolen Holiday ranges up and moves into second. Down on the inside is Love and Thunder grabbing third. Magisterium's in between horses. Thrill is on the outside. Then Sparkling Sky, who's running in sixth. Jade's Jelly right alongside in seventh. Rivendell is next in eighth, and Screamin' By trails the field in ninth. The quarter 22-2. Harper's in charge by 3/4 of a length. Stolen Holiday tracks in second with Love and Thunder down on the inside in third. Thrill in the clear on the extreme outside in fourth. Rivendell looks to advance down at the rail, and right alongside is Magisterium as they race midway around the far turn. It is Harper's in charge with the lead over Stolen Holiday and the favorite Love and Thunder sitting just off them in third. Rivendell now up to fourth, and the Thrill being asked for more in fifth, followed by Magisterium and Sparkling Sky. They come off the turn and into the stretch. It is Harper's in charge, Stolen Holiday, Love and Thunder going very well here on the outside. And Love and Thunder has now taken over and goes on with it here very easily. Love and Thunder pouring it on here in the stretch. Love and Thunder, much the best. And it was close for second at the end between Stolen Holiday and Rivendell.
Odds on, and she went off at too high a price the way she won this race. Love and Thunder's easy as could be, getting just the second win of her career.
I think, Greg, that many people felt similar to you and I as they were heading around the turn, which was at this point, if Love and Thunder doesn't win today, she's never going to win. A good job by Jose Ortiz making sure to get forward position, understanding that the two horses he most had to worry about were in front of her, and not worry about the horses behind her. She got that good position, and she just motored by. I mean, Jose was hand-riding her in this race. She finally found the right field, the right spot. She ran, and the way she ran today, you wonder how she managed to lose those 4 races, and I honestly believe in this case she had just been unlucky.
Well, off this performance, you want to see her take on a lot more significant company because she showed big-time ability here. I mean, she just toyed with this field.
No, she did. She was just better than these horses, and not a little bit better than them. She won like a 3 to 5 shot should. You don't see them that short in turf races. Did Rivendell maybe get up to beat the number 7 Stolen Holiday for second? It's close.
Photo. We'll make it official when we come back. We'll have the late pick 4 at Churchill when we return. 2-year-old fillies. And that price starting to come down, and they also eligible are Super Love. We'll be back with the post parade next.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. We have a post parade coming up for the 7th at Churchill. 2-year-old fillies traveling 6.5 furlongs in this maiden special weight. And we're going to kick things off with a big long shot down on the inside. 43 to 1 on Jellaby Baby.
Only one dirt race, but would have to improve off that race. I think the winner of that race, the won at Churchill yesterday. Tis Plenty was.
Yeah, Tis Plenty for Asmussen. Yeah. Fine family first time out, daughter of Upstart.
Little bit of money for this one, and this horse is a half to back to his roots. A turf horse who's running one of the favorites in the stake tomorrow.
And Turtle Tracks, who actually was graded 6th place. Justice Star, Mark Cassie gets the dirt debut.
Yeah, not much money for well, a little bit of money for this son of Mohaman.
Midnight Grind, first time out for Michael Ewing.
2 of the 3 foals this dam did some running, and this horse you could say has taken some money 11 to 1 in a big field.
Yeah, Cairo Cat won the Iroquois for Kenny McPeek.
Wow, you are really on your game, Craig.
Giddy Up Zoe, 39 to 1.
Yeah, this horse has mostly been on the turf, but hasn't done running, but actually done more running the turf than dirt. It's not saying much.
Debut, wow. Well, faced Pretty Birdie and Penny Saver. Penny Saver looked like she could be a star.
I don't think they noticed Giddy Up Zoe.
Legerity, 16 to 1.
3 of 11 of the foals ran okay. The dam was all right. Ran buyers in the 90s.
17 to 1 here. Corey Lannery rides for Kenny McPeek.
Son of Gormley, a couple of minor runners. The dam was okay, though.
Rhubarb Martini. Eddie Keneally.
Worked a nice 10 to 5th, the 2-year-old sale, but was a half to Lido Key, who was a turf router, ran here yesterday.
21 to 1 there. Princess Pauline at 4 to 1 from an 8 to 1 morning line. Steve Asmussen, daughter of Curlin.
Yeah, the dam was good, 93 buyers. She was pretty strong. This is the second foal. The first one was unraced, I believe.
Homebred for Stone Street. Old Pha. American Pharaoh.
I'll tell you something. This horse ran a very, very strong maiden race first time on the turf, but if you look at the pedigree on the dam side, it's really all dirt. Dam ran 102 buyer at Aqueduct.
Al Stahl, second-time starter, and took money in the debut. Here's the 12, Fast and Flirty, Brendan Walsh, into Mischief, first-timer.
Actually worked a nice 10 to 5th there, and I'm not sure the rider's still on. Was that like a rodeo act? Is everybody okay? That was weird, right?
Yeah, Philly has stopped, and Outrider's with her. Here's the 14, our Super Love, in from the also eligible list.
They've noticed that she got in. She's now 3 to 1 after the 8 to 1 we started. She was involved in a wicked pace that really melted down. That's why I think Gerrymander actually ran well. She's worked well since then. I believe she's a horse to beat, and the 12 is scratched.
Yeah, so 12's coming out. She appears to be okay. She's going to head back to the barn. So take out one of the major players in this race. Precautionary measure. And with that now, our Super Love. The 14 is a 5-2 favorite.
Yeah. I think she should be favored, to be honest with you. 5-2. A little on the low side, though, right?
Twin Spires take advantage of their bet back offer. There's the 12 heading back to the barn. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday. You get your bet back up to $10. If your horse runs second or third, all you have to do is opt in, and those bonus funds are credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. to get started. Back in New York, 3 to 5, and Love and Thunder bring on tougher company after this start.
No, I agree. And she got good position under Jose, who's nice to see him back, by the way. Already got a couple of wins on today's card. Back after the incident last weekend, so great to see. And Love and Thunder, it's unusual with a horse to have lost 4 straight races like that for Chad Brown at short prices. But she really had been genuinely unlucky and met some good fields. She's just too good for these horses, Greg. It's like she was running in a completely different race than everybody else.
Yeah, it's definitely appeared that way down the stretch, as easy as could be. And you know, margins like that you don't see on the grass, especially
on the turf,
in the sprint.
Right? 7 furlongs, right? I mean, she won by 5. And I mean, I don't know how much more she could have won by, but she certainly wouldn't have won by less.
So that one in the books, Love and Thunder, second-itis, a thing of the past. Now, we had the 12 as a late scratch. We have another late scratch here in this race at Churchill Downs. The 5, as you see on your screen, Giddy Up Zoe, also taken out of the race.
She was a big price. Unlike the 12 who was taking money, she was a very big price in this race.
I guess the sneaky one on the board, not even sneaky, she's taking a ton of money. The 2, right? Fine Family for Ron Moquette.
Money's pouring in, and we mentioned how this horse, really it's more of a turf sprint type pedigree than dirt. The dirt runners weren't that good, but Upstart is a good dirt influence, and this horse is absolutely getting bet, right?
10 to 1 morning line. She's 9 to 2 right now.
And the 12 is just getting crushed.
2-1 our Super Love, who we expect her to be. She was quick in that first start, and you mentioned that pace. It just incinerated. Look at that drill. Quickest of 110 in the morning on the main track at Churchill. Tuning up for this one.
Yeah, I'm 2-1 seems a little bit on the short side, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, yeah, there's a couple other options in here, no question. Old Foe can improve, the 11. You have a Steve Asmussen firster in the 10. The 2 we talked about. And what about the 6 for McPeak? The Dam was a minor stakes winner. Granted, it was on a sloppy racetrack, but produced a grade 3 place winner. Produced a 7-time winner overall. 14-1.
Listen, there's a lot going on in this race. I mean, I think I'll give you another one. Midnight Grind. Given the money the 2 is taking, given the money the 10 is taking, you've got 2 that ran and the 12 and 14 taking money. Couldn't Midnight Grind be 30-1 in this race? I mean, this one is the one that you would kind of least expect to take money. And, I'm sorry, I'm talking about Just a Star, the 3, for Mark Casse. This horse did no running first time out. I'm sorry, I just got the wrong name. But Mark Casse has in the past successfully gone turf to dirt with second-time starters, using the first race as a bit of a prep to get him ready for him. This horse is getting bet at 9-1. Why would you bet that horse off its turf race?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Right. So, no. I mean,
Bullet dirt drill since then, by the way. Ooh. Quick one.
Well, yeah, a couple. Yeah, that 1-2 back. That's probably why it's being bet. Maybe a workout report.
Mo Heyman filly, who started off his career 4 for 4. Kieran McLaughlin, right?
At least 4 for 4, right? He won his maiden here. He won the Nashua. He won the Remsen. I think 5 for 5. I think he won the Holy Bull and the Florida and the Fountain of Youth. He was a Derby favorite one time.
How quickly things change.
I took a lot of heat for knocking him continuously after his races. Actually, in fairness, Kieran McLaughlin and I talked about him quite a bit. I was in Florida that winter, and I just said he's a very good horse, but he was precocious. He just didn't get really better from 2 to 3, and I don't think he was really disagreeing. He was an exceptional 2-year-old. I think he ran a 90-plus buyer when he broke his maiden first time out.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, his offspring here, daughter of Mo Heyman, out of a Gimme a Wink mare, dirt debut, Just a Star for Mark Casse. Some very intriguing pedigrees here, but it's this also eligible. Taking all that money outside. Second time out for Mark Casse. He's got that other turf to dirt mover, the 3 Just a Star. Interesting as well. We got a rider off, standing up in the gate right there. I believe that's Adam Beschizza on Rhubarb Martini. Try and get her settled in the gate. Debuting daughter of Malibu Moon for Eddie Keneally. As the 6 steps in. That Kenny McPeak filly. Kenny with Crazy Beautiful. Still to run coming up on the card. And that Seneca Overnight got to deal with the speed of Played Hard in that race next door.
I'm looking forward to talking about the 8th with you, because I thought the 8th was a very, very tough race.
11 backs out. We're set. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's the start of the pick 4.
Waiting for our Super Love.
Trying to get this last filly in here, the favorite, our Super Love, while everyone else patiently waits, and it looks like they have. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Jalebi Baby breaks on top. Old Foe is there. So too Jakachi not far behind. Fine Family comes through toward the rail. Midnight Grind races up as well. And on the far outside, our Super Love joins them. So down the backstretch they go. Old Foe to the front. Jalebi Baby running along in second. Midnight Grind third. Our Super Love on the outside is fourth. Fine Family tucked away fifth and toward the rail. Just a Star advances into sixth. Jakachi's back in seventh. Rhubarb Martini is racing eighth. Princess Pauline is ninth. Legerity is down inside 10th and trailing. 22 and 3 was the opening quarter mile. And Old Foe shakes loose, opens up a length and a half. Our Super Love is on the chase from second as Jalebi Baby gives way toward the rail. Midnight Grind comes on through from between horses. Just a Star is there. Fine Families come off the rail, switched out 4 wide for the stretch drive. Top of the stretch, Old Foe's in front by 2. Fine Family finding stride late in the game, now second and closing in quickly. 1 furlong to go. Old Foe still there. Fine Family continues to grind away, getting closer, so to the wire. Old Foe's in deep water. Here comes Fine Family surging up alongside. These two to decide it. Photo! Nose is up and down. Fine Family or Old Foe. Legerity was third. Jakachi was fourth.
Fine Family, first time out. Ron Moquette, the 11. Old Foe making start number 2. Photo finish.
Feels like Fine Family probably got there in the shadow of the wire. Tough loss if you had Old Foe. We'll watch the two of them come to the wire together. It is dangerously close. Keep in mind the wire is after that pole. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty clear that Fine Family got the money over the number 11 Old Foe. Both of them ran well, and the money showed for Fine Family and got the job done. The 14 acted up the gate, didn't break particularly well, made a move, but it used up too much energy.
And she went off as a 9-5 favorite. Then the 2, the 11, they both went off at 9-2 in this race. And one more look down the stretch. Fine Family, this 2 to the outside. Certainly looks like she got the best of the bob there.
Yeah, it feels like she ground her down.
For those watching on Bally Sports Southern California, we need to say goodbye. We're going to continue on, bringing the rest of the program from Churchill and Belmont over on FS2. Check your local listings on Bally Sports Southern California for our continuing coverage this weekend.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubawi, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubawi and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
The Kentucky October Yearling Sale at Fasig-Tipton, offering a catalog of nearly 1,600 yearlings with outstanding sire power, featuring multiple yearlings by each of the nation's top 25 sires. This year, Kentucky October grads have won or placed in 200 stakes races, including recent Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby winner Hot Rod Charlie. Your last chance to buy yearlings in 2021. Kentucky October Yearlings, October 25th through 28th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. 'Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, 'tis the Law. Here's the wire. Authentic has won the Kentucky
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, our program presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Very good sprint coming up here, the 7th at Belmont. Been waiting for this race. 6 furlongs, an allowance optional claiming group. And you can make a case for many in this field. We have the sensational Bo Liam running tomorrow in the ACAC at Churchill Downs. Cost basis, the 7 was just, well, a distant third behind Bo Liam, but that sort of stands out in his past performances.
Something tells me cost basis is going to be favored by post time. You know, I picked the one Maitre Porciento because I thought he'd be a square price. He was 9-2 morning line and much bigger price than cost basis, who was 5-2 morning line. Obviously, at the current prices, I would switch my picks. I have optimism in Maitre Porciento, but cost basis, he's really stepping it up for Chad Brown and starting to show the talent we thought maybe as a 2-year-old he might have when he was running 80 buyers as a 2-year-old.
10 minutes of post in the 7th coming up from Belmont. Let's welcome back in Acacia Courtney.
And we'll get to Maitre Porciento trackside, but looking at a couple of other interesting runners in here. The number 2, Always Sunshine, comes in good form after winning his last couple. And he's one that I've seen a couple times over the years, but I'm not, of course, the most familiar with him as he doesn't run that often here in New York. But for a 9-year-old, what a cool horse he is. As sometimes horses, as they get older, as they age, they tend to show that. They just carry their weight a little bit differently, a little bit more of a dip in their back. He still looks very spry, for lack of a better term. He's looking really strong. I thought that his last race, he galloped it easily in hand to get into the pace there. We'll see how he does face these company coming in, but I'm a fan of Always Sunshine, who, again, is coming in very good form and has been overall very consistent throughout 2021 here with Ned Allard. The number 5, Answer In. He needs to turn things around today, and he's one that I've liked. I've much prefer him going shorter. I think the shorter the better for Answer In, and like that they're sticking with the sprint distance. He's rounded out in the hindquarters. He's very, very strong behind. He has gotten himself a touch warm up under the belly. That's something I'm going to keep an eye on as he goes out onto the racetrack, because he didn't run well last time out, and he faced a good one in Jalen Journey, but I really thought that he had a big chance versus how he looked and the appearance that he was making and how he was coming into the race. We'll see if he can turn things around today, but overall, I do like what I'm seeing from him. I just wonder if as we start to near the end of 2021, if maybe we saw some of his better races towards the beginning of the year. I think the opposite is the case with Cost Basis. He came back in August as a fresh gelding, and in that race behind Aloha West, who was obviously in very good form this summer for Wayne Catalano as well, he just looked really kind of lighter behind the saddle, like he needed to strengthen up a bit. And I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but obviously a tough field in the likes of Bo Liam. He was wide the entire race that day. He comes back today. He's really sharp, and he's a big leggy type of horse, but he was so much stronger in his 3rd race off the layoff. He's definitely strengthened up, especially in those hindquarters, which is what I really wanted to see from him. And just having those races under his belt, I think he's going to show one of his best performances yet versus what he going off of what he's showing here in the paddock today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. We have our post-parade coming up. We're going to step aside for a short timeout. There's Maitre Porciento. George Weaver just claimed 13-time winner. He's the 5-2 favorite. We'll be back. Stay with us.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the 1 word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We have a very competitive 7th. Good sprint coming up here in this feature on the card. Mitres Porciento, 5-2 in this spot. I call it a feature. It's kind of co-feature.
I agree. This is an excellent race. This is a very solid group. I mean, the winner of this race, by the way, that maiden breaker, hidden yesterday from Michelle Nevin, got a 103 buyer.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
103.
Mitres.
Happy medium, excuse me. Thank you.
Porciento, yeah, that was from yesterday. She had 2 wins on the card yesterday. This one for George Weaver, 13-time winner, just claimed.
His good races are better than these. You know, when he ran last time for the Cantermachi barn, the barn was completely cold, off a claim, given some time for Weaver. I think he's going to be very dangerous here.
Always Sunshine went by, a 14-time winner, and here's a 3. T loves the fight.
He'd need a fast pace to close into. I don't think he's quite good enough.
New bomb, he comes out of the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins against Jackie's Warrior and Life is Good.
He's apparently working well. He would need to be at his very best to get a piece here.
Answer in. He owns a win over Aloha West, who got left in that race.
Got mid-90 buyers in 2 of his last 4 races. Good setups or not. No pace last time. Not impossible in a big price.
Speed with Mr. Phil.
He's just not good enough.
Cost basis, 3rd behind Bo Liam last start.
I thought he'd be favored here. I would never have picked him. I would have picked him if I thought he'd be a bigger price than Mitres Porciento. I believe they're the top 2.
And Drafted has been in big-time company, and he is just in the morning, he's as good as it gets.
You and I were talking about him off camera, and this guy faced tough competition, also was in one paceless race after another. We've seen the track playing very fairly on the dirt, and I think he's a sleeper in this race. I picked him 3rd. I considered picking him on top.
Yeah, multiple group winner over in Dubai, and he's 8-1 right now, half his morning line. So 3 minutes to post in this one coming up. One of the premier races on the planet, the Arc de Triomphe. Coverage coming up on Sunday. It's presented by Hillendale at Alapa. Coverage begins at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time.
Do you know, I have a friend that had to go to a wedding in Paris, in France. He went over there and he came back like yesterday. What kind of dope would do that, right? How would you not stay there 3 more days to go to the Arc?
Chance
I've been to the Arc.
See that race. A day, by the way, so have you looked at the race much?
I have.
A Dayar, what do you think?
Well, you know, it was interesting. He and Tarnawa, who was winner of last year's Breeders' Cup turf, they both were originally like the same morning line. And I think Tarnawa has taken much more money than Adair has taken, which may not be a great sign for him. But obviously, he's very, very good. But there's quite a few horses in that race. Interesting race and a great card. I mean, the 2-year-old races before it as well. The Prix de l'Opera. Got 6 Group 1s in that card, finishing up with the Prix de la Forêt at 7 furlongs.
Join us early Sunday morning for live coverage again. Arc de Triomphe.
I still can't believe that guy that just came back from France. How does he stay?
Who was it?
Our producer, Evan. You missed that joke? Apparently my joke
8 a.m., sorry. 8 a.m. is when the coverage begins.
8 to 10:30.
On Sunday. Glad we have support on this show. Mitres Porciento, 5-2 favorite. Luis Saez, George Weaver. And you think, what? You think is, obviously you got to go back to Aqueduct in February, but those races back then, too good, you think, for this group?
Are they too good? Well, I mean,
or
cost
just
basis ran very well last time. So he needs, if Cost Basis runs his last race, he needs to run everybody as well as he did. But, you know, he was running against horses like Wicked Trick and Secret Rules when he won these races. He blew Chateau, who got very good. He blew Cost Basis off the racetrack in one of the races. He got very, very good. He was laid up for 5 months. He came back when the Cantermachi Barnes horses just couldn't win any race. And he didn't run well. Claimed by George Weaver. Gave him off Saratoga. Took his time with him, brings him back. And I think if he's ready to run a big race, he's going to be very tough. Now, I also looked at him and thought, like the morning line, he'll probably be around 4 to 5 to 1 in this race. And I'm betting him. I'm not betting him at 5 to 2. To be honest with you, at a similar price, I would have picked Cost Basis. I just thought Cost Basis, Chad Brown, big figure behind Bo Liam last time. I thought he could be 8 to 5 in here.
Oh, wow, really?
Well, I was clearly wrong. I mean, it was a bad opinion. I'm not disagreeing. So
Sorry, quickly, let's go to Acacia.
Well, just wanted to wrap up thoughts on Mitres Porciento, who is still your favorite down to the inside. He comes back, and as we often talk about with George Weaver, he equips a lot of his horses with that shadow roll. Comes back with that and short cut blinkers on, and he was very relaxed back in the paddock. Luis Saez gave him a big warm-up out there and really perked him up a lot, as he's a much shorter price now than he was in his first U.S. victory at 31-1, but he checked every box out on the track, at least, if you do like him here in this spot, Greg.
Acacia, thanks. Not a lot of love for this, too, by the way, who's all he does is win. 14-time winner, 9-year-old. He's trying to win his third in a row at a third different racetrack.
27 for 37 in the money, too. Nice horse.
Cost basis, the 7. There he is in those Klarovich stable hooks. He has become the favorite now, the 5-2 choice. And here's the Speedy in the Morning drafted coming out of back-to-back grade 3s. We're set for the 7th. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. Hesitant start for number 2, Always Sunshine, and he trails. New Bomb is out for the early lead. Down at the rail is Mitres Porciento running in second. Cost basis is next and third, and T Loves a Fight runs in fourth. Now moving up on the outside after that slow start is Always Sunshine. Always Sunshine is now advanced into fourth. Answer In is in fifth. He Loves a Fight down on the inside in sixth, followed by Mr. Phil, and then the Gray, drafted at the back of the pack in eighth. The quarter 22 and 3. New Bomb, 3/4 of a length. Cost basis in second by a half length. And on the outside is Always Sunshine next and third down at the rail. Mitres Porciento runs in fourth, followed by Answer In fifth, and Mr. Phil. They're at the quarter pole. It's New Bomb and Cost Basis, and the two of them are right together with Cost Basis on the outside. And on the inside, New Bomb. They continue to battle it out through a half and 45 and 3. New Bomb at the rail. Cost Basis on the outside. There's nothing between them with a 16th to the finish. New Bomb and Cost Basis, they continue to battle as they come on for the finish, and it is a photo finish. Looked like it went to New Bomb. New Bomb narrowly with Cost Basis right there.
New Bomb, a stubborn customer coming out of the grade 1 Alan Jerkins against Jackie's Warrior.
Yeah, he's a pretty much an impossible horse to make on his form, but apparently the DRF workout reports, and we hinted at this, had him working well. He ran big today. He showed speed. Cost Basis looked like he was going to swallow him up at any time, but New Bomb managed to hold him off the whole way down the stretch. And, you know, those workout reports, obviously he is a new horse because he'd never run a race that made him even remotely competitive with this sort of field.
Cost Basis, I mean, you mentioned to me coming out of the turn, looked like he had a ton.
He did.
And he did look like he had a ton. He just could not get by this horse. It goes off at 8-1 for the third win of his career.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the workout reports, you used him. If you didn't, he was very hard to use.
And, you know, we put Cost Basis coming off that third to Bo Liam. This horse faced Bo Liam as well. He didn't run as well against him, but he's faced some good ones. Nova Rag's second start of his career. He faced Foundered, highly motivated.
He has, but he's never run particularly quickly, and he was a completely different horse today.
Big turnaround for this 3-year-old, beating older company in here. And Jose Lezcano aboard for the win. Goes off 5th choice in the race. Wow. Neck in neck all the way down the stretch, and New Bomb able to hold off Cost Basis. Still in defeat. If your connections to Cost Basis, he ran well.
Oh, he ran fine here. You know, the race changed when the two got left in year 2, and I think it took some of the speed out of the race and sort of changed the complexion of the race. Interesting race. There were some trips in here.
And a couple of runners who came in with good resumes who didn't show up.
Correct, including Mitres Porciento, who got a little rank. I don't know why Luis Saez was so intent on dragging him off of a slow pace. And, you know, the aggressive Luis Saez that won the Cerro de la Meat, he wouldn't have done that in the past. He would have kept going forward in here. It wouldn't have mattered, but he would have kept going forward.
Inquiry sign is up. Let's take a look here at the head-on.
Right there, it looks like the 7 was leaning, but
yeah,
now he's coming out. Well, no, now
Late.
He's coming out. No,
there,
he's
yeah.
coming out. No, he came out into him. I'd like to see the real head-on, which we're not looking at there. Hopefully we can get the actual head-on up.
Yeah, early on, it's the 7 kind of leaning in. Barely.
Yeah, not really. Okay, let's take a look. Here we are coming in the stretch. On the inside is the eventual winner, Newbaum. Cost basis outside. He's keeping it kind of close, but he's not doing anything wrong at this point. Now, at this point, Jose Lezcano's,
right,
well, he
there.
does come out. And I read Ortiz is trying to hold his ground, and Newbaum is coming out into him. They're not going to take this.
There?
Well, it's an interesting situation. They're not going to take this horse down, but there is an argument the 7 was sort of going by him, and the 7 kind of stopped going by him when Jose started pushing him out. Probably not one that'll be a DQ, but I can understand why they're looking at it, but I doubt there's a change. But he did come out in this horse, and he did make contact. But the 7 may have been leaning a bit inside to begin with, but maybe the 7 nearly left his path. He was just not letting the 4 drift, and then the 4 drifted into him. We'll see.
Oh, I ride it in cost basis. Certainly made it tight early.
Yeah, there's still an inquiry up in this race. They're just not putting who it's against, but clearly they're looking at the 4 and 7.
So we will wait and see. For there to be a change, usually we see a little more contact than this.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was very, very close. You know, on the other hand, Rad's riding him very tight here. So the question is Jose Lezcano allowed to sort of make more room for himself? Because right here, he does foul him. They've taken the inquiry down.
And you know, Jose Lezcano did use a left-handed stick at one point there where there was that bumping, but looks like there will not be a change. Inquiry sign, as Andy mentioned, is down. 4-7-3-5. So Newbaum, looks like that victory will stand. 3rd win for him in 7 career starts as we head back to Churchill Downs. And the 8th race, mile and a 16th, and allowance optional claiming field will line up in here. Major Fed, morning line favorite in this spot, was in last year's Kentucky Derby against Authentic. He was 43-1 in that race. He comes in, though, off a win in his 4-year-old debut.
But it's a win 3.5 months ago. He's overbet.
I agree. 13-1 on Jungle Warfare.
He seemed to be in trouble. He doesn't really have any speed. He just didn't look fast enough.
Short list moves turf to dirt.
He's another one without much speed that may not be fast enough.
Tune in. I thought might be the horse to beat. He won 4 in a row earlier this year.
I agree. I thought he might be the horse because I think of the horses that can be forwardly placed, he's the best horse.
9-5, though, on Major Fed for Greg Foley.
They're overbetting him because he ran in the Kentucky Derby, and that's just a mistake. He's pace-dependent, and there isn't a lot of it.
Summer Splash is double-digit odds at 10-1, Brett Calhoun.
He looks like he's the speed. He just doesn't look like he's good enough.
Starring in My Dreams. Horse has been in graded stake after graded stake.
Yeah, he's stake-faced, and he does have early position, so maybe you want to use him. I didn't know if he was good enough, but he has been in some tough races.
Yeah, he's a little interesting. 7-2, this horse getting play Hopcat for Tom Amos.
He is for Tom Amos. I didn't particularly love his chances in here. He's got to work out a trip, but he's another that can be a bit forward.
And Briefcase Bully, 5-1 outside. Brian Hernandez Jr. for Cherie DeVoe.
Well, at least Cherie continues to run him on the dirt. He was compromised by a paceless race last time, and I don't know why he was rated, as opposed to the race before. He was riding the flank of the horse that won the race. Maybe he'll stretch out.
This horse right here, Briefcase Bully, 4-year-old son of Union Rags, is the market mover. 2 back. That was in the slop at Ellis. Ran second behind Let Me Know, who would come out of that race to win. Again, he had won before that on a race taken off the turf on a wet fast track with an 84 buyer. 5-1 right now. If you want to bet Briefcase Bully or anyone else in this race coming up, you could do so by getting signed up and started with Twin Spires. Download the app or go to twinspires.com to get involved. So 8-5 on, look, he came back Major Fed after having contested last year's Kentucky Derby, 10th in that 15-horse field. Comes back, wins his 4-year-old debut. I don't even know if that figure's good enough. He's going to have to improve off that to win here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like this horse. I just thought he was very pace-dependent in a race where the pace is somewhat murky, and I'm just not sure how good he really is. I think he's dressed up by appearing in all those stake races, including the Derby, but I don't know that he definitely... I mean, anyone could run in the Derby. He ran 10th. He didn't do any running. He was 40-1. It's been a short price. He beat Mott Galley last time, who's an ex-Chad Brown horse who's not that good. We lost a race of 6-5 before that in a small field. I'll put him in the winner's circle. I think he's way overbet.
8-5 favorite. That was, by the way, that was back on June 25th. We haven't seen him since.
I also think this is way too tough a race for anybody to be that short a price. I mean, I found this race really, really confusing. I agree with you, Greg. I think the 4 coming in from Gulfstream, and the 4 has come to Churchill before. Now, he lost at 3-5 when he came to Churchill, but the horses that dead heated in front of him, they ran 1-2 around the racetrack or 1-1 around the racetrack, depending on how you look at it. And as run-fast races, I know it's sloppy track last time, but won easily at 1-5. What is wrong with this horse? They don't like the rider? Well, they're bringing their rider. He's familiar with the horse.
There he is, son of Country Day, 7 for 17 in his career. Comes in off a big win on a race that was meant for the grass, was taken off, and he decimated that group. He won by 7 lengths and just took over. As Major Fed moves in line, he'll be your favorite. Start number 2 of his 4-year-old campaign. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call. Here's the 8th from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Summer Splash breaks on top. Tune in with some speed, angles over toward the rail. Starn in My Dreams is away third. But it's Summer Splash who takes the field into the clubhouse turn and opens up to lead by 2. And with that, Tune In comes off the rail to stalk the pace from second at outside. Starn in My Dreams is 3 wide, moving up into third. Short List toward the rails, racing fourth. Major Fed comes away 5th. Hopcat is 3 wide, 6th. Briefcase Bully from an outside post to the rail to the run to the backstretch. And Jungle Warfare settles in at the back of the pack. Turning into the backstretch run. Summer Splash assumed control right off the mark and leads the way by half a length. Tune In moves up alongside to put some pressure on from second, but that opening quarter in a composed 24 and 2 seconds. The pace is slow to develop. Starn in My Dreams in the clear, racing up into third. Short List toward the rail is 4th. Major Fed is right in the thick of it, racing in 5th with 4 furlongs to go. Hopcat, Briefcase Bully, and Jungle Warfare. It's a tight pack for the far turn run. Summer Splash given a little bit more rain up top. Tune In has been there throughout and is cranking up the pressure. And Starn in My Dreams is coming on with a 3 wide bid. Short List is set to strike in behind with Major Fed. Briefcase Bully finds a seam down toward the rail. Jungle Warfare switches to the outside. Then it's Hopcat off the turn into the stretch. Tune In strikes the front with 3/16 to go. Tune In's the leader now. Summer Splash fights on. Short List in so tight, checked repeatedly. Meanwhile, clear sailing for Major Fed, and here he comes. Major Fed strikes the front with 100 yards to go and kicks away decisively. Major Fed under the wire, the 2.5 length winner. Tune In was second, tight for third. Short List or Starn in My Dreams.
How good's Authentic look now after this performance?
He's retired.
Major Fed, back-to-back wins to kick off his 4-year-old campaign.
A very good job by Florent Giroux getting good position. We were talking about it in the backstretch. He was only about a couple lengths behind as opposed to lagging, and I was wrong about this horse. Thought he was overbet. He was probably underbet the way he won. Good ride by Florent Giroux, but he was tons the best in here. No excuse for Tuned In. He had an easy stalking trip in here. He was simply second best.
He just motors away from this group too with ease. Son of Ghost Zapper has clearly become a much better horse now as a 4-year-old. After going off at 43-1 in last year's Kentucky Derby.
Given they have not been afraid to run him in big stake races, I would guess they'd be looking, is it the Ben Ali or the Fayette, whichever one the stake is they run in the fall at Keeneland, and a good performance there. I mean, they can get optimistic and maybe take a shot at the Clark, which I believe is the next spot for Midnight Bourbon, looking to emulate Gunrunner.
John Hettinger is coming up next on the turf at 1 1/8, and that is the one to beat. My Heart Belongs to Daddy. Just missed in the Yaddo last time out for Jorge Abreu. Jose Lezcano rides. We'll have more on the feature when we come back.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. Jay
Walsh has won the Del Mar Futurity.
It is Practical Joke in the preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon here in Elmont, New York, in Louisville, out of Churchill. We have our feature next at Belmont. You can play all the action, of course, with Naira Bets. Get signed up. Started. Go to nairabets.com. Download the app. We're on the turf coming up. 1 1/8 in this John Hettinger, who won the Eclipse Award of Merit back in 2000, and a tireless advocate for the protections of racehorses, founded Blue Horse Charities to fight the mistreatment of horses and set up multiple adoption programs as well.
Oh yeah, no question about it. Been on the right side of a lot of important issues. I believe he owned Aikendale Farm. That was John Hettinger? Yeah, no, a huge positive force. Also in the New York bred program as well. And nice to have a race name for him. Nice pictures too, by the way.
This year's edition, it is My Heart Belongs to Daddy, who is the 9-5 favorite in here, who was second, beat less than a length in the Yaddo last time out for Jorge Abreu. 5-time winner, 3 seconds in 13 turf starts, but actually not favored right now.
No, I don't think she's the likeliest winner personally. I know a lot of people like her. I don't think she's run well this year. She should have won last time, and I bet her last time. She got a great ride, a perfect trip. And the other thing is, she created an image of being a speed horse because for some reason, every time she was out in a race last year, all the other riders went, oh no, I can't run when My Heart Belongs to Daddy. She's like grooving.
She got incredibly
And so she went
slow
25
paces,
and 50 to every half. And everybody else was in a stranglehold, dragging their horses back. And just sort of one horrible ride after another enabled her to overperform. Now, to be fair, she ran well in the Forever Together, but maybe she kind of caught lightning in a bottle. And the reality is she just hasn't run particularly well in her 2 return races. Now, listen, she can obviously win this race. I just don't think she has any. I don't think she has upside. I don't think she has upside. She has downside. If anything, here, I frankly think the Pecatonico's improved this year, ran a better race than she did, and she was 2 to 3 wide the whole way around the track, making the first move. I like Ice Princess, and her one turf race. That was a good example of Irad Ortiz deciding before a race how to ride a horse. And he just strangled her out of the race, and she's got plenty of turf pedigree. And remember something about her. First time she was entered to run in the grass. She might be a better turf horse, and her last race was very good.
She'll get try number 2 on the turf coming up. Ice Princess, the 4, is your favorite, but there's My Heart Belongs to Daddy. Can she pick up the 6th turf win of her career? Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And I do agree with Andy that she isn't a quote-unquote speed horse. Even I remember when she won off the big layoff, speaking to her owner and breeder, Larry Goichman, he said he never in a million years expected her to be on the lead. And Jose Lascano has really gotten to know this mare quite well now as a 6-year-old. She's still just as energetic and vibrant here in the paddock as ever, though she has been over the past year or so a little bit more mature acting. She is very, very fit coming coming back in. I do think maybe in Saratoga she maybe was just carrying a touch more condition, just nitpicking a little bit overall, but she's striding out nicely. She's handled herself well. She looks like she has run on her mind, all positive things, but I think we've kind of gotten to see My Heart Belongs to Daddy get some good trips before, and she's run well in doing so, but can she repeat that in this spot in here today? Ice Princess in her last turf race back in June, she was my pick that day. I liked her getting onto the turf. The dam was all on turf and on synthetic. She won once on the grass and had 4 more in the money finishes, running very solid numbers, I believe, for Tom Albertrani. The second dam was all turf as well, and she has that kind of flatter proverbial turf hoof, a little bit more slacker in her pasterns, that ankle part, physical, that tends to skip over the turf a lot more. And comparing my notes from that day and up at Saratoga back to today, she's strengthened up a lot. She grew as a 4-year-old, and I think she got a lot taller, and then that kind of solidity and muscle definition took a little bit of racing to come back, and I think that she's kind of peaked in that spot where she's really strengthened up behind. She's added a little bit more into her shoulder, into her hip, as far as her strength, and I think that this is a surface that should actually suit her well. She looked miserable being rated in that one turf race where she was very keen, she wanted to run, and then closing into the center of the track, she just couldn't close on Candy Flower, who got such a comfortable, easy lead on the front end. I like her getting back onto the turf, and I like how she's coming into it today. I think this will be an interesting spot for her, and given the fact that Luis Saez is riding, I expect to see Ice Princess forwardly placed. Greg?
You know, I think all you have to do is look at the juxtaposition between the last 2 races Ice Princess ran. Irad Ortiz, even though played hard, was the second choice in there, did everything he could to lose position on her, 2 back on the dirt. It was disgraceful what happened to her. Last time they switched to Luis Saez, and he put her in the game right away. He made sure she had position. She was much the best anyway, but he made sure she wasn't compromised. And frankly, Irad did the same thing 3 races back when she was on the turf. There was no pace in that race, and he just took her out of position, just wrangling her back. And I don't really think that she's necessarily incredibly slow. I just think she's been taken out of races by this notion that she needed to be farther back. I don't understand that thinking. Racing pretty much in this country is dominated on or near the lead. Why take these horses out of position over and over again with bad results?
Well, as Acacia mentioned, the pilot on board today, he was so successful at Saratoga because he is aggressive. That is Luis Saez. You can expect that, you would think, this afternoon. 9 to 5 of the 4. We'll be back with a post parade for the John Hettinger right after this on America's Day at the Races.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, and Colonel Liam, and graded stakes winners like Rushy, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Gorgeous Friday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. We have the John Hettinger feature on this Friday card coming up. Mile and an eighth on the turf. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's Ice Princess, the 8-5 favorite, making start number 2 on the turf in her now 14 race career. This will be her 14th start coming up. They're coming through the tunnel, and here's our post parade. Pecatonica, 9-2. Jose Ortiz looking for his third today.
She's really improved as a 5-year-old, as opposed to previous years when she sort of needed a lucky trip to be competitive. She's actually not getting great trips, and she's still running well. She's keeping good competition. I'll tell you something else. Jose Ortiz should look to go to the front with this horse.
Dancing with Daffodils, double-digit odds with Eric Cancel.
Oh, I got mad love for Dancing with Daffodils. I just don't think she's good enough.
8-5. Ice Princess, second try on turf.
Made my case for her already. I think she is very dangerous in this race. But to be fair, her one turf race, she needs to run faster.
Kara's Dreamer, Mitchell Friedman, a 2-time winner.
Dylan Davis gave her some ride last time out to get the money against Lesser.
2-cent Tootsie. Oh, here's the 4 again at 8-5. Out there somewhere. Big price at 15-1.
She's lost.
There she is.
Lost in the fog.
One of my favorite sprinters, by the way.
He was a nice horse, no question about it. 2-cent Tootsie. She's probably not good enough. That's why she's a big price.
And 8-5. My Heart Belongs to Daddy. 5-time winner on the lawn, 8 of 13, first or second.
Well, from an accomplishment standpoint, she towers over these horses, at least as far as the grass racing is concerned. The question is she as good as a 6-year-old as she was a 5-year-old? Doesn't seem like it. Seemed like she really caught that, as I like to say, lightning in a bottle as a 5-year-old. We'll see. I mean, she can be forward. I imagine Jose was kind of looked to be forward. I just think Jose Ortiz is supposed to go with the 1, which should prevent her from being forward. And I think that Luis Saez is going to look to at least get position with the number 4. She's not as fast as the others, but she can get position with Ice Princess.
Kara's Dreamer, I know, up against it pace-wise in here, but that finish that she showed in that last race, that last burst, did that impress you at all?
Well, yeah. I mean, she's in good form. I was actually more impressed by the fact that she was 4th, 2 back, way against the bias. She was wide the whole way, and all the successful horses in that race in that time period at Saratoga on the inner turf were on the rail. I think she ran well up there. The problem is that this race is demonstratively tougher than those races, but she has been in very good form, and Dylan's been giving her good rides. What a great ride he gave her last time out.
Really did. She's half her morning line right now at 6-1, 3-year-old filly.
Well,
toughest test yet for her, no question.
Big scratch. I think the morning line second choice classic lady. I think she may have been the morning line second choice. She was scratched. Yeah. I think that affected things a lot.
Another look at Ice Princess in here for Danny Gargan. Had no problem handling her competition in the slop last time out. As you mentioned, Luis Saez putting her in the game earlier than she had been of late. And you got to think that's the game plan again here today, back on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll look to get position like he did last time out. And that's what Luis Saez does, especially when he's riding well. And he's obviously been riding very, very well. And I think that's why a lot of people like him. You know, he's a rider. And
This meet actually been a bit of a struggle for
him. Yeah, I haven't paid enough attention. You're right, he is 4 for 43, but he's got a lot of seconds.
But he started to pick it up.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Luis. Not you are either. But I think he, along with some other riders, you know, you've got to look to be more aggressive. Riding around here has become too passive. And I don't think it needs to go the other direction necessarily, but I think the riders need to be more aware that being forward is a good thing in American racing, more on the dirt than turf, but even on the turf. And we've got way too many paceless races and way too many horses that might be good enough to win that just compromised, like in Ice Princess was in her one turf start, because a rider decides you need to strangle them back. Why?
Well, this one here, Pecatonica, Jose Ortiz, he knows how to take advantage when he has a horse with pace. This horse actually went gate to wire in a slow pace at Belmont. Drawn inside, and the way this is configured here at 1 1/8 on the inner turf, does she try and, I mean, obviously she tries to get position for sure.
I think she's supposed to go, and I think she's supposed to be in front in this race, and I think you'll see Jose Ortiz be in front in this race. I can't imagine he's not going to look to do that. It would be foolish, because maybe they've all figured out that My Heart Belongs to Daddy is actually not fast early, and they can go, and maybe she's not even as fast this year as she was last year. You know, what happened with My Heart Belongs to Daddy is that Jose Lezcano pulled an audible in that race at Saratoga July 30th when, you know, every speed got in trouble or every rider was dragging him back, and Jose just gets his position going forward, as Richie likes to to say, and suddenly found himself in the lead when he didn't expect to be. And suddenly everyone went, oh, she's a speed horse. No, she was in front in a paceless race. If there was a fast pace, she would have been far behind. And subsequent to that, everybody just couldn't grab him enough coming out of the gate and enabled her to win. And Jose said, okay, you want to give it to me? I'll take it.
9-2 on Pecatonica. With more, let's go to Acacia.
And Pecatonica, we've become familiar with her. She is a bit of an awkward-looking type of mare. She has that sway back with the dip in her back, and it can be a little jarring to look at first. Horses with a sway back, it doesn't impact them. It doesn't bother them running or having a jockey on their back at all. But for her, what I've noticed as she's aged, though she does have that conformation, is that she actually has kind of grown into herself, where she was, especially when she was younger at the start of her career, she was even more kind of awkward and gangly, and she's filled out, and she really kind of carries herself well in a classy way before the races, and she warmed up beautifully out there on track with Jose Ortiz. Nothing aggressive. She was kept actually relatively quiet, but she's been really forward. She's been really alert throughout everything here too. And the last time that Jose did ride her, he did put her on the lead. She has that stride that kind of gets into movement very quickly. And I think especially breaking from the inside, it simplifies things. That now as a 5-year-old, I think that she's kind of grown into her legs a little bit more now. And tactically, especially with her ears pricked and the way she's bouncing on track behind the gate here, I hope that she sets the pace, because I think that's where she really has the best chance in here. But I like Ice Princess. I like everything I saw from her out on track as well. Hopefully she runs to that money, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. We'll see. That's Jose Ortiz on Pecatonica. Can she establish herself out in front early? But now favoritism, it's gone back and forth between the 4 and the 8. My Heart Belongs to Daddy now favored again.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not running the window to bet Ice Princess at 8-5. I think the Scratch a Classic Lady made her a shorter price as well, and she went from being a little more interesting to me, but I do think she's much the horse to beat.
John Hettinger, a feature on this Friday card, now 7-5 on My Heart Belongs to Daddy, the 8 with Jose Lezcano for Jorge Abreu. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for 2 Cent Tootsie. And My Heart Belongs to Daddy. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Pecatonica away well from that inside post and out for the early lead. 2 Cent Tootsie came away running in second. On the outside as My Heart Belongs to Daddy. And then comes Dancing with Daffodils, who's racing in 4th, and alongside is a Kara's Dreamer in 5th. Ice Princess will be the early trailer in 6th as the field goes around the turn and heads for the back stretch. Pecatonica leads by a little more than a length. Dancing with Daffodils down on the inside as a Kara's Dreamer now moves up on the outside along with My Heart Belongs to Daddy. My Heart Belongs to Daddy and Kara's Dreamer, and now they are noses apart for the lead. Pecatonica back running in 3rd, right alongside is 2 Cent Tootsie. Then comes Dancing with Daffodils, and Ice Princess is the trailer. The quarter 24 and 4. Kara's Dreamer steps away here to lead by 3. And then it is My Heart Belongs to Daddy down at the rail. 2 Cent Tootsie is alongside. Another 2 lengths to Pecatonica, who is now back running in 4th. Then Dancing with Daffodils in between horses, and Ice Princess in the clear on the outside. Kara's Dreamer in front by a length after a half and 49 and 2. My Heart Belongs to Daddy is in 2nd. Long shot, 2 Cent Tootsie alongside in 3rd. Ice Princess has now gained on the outside in 4th, on the outside of Pecatonica, with Dancing with Daffodils the trailer. They are chasing Kara's Dreamer, who takes the field to the top of the stretch. My Heart Belongs to Daddy, now being asked for more on the outside. It is Kara's Dreamer. My Heart Belongs to Daddy. They are right together now with a furlong to the finish. And here is My Heart Belongs to Daddy. Now to take over the lead and spurts away to lead by 2. A late run on the outside from Ice Princess. My Heart Belongs to Daddy. Ice Princess. My Heart Belongs to Daddy. 3/4 of a length. Ice Princess was 2nd in the John Hettinger Stakes.
My Heart Belongs to Daddy, 6-5 favorite, picks up the 6th win of her career on the grass.
Well, at least to the defense with Jose Lezcano, whatever shenanigans were going on, he never allowed himself to lose position like Pecatonica did. And she had that position, and she was very opportunistic, and she got the job done. Obviously, Ice Princess probably ran the best race of anybody in here, but you can't get left in these races, and she got completely left in this race. And then, you know, they're strangling back. I mean, at least Dylan Davis on the 5 did everything he could to give his mount her best chance to get a position in here. He ran third in a horse that was probably at best 4th best, maybe 5th best, because he was aggressive, and I credit him. But my heart belongs to Daddy. She kept going forward. She kept her position. Others didn't get as good a trip.
There's Jorge Abreu, who just left our picture. Winning trainer. It was a strange run race in terms of tactics. Let's go back to the beginning here. Keep your eyes on the 4, Ice Princess.
She just breaks about half slow, and then she gets completely steadied back, and the 5 comes over there and shuts the door. And where is she going at this point in the race when they're absolutely crawling up front? Now, obviously, they didn't go 1:17 to the 3/4 and then go the last race in 30 seconds flat.
And then 2, you have Jose Ortiz on Pecatonica, who was out in front early, but then My Heart Belongs to Daddy came up to her, and he decided to drop back.
This was a terrible ride by Jose in here. Whatever chance Pecatonica had in this race, he completely gave up by just giving up the lead. I don't know what the fractions were. When you post fractions like this and you have them going 30.96 seconds for 3 furlongs to close a race, it's not really fair, because that obviously didn't happen. I don't know what the final time was. I don't know if that's right. But they were walking, and Dylan Davis took advantage of it. I don't know why Jose wrangled the 1 back. He had the lead, he had the position. Keep going forward. Jose's too good a rider to ride that poorly.
And again, My Heart Belongs to Daddy, able to take advantage with no one wanting to go to the front. 6-5 on your winner. 8-4. 5 and 6 compromised trip early on for Ice Princess, who winds up second. I think off this, definitely going to get another shot on turf. Jose Lezcano, by the way, 3-win afternoon for him as we head back to Churchill Downs. And 3-year-old fillies in the Seneca overnight, mile and a 16th. And Crazy Beautiful just hasn't been able to, look, she's only had 1 start since. It was a mile and a quarter. A distance most are never going to go again. If she can return to that Delaware Oaks, I mean, the number she earned in that race puts her in amongst some of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country.
Right, but the problem is she's run against the best 3-year-old fillies in the country, and she's not competitive with them. She's better in lesser races. This is a lesser race. She's got the results, but I like the speed of Played Hard. It's a 2-horse race.
Moonswag 8-1. Florent Giroux, Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, she just looks like she's a little on the slow side. Why is Illigami so heavily betting here?
We'll get back to that one in a minute. Yeah, 5-2. Turf to dirt on Time for Glory at 28-1.
Yeah, she just looks like a horse that has no surface to run on at Churchill Downs.
Speed of the race coming out of the Alabama. Played hard.
Yeah, we'll see how good she is. I mean, she had everything her own way up in Saratoga, and she wired 2 back, but not quite as good enough in the Alabama. She'd be Crazy Beautiful by 3 lengths.
Here is Crazy Beautiful. She was big in the Delaware Oaks. She's not reproduced that race or run it before that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when she gets in lesser competition, she's very tough. She and the 6-5, they're the 2 horses in here. I don't get the money for the 1.
Stablemate Olivia of the Desert, also with Kenny McPeak.
She's just not fast enough in her races to beat both favorites.
11-1 from that outside post. 3 minutes away from this Seneca overnight. If you get signed up, started with Twin Spires, you can take advantage of their bet back offer. You place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do, remember to opt in. Bonus funds, they're credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. Crazy Beautiful. When we last saw her, it was at Saratoga in the Alabama against Malathot Clairiere, who came back to be sensational out at Parks in the Cotillion, getting her first Grade 1. And coming out of that performance, she's the one to beat here. Let's take a look at Crazy Beautiful and her best moment yet, her Grade 3 win at Delaware.
It was also a wet sealed track, and I think that should be noted in there, and that may have contributed to her because she's never run that well. But, you know, she has the same resume, right? When the competition's not that steep, she's too good for them. When she runs against the top for class, she's just outmatched. But give a lot of credit to Ken McPeak. He understands that, and he's taking a shot here and there. And you're running races like the Alabama. You're running races like Kentucky Oaks. And she was only 8-1 in the Alabama. You don't leave 8-1 shots in the barn in the Alabama. But the reality is she's a lesser, and he's going to try this race. And then, you know, maybe we see her in New York in a race like, is it the Cumley we run in late November to 1 1/8? We'll see. But he's going to probably mostly stick to the lesser. Is it that Falls City race around Thanksgiving?
And keep in mind, too, with the Alabama, like, this barn was playing from behind that whole meet at Saratoga. Well, not to say that she would have won that race, and I'm not suggesting that by any means.
Well, what race did she miss? I don't think she missed a race. I mean, he was able to train his horses. He just couldn't enter them. I mean, I don't know I don't think she missed training before that race, did she? And also, that was 3 weeks after the ban was. Well, it depends who you ask. How many? But somewhere around 3 weeks after the ban. I don't think he was going to run her 2 weeks later in the CCA Oaks. I think that's why he ran the Delaware Oaks. So I don't know that she was compromised.
Oh, I thought that was the plan.
To run the CCA Oaks?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe it was.
3-2. Nevertheless, on Crazy Beautiful in here, but the speed of the 5 makes her extremely dangerous. She'd won back-to-back starts before she was no contest for Malathon Clairiere in the Alabama. This was back on July 22nd and was able to start to finish, lead all the way against this group.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, if you look at the 1 1/8 races at Saratoga on the main track, around 50% of them were one wire to wire.
Guess who was third in here, by the way?
Oh, Ice Princess, yeah. By the way, I got a horrible ride. She wasn't winning, but she should have been a lot closer. Ice Princess, part of it is her own fault, and she broke a little slowly, or she didn't have to get squeezed and knocked well back behind a slow pace. But that was a bit Ice Princess's own fault. But Ice Princess is a horse that seems to create some of her own problems, but also has been ridden with some foolishness.
She'll be in front. How far can she take him? We'll find out. And back to your point with the 1, Iliogami.
What are they betting her for?
3-1 right now from a 5-1 line. She was the Grade 2 Mother Goose. She beat no one in that race. She had come into that race off back-to-back wins.
Better at Churchill. Better in Kentucky. I mean, she didn't run badly in those races. She just didn't run as well as either of the favorites.
Here she is, daughter of Tappet for Rusty Arnold. Tried her in the Lake Placid against technical analysis. Now it's back to dirt.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree she's the third likeliest winner, but I mean, I guess the answer is, do we think she should be that close in odds? Because she is the third price in this race. Played hard now, the heavy favorite.
Heavier indeed. Yeah, even money here as you see prices from the Hettinger. My Heart Belongs to Daddy, $4.60 for the win. So we'll have our nightcap coming up at Belmont. We'll set that up shortly. At 8-5, are you intrigued to say, I'll take that on Crazy Beautiful?
No.
No, you're not.
I prefer the speed of Played Hard.
Okay.
But I'm not saying, I wouldn't, I think that's a fair price. I don't think it's I think it's a very fair price. I thought she would be favored like you. I thought because she's so stake-faced that she would be favored. And I'm not sure she shouldn't be favored, by the way. I just prefer the speed of the 5. But 8-5 is a very fair. I'll put it this way. I'd rather bet her. If somebody said you have to bet the 1 at 3-1 or the 6 at 8-5, I'd bet the 6 all day long.
Yeah, God, there's no one. I guess, is the 2 the only one that even has a shot to try and stay with the 5 early?
No. Oh, at this point with the 3 scratched? Yeah. But she's not fast enough, too, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
I mean, Florent can be aggressive, but I can't imagine that Tyler's not looking to seize control of this race.
Everyone else going to have to kind of come out of their game to keep pace with this one early. The 5 Played Hard, lone speed. We'll see if she can wire this field. There's Crazy Beautiful, Grade 3 Delaware Oaks winner. Grade 2 Gulfstream Parks Oaks winner. But up against it from a pace standpoint here. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call of the Seneca overnight.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Played Hard and Olivia of the Desert, and Crazy Beautiful away alertly too, and she comes on to take the lead. But Played Hard moves with her, and so it's those two into the clubhouse turn together. Played Hard toward the rail. Crazy Beautiful moving up into second. Iliogami finds a cozy spot for that inside post, up to be third inside of Olivia of the Desert, who's back into fourth. Break 3 to Moonswag. And Time for Glory settles in at the back of the pack. Moving for the backstretch run, and it's Played Hard the leader by half a length. Crazy Beautiful, not letting her get too far away, though. Right alongside in second. 2 lengths back to Iliogami, cruising along while third. Olivia of the Desert has her pinned down toward the rail fourth. 4 back to Moonswag, 3 back to Time for Glory. 23-1 was an opening quarter to a 46-2.5, so the pace is sharp. And there's 4 furlongs to go. And it's Played Hard the leader, hounded intently by Crazy Beautiful, who's still a half a length behind. Content to track still, though. 3 lengths back, Iliogami given a little nudge from third. Asked to pick it up from there. Moonswag's now fourth. Olivia of the Desert's going the wrong way. Time for Glory's trying to muster up a bid from the back. Round the far turn. Played Hard still the leader. Crazy Beautiful draws alongside in second. They're off the turn together. Played Hard cut the corner. Opened up a length and a half. Crazy Beautiful fully extended in second. Moonswag now third. There's 1 furlong to go. Played Hard digs down deep. Crazy Beautiful continues to try and rally. Now a half a length behind. Played Hard short lead. Crazy Beautiful lifting late. These two down to the wire together. Crazy Beautiful surges past to win it. It took every inch of the stretch here at Churchill Downs to do it, but she nailed Played Hard on the wire. Farther back, Moonswag and Iliogami.
Crazy Beautiful up against it from a pace standpoint, taking a little bit out of her game, having to keep or stay closer to Played Hard than she probably wants to be, and it did take every step of the wire to get there.
But I think that Crazy Beautiful deserves credit for that, you know?
No question.
Very good tactics by Ken McPeak and Brian Hernandez. Realizing if we don't go after Played Hard, we're not going to be able to beat her. We don't mind losing to her, but we're going to have to take it to her. But she played Hard's game, and she ended up playing it just a little bit better. Excellent race, you know, a nice race on paper between these two, and they really battled out the whole way. It felt like, you know, that the one was getting a perfect trip. Iliogami, she did not run well, and Moonswag, and you're thinking maybe they're going to pick up the pieces, but they couldn't.
8-5.
You jump all over it. You looked interested.
On Crazy Beautiful, even money on Played Hard. I want to see this finish one more time. Man, it's just grinding away.
Yep.
And does get there. Another big performance trying to run down this lone speed. 6th win in 12 career starts for Crazy Beautiful. And, you know, multiple graded stakes winner. She's well over $700,000 in earnings right now. That's a nice filly.
And I think they should show that race maybe in the jocks room and see you can actually use speed and you can have the best horses and they can go a little quicker than maybe you want to and still run well. It's amazing how that happens.
Jose Lezcano, he knows that lesson, and it pays off for him again here. My Heart Belongs to Daddy, $4.60 for the win. Jorge Abreu, Lawrence Goichman, and 6-year-old mare by Scat Daddy wins again. 8-4-5 finish. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
My Heart Belongs to Daddy, picking up another one as I'm pleased to be joined by owner and breeder Larry Goichman. And Larry, this mare, she was tough to keep on the racetrack at the start of her career, and now at 6, she's just been so consistent. What does she mean to you and your breeding operation too?
Well, she's been very exciting. She's one of the best horses I've ever owned, and she has one more race coming up, and then she retires to become a broodmare. So that's long term for her, and I hope that she continues producing foals as good as she is.
Well, we'll look forward to her becoming a mama, but while she's on the racetrack, talk to me a little bit about her performance today. She was up in the right spot. Seems Jose Lezcano is such a good position and partnership with her.
They've gotten to know each other. They're friends, and they talk to each other. So they knew what to do today, and we didn't have too many horses we had to go around. So she did it all. It was perfect.
She's a New York bred. She's by the late Scat Daddy. Do you know yet who she'll be bred to?
Not sure yet, but I'll come up with it in the next probably 45 days.
We certainly had success breeding her. Congratulations on the win here.
Very much. Appreciate it.
A true, I think, model of the New York bred program as well. My Heart Belongs to Daddy, Greg.
6 wins on the resume now for this 6-year-old mare. To keep doing it at this age and win stakes races, impressive. As you take a look at the Pick 6 carryover, had that $18. That new bomb was a tough one to come up with.
Yeah, I agree. So the parlay right now is about $700 for $2. It's a $1 bet, so about $350. I don't know what those probables with the carryover is, but a parlay is about at $350. They're probably, let's take a look what it is with like the 7. It's probably the favorite, or the 7 or 8.
4,468.
Unbelievable. 12 times. And the 8 horse is 10 times. Value,
yes,
my friend.
Indeed. Nightcap at Belmont. We're going to close it out. 7 furlongs on the turf and a New York bred maiden event. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Performer is closing in and running on by.
And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Park.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for 2nd or 3rd on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. Our program brought to you by Hill & Dale at Alapa. We have the nightcap from Churchill and Belmont coming up. Crazy beautiful. Able to not let Played Hard get too far away and using every inch of that stretch to finally get by her at the wire.
Yeah, no. Took her out of her game. Made sure she Played Hard on us, and she ground him down. She was absolutely best. Narrow margin, but a clearly best winner.
6 wins, 3 seconds now from 12 starts for this Donald Williams map for Kenny McPeak. Phoenix Thoroughbred. And Brian Hernandez Jr., 700 and counting now, plus. Achieving that number earlier in the week. Just I believe the 12th rider in the history of this racetrack to reach that number at Churchill Downs. Nightcap at Belmont. We're going to close it out. 7 furlongs on the turf. New York bred maiden special weight race. So everyone looking for the first win on the resume coming up. And 3-1 favorite, Citizen K, Horatio de Paz. Moved to the grass last time out at Saratoga in start number 3 for the first time. 5.5 on the turf and big move forward.
No question about it. He ran well. I thought the 7 might be favored, but he appears to be the favorite looking at multi-race bets. No knock. He got an excellent ride by Ricardo and ran well in there. I think what's interesting is you've got horses stretching out from 5.5 to 7, right? In Suit of Armor and Citizen K, who seemed to me to be the 2 logical horses out of the race. I thought Suit of Armor ran well with a wider trip than Citizen K did. And then you've got Yarrow cutting back from mile 16 to 7 furlongs. Personally, I prefer the horses cutting back to 7 furlongs if comparable talent. And I thought Yarrow ran very well, so I prefer her.
I did like this horse a lot, and that big move forward on the grass did save a lot of ground and get a very nice trip.
He got a great ride, and he ran well. Listen, I'm not against him. I picked the race 7-11-8. My feeling is, though, He was interesting last time at 13-1. Pedigree, first time in the grass. Now you're getting a quarter of the price, and you're asking him to go a little bit farther. Those are horses I'm not going to bet on. Doesn't mean he can't win, and he's obviously a major player here. I just prefer Yarrow.
We'll be back. Post-parade coming up when we return. In this finale on our Friday card of this Pick 6 carryover, Christophe Clement sending out the one Andy prefers. He'll have Jose Lezcano in the irons. We'll talk about his chances next.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with two-time winner, Rouge, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We have the nightcap coming up at Belmont and at Churchill Downs. And we're going to have our post-parade here in New York coming up in a moment. They're coming to the tunnel right now. Will pays in the pick 6, as we mentioned, to the 7, who's no longer our favorite. It's actually the 8. 4,468. Smallest payout is to the 8, 3,630.
What incredible payoffs. 10 and 12 times the parlay. And I think you're right about Newbaum. While people may have used him, used workout reports, he could have easily been twice that price in the pick 6. He was the one in there that I think got people in trouble.
On the Dean's list, gets Lasix third time on the grass.
He's not on the Dean's list of performances based on his races so far.
Well put. Zapman first time out for Jimmy Jerkins.
The Dam, I believe, may have been one of the last state winners in Saratoga for Alan Jerkins, the father, of course, of the great Alan Jerkins.
Rider change. We have Charles Roberts on Here and Only.
He's riding in stakes. This one showed some speed last time, but it was a race the pace held together.
In that Citizen K suit of armor race. BC Glory Days blinkers go on.
I looked for this horse to have had more of a trip last time. I just didn't see it, but maybe a little more distance will help him.
War Smoke Jeremiah Engelhart was a 4-5 favorite last out in that Citizen K race.
He couldn't have had a better trip that day and just couldn't finish. I don't know what to expect from him. We'll see if he can step forward.
King Moon Racer at 9-1 for George Weaver.
I just don't think he's good enough.
He'll cut back in distance today.
But he lost to Yarrow in his last race, right?
Yeah, here's Yarrow for Christophe Clement with Jose Lezcano.
I like the cutback for this runner for Christophe.
3-1. He is the favorite right now. Citizen K, he's 3-1 as well. Slight second choice.
Listen, he's a last time was the time horse, but he's still not the horse to beat. One of the horses to beat, no question about it.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Remember Mom? Giant surprise 4-year-old.
This horse is actually, this horse has pedigree. He's after Big Wonder, and the dam won 4 turf races. So there is turf pedigree. This one has speed, too.
35-1. Here's the 10, El Mayor, Eric Cancel.
This is a wise guy horse in here. He's after City Man, who's one of the best New York bred turf horses around. He's got some pedigree.
And he's 14-1. Here's Suit of Armor, Brad Cox. 9-2.
I liked the way he ran last time. He really took a big step forward in his first start, and I think he's going to appreciate more distance, maybe more than Citizen K. It's just a bit of a guess.
And Athenry on the outside will cut back for Michelle Nevin.
I think he's one of those horses that looks like he did more running than he did in his turf races. Not that he's run badly. I just thought he was in tough. You know, El Mayor, El Mayor is a little bit of an interesting horse in here. Did you give this horse a look?
I did not, but with what you said, I mean, I thought the 7 and the 8 were, and the 11 were way the horses to beat. But, yeah, it wouldn't shock me. 4 minutes away from our nightcap coming up, and it's the 7 who is favored. That is Yarrow. Play all the action, of course, with Naira Bets. There's that promo code again, match 200. Head to the website or download the app to get started. So here's Yarrow. Make your case.
Well, I'm making the same case a lot of people are making right now. The horse is the 3-1 favorite. I thought the horse really improved. You know, watching that race at Tampa first time out, I thought he ran better than he looked like. And a lot of those Tampa races are better than the figures suggest. And then he was just a different horse in the second start because not only did he run better, but he also showed speed, which he never had before. Barrage was a Danny Gargan horse that had run in New York bred stake races and run effectively in them. Dropping down was a heavy favorite. Yarrow dealt with him the whole way. Got put away by that one, but still ran a credible race. And I kind of, 7 furlongs I think is a very interesting distance. And I love that we run these 7 furlong sprints at Belmont because you'll get the sprinters stretching out from 5.5 to 6, and you'll get the cutbacks. And where the cutbacks don't really win at 6 furlongs and 5.5, they're effective at 7 furlongs. And I think these are very fair races for the sprinters and the horses that can go a bit longer.
Meanwhile, this Brad Cox runner, son of Frosted, making start number 3. He was a length behind Citizen K in that second start out at Saratoga. And I ride Ortiz Jr. aboard.
He ran very well that day. I mean, you know, obviously he didn't finish ahead of Citizen K, but I think from a standpoint of ground loss, he was 3 wide, and Citizen K was mostly on the rail, came off a little bit in the stretch. So I don't think he ran perceptively worse. He's 9-2. I mean, I think he's a very fair price. This is a good race, a competitive race, right?
No question. Good one to close it out. And these Silks looking for their second win on the afternoon with Irad in the iron. Let's go to Acacia.
And just to wrap up, thoughts on Suit of Armor, as he does have an outside post once again, but I thought he actually closed really well in that race from off of it and having to be outside. Now, my big question with him is actually the 7 furlongs, as he is such a compact, stout, typical sprinter type of build. Short back, very round in his build, but he had a beautiful warm-up out there under Irad Ortiz, who, as you can see, took him away from the pony. He was moving forward. He was moving well. He's been sharp. He's alert. All those things. I just do wonder, as, again, he strikes me as the type of horse where the shorter is maybe the better. Yarrow, I like the turn back. I think that the 7 furlongs should actually suit him well. He had to duel with Barrage, who was coming out of New York Stallion Series races and had the recency and was coming back into maiden ranks, while he had a 6-month layoff. And he had been a little bit of a trickier type of horse in order as training coming in. He's a stockier type of build. And I just think that race did so much for him and that he's so much more tucked up today. He had an aggressive warm-up from Jose Lascano, too. He took him right away from the pony and really asked him out there on track, moving well and really looking like he benefited from that last start. The 8 Citizen K, meanwhile, Jose Ortiz took steps to keep him a little bit more settled out on track, as he has been sharp. He was forward coming into the paddock, but as soon as they got the tack on, and especially when they got the call for riders up, he's been really on his toes. Again, a typical sprinter type of build. He looks well meant to stay on the turf once again. Really kind of one that once they put the tack on, the light bulb turned on. He said, I know it's game time. And I think it was smart by Jose, keeping him a little bit more with the pony and trying not to expend too much energy as they head out. And he will go the furthest distance that he has so far yet to date. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. About to load up here. 3-1. Yarrow cutting back. Citizen K, the 8, stretching out a little further. And you're getting 4-1 on Citizen K, 3-1 on Yarrow.
Yeah, I mean, that question is anybody else taking funny money here? Maybe not really. I mean, I'm not taking 5-2 in the 7. It's too competitive a race. It's a good race, though. A very good competitive race, and I think they're sort of betting the right horses in here. You know, the 7, the 8, the 11, and then, you know, a little bit more fringy with the 5 and 4. And the bomb to get a piece would be the 10 El Mayor, who has that interesting pedigree.
Cancel rides there. Remember, Mom, you said some pedigree too, right? The 9?
Yeah, the 9 does have some pedigree. The 9 may have something to say about the pace early. That horse is pretty quick. The problem is, this is a tough spot, and this horse probably isn't good enough, but there is pedigree. The Dam was a 4-time winner, 2 turf winners from the Dam, and including Big Wonder, who has, at times, has run some pretty good races for these connections.
51-1, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not endorsing this horse. I'm just pointing out
maybe a horse to use
pedigree,
underneath.
right?
Sure.
I mean, you know.
Actually, a little bit bigger than that on the board.
I'd be more inclined to try to get a 10 in the try or super.
Going to close it out here at Belmont. We still have the nightcap at Churchill Downs coming up as well. We'll get you there when we're done with this one. That'll be a mile and a 16th on the main track, but here's 7/8 on the turf as we look at King Moonracer George Weaver stepping in, and it's the 7 Euro, the favorite for Christophe Clement. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Slow start for number 2, Chapman. It was a good start for her one and only, who's out for the lead on the Dean's List. Down on the inside, runs in second. And War Smoke is next in third. BC Glory Days runs in fourth. Remember, Mom is in between horses and running in fifth. Down on the inside is King Moonracer in sixth. And on the outside is Suit of Armor running in seventh. Athenry is next in eighth, followed by Yarrow at the rail in ninth. El Mayor is next in 10th. Then Citizen K in 11th. And the slow starting first-time starter, Chapman, trails the field in 12th. Opening quarter mile in 22 and 3/5 seconds on the Dean's List. Her one and only. 2 huge long shots here are 1-2. Her one and only with a narrow lead. BC Glory Days now gains. And on the extreme outside is War Smoke. So it's 3 of them across. King Moonracer is in behind, running in fourth. Suit of Armor is being asked for more, next in fifth. The half in 45 and 4/5 seconds. On the outside is War Smoke, who is coming on now. And here comes King Moonracer. King Moonracer now to grab the lead as they come past the 16th pole. It is King Moonracer. A late move here from Yarrow. On the outside, Citizen K. King Moonracer is the winner under jockey Javier Castellano at 11-1.
Well, it was a horse cutting back in distance, just not the one most expected. King Moonracer for George Weaver, Spa City Stables, and Javier Castellano.
So horse has not been effective running against other horses in this race, but Javier is riding very, very well, and Javier got good position with this horse and really just outfinished the other horses. You see him behind horses right now and angling out. Excellent ride and a much the best winner. You know, Yarrow had a little bit of traffic trouble down towards the inside. Perhaps the 8 Citizen K a little bit farther back than you would have expected. But at the end of the day, it's not like they were a fast-closing second and third, beaten a half length by this horse. The best horse seemed to have won.
King Moonracer, 8th time breaking through and getting that maiden win. And Javier, we talked about him earlier on, continuing a great bounce-back Belmont meeting here.
Yeah, this horse was a tough horse to have. $21,000 for that pick 6.
We have the nightcap still to come from Churchill Downs. We will get there next under the Twin Spires out in Louisville. When we come back from a timeout, post-parade for the 10th, mile and a 16th on the main track. Non-winners of 2 when we return.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo, Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner with a pedigree that breeds true.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
And they're off. Followed by Microbiome, a late run from Guinness, a 16th to go, and Run Up will make every pull a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up jogs.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and we have our finale coming up at Churchill Downs. They're coming out on the track for the post parade. $10,000 claiming racehorses who only have a maiden win on the resume. And here's Weapon to kick things off. And I believe it is Chase Miller, I believe, on the one.
Coming from Belterra. Race 2 back, and an off-the-turf race was maybe fast enough.
Big in the City, Jason Barkley trains.
I prefer Big in the City in this race. I thought this was the one I wanted stretching out.
Mr. Flattery, Miguel Mena aboard for Juan Cano.
There's no truth to the rumor he was named for me.
15-1. He has really struggled the last couple of starts. He's pretty lucky. Eddie Keneally, only dirt start was a win. It was a race taken off the turf.
But it was an off-the-turf race. I would look elsewhere. I mean, not that the horse can't win. I'm not going to take a big position against anyone in this spot.
Here's the 5, Hell of a Life. Another Juan Cano runner.
Trying to stretch out effectively. Doubt it.
12-1 next door, Mr. Banyan for Neil Howard.
Is that for Kenny Banyan from Seinfeld? Seinfeld now only on Netflix, right?
Really?
Starting today.
Ah, I did not know
Paid
that.
a lot of money for it, yeah. Come on, Greg.
Signs
stuff.
of a Warrior, 38-1.
I'm looking for the signs of a warrior in his PPs, and I'm not seeing them. He appears to be better on the grass.
Get all your Netflix news from Andy Serling on America's Day at the Races. 5-2 on Sky Temple.
I heard the news this morning. Come on. Why is this horse 5-2, Greg? What am I missing?
People intrigued by that off-the-turf second.
I don't get it. Don't get it.
The 9 Rye Humor, Randy Morse.
Now, hey, I get him stretching out. The question is, how do you trust him going long in here? He's got the best overall figs of anybody coming in from Canterbury. I like Big in the City.
And by the way, it has changed like 3 or 4 times on Weapon. The one it is actually now back to Joe Rocco Jr. again is on Weapon. So my mistake there. Market Mover is the 4. He's pretty lucky. Look at a lucky 3-year-old. Won that off the turf race. It was at Ellis for 10,000 maiden claiming. It was 7-2 in that spot. Was adding blinkers in that race for the first time. I think it's a bit of an indictment of the rest of this field potentially, right? That he's favorite. If you want to bet this Market Mover or anyone else in this field, you can do so with a Twin Spires app or by going to twinspires.com.
He's undefeated on dirt.
That's true.
I'm not taking a stand in this race. It's very hard to have a strong opinion in that race at Churchill, Greg. At least
Back
for me.
At Belmont, King Moonracer and Javier Castellano at 11-1 to close out this Friday card in New York. 24-40 for the win. He'd been in some decent races. He was in that Bar 14 race a few starts back.
I couldn't have had it if they told me the result beforehand. I'm not going to pretend I ever could have.
Spa City Stables with your winner pick 6, 21,000 plus return. And
the parlay was literally under $5,000.
Was it really?
Yep. Now just a little over 4, about 4,200, under 4,500, I believe.
We're looking at Hell of a Life without Francisco Arrieta, and waiting to see what's going to happen here with this horse. We did not see how far he got away or what the status is with the rider, but it looks like they're opening that temporary railing to bring him back to the barn.
Okay. Okay.
So it's the 4, the 8, and the 9 taking the majority of play here in this race. Sorry, throw the 2 in the mix there as well. So the 2, 4, 8, and 9. As you look at those 4, Andy, who would you want to side with?
I look 2. I'm already in. I made a tiny win bet on the 2 for action here. I'm big in the city.
And
I figured
that's good to see, by the way. Francisco Arrieta,
of course,
walking okay. His hell of a life going back to the barn, late scratch.
I don't get. I like the 2 and 9, but I'm betting the 2. James Graham.
So 7-2, big in the city. Mr. Banyan beat him. 2 back. That was for 5,000 non-winners of 2 at Ellis.
He did. He did beat him that day. Let's see why I'm not concerned about that. I have no idea. He did beat him. Better position? I don't know.
Pace-wise in here?
Feels like the 3, 4, and 5. Well, the 5's gone. 3 and 4 both have speed, right?
On the rail, too, right? I don't know if he can be a factor late. There he is. Dialed in 3-year-old.
Dialed in was favored in the Derby. I believe he was off a win in the Florida Derby, where he beat Shackelford. He was alive for a $5 million bonus in the Preakness. They'd put up a bonus, $5 million if you won the Florida Derby and the Preakness. I believe he finished 4th. Shackelford beat Animal Kingdom.
I was a big Shackelford fan.
Really? He was a good horse. Nice win in the Overcalis Posse in the Met Mile.
2 moves in, big in the city. Here is Mr. Flattery, Miguel Mena. Stretching back out from 6 furlongs. He could be out in front. A bunch of these horses, they've just kind of taken turns beating each other. Mr. Banyan beat Mr. Flattery a few back, and then he returned the favor. Even Hell of a Life, who is not going to be in this race, was a huge price, has beat some of these. Travis Stone, nightcap from Churchill.
Even beginning, Sky Temple breaks alertly. Mr. Flattery with some speed. Signs of a Warrior is hustled hard between them, but can't quite make the lead. Where Mr. Flattery is as they hit the first turn. And on the outside, Sky Temple comes on to apply the pressure from second. Signs of a Warrior is back into third. He's pretty lucky and a bit tight toward the rail fourth. Mr. Banyan 5th by 4. Big in the City Racing 6th. And then it's Rye Humor in 7th, and at the back early is Weapon. Turning to the backstretch run, Mr. Flattery showing the way. Mild pressure so far from Sky Temple. They hit the backstretch together after an opening quarter and a moderate 23 and forfeit second. Signs of a Warrior moves to the outside to track the pace from third. He's pretty lucky, sneaking up into 4th. Mr. Banyan racing 5th. And then it's Rye Humor, Big in the City, and Weapon at the back. Heading for the far turn run, Mr. Flattery and Sky Temple continue to share the lead. And their half together was 48 seconds flat. Signs of a Warrior set down for the drive already. Third outside. He's pretty lucky. Honing in 4th and toward the rail. Mr. Banyan is there. Rye Humor finds a seam down inside, but needs to find a way out as they round the far turn. And meanwhile, Big in the City is looping up with a 4 or 5 wide sweep, and wider than that is Weapon. Coming for the top of the stretch, and in Sky Temple turning for home in front. A swarm of challengers, though. He's pretty lucky is there. Rye Humor in between. Big in the City down the center of the track. 4 across with 1 furlong to go. Rye Humor comes charging on through to the front. He's pretty lucky, tries to go with that one. Sky Temple gives way. Big in the City flattened out, 100 yards left. It's Rye Humor. He's pretty lucky. He's pretty lucky. Rye Humor. It's going to be tight. Photo, and I think Rye Humor might have got it. It's tight, though. He's pretty lucky right there. Sky Temple, Mr. Banyan, and Big in the City.
Tight indeed. It did look like Rye Humor just barely. Randy Moore's Joe Talamo. But he's pretty lucky, gave him all he could handle.
Yeah, it was the 9, though, 9-4. I think is that the 8 down on the inside? Sky Temple finished 3rd. This was a great ride by Joe Talamo. When the 2, Big in the City, drifted off the rail in the backstretch, Joe Talamo said, okay, thanks, I'll go in there. And he took the inside route. Big in the City, and Big in the City wasn't winning, I'm not complaining, but he took the far outside run. There's Joe Talamo saving ground on the rail. knowing things would open up, and open up they did, Greg, and this horse won because of Joe Talamo.
Stretching back out. Talamo, a couple of wins yesterday.
Yeah, it's a good ride.
Gets the win here to close things out on this Friday card at Churchill. Huge weekend coming up. Woodward here at Belmont. Part of a loaded lineup of stakes action, including that Champagne, with so many good emerging 2-year-olds. Drac Kirstofer, My Prankster, not to mention Gunite, the hopeful winner, and Wit in a rematch. But in the Woodward, Maxfield, Art Collector. How good is Art Collector?
I think we'll find out. We will. I was very impressed with his win at Charlestown. He was against the bias, racing off the rail in that race. I thought he ran very well. I also think Belmont's other horse, Forza d'Oro, can rebound in there. Code of Honor. How legit is he right now? Ours best race around one turn. Argument he's run very, very well at Belmont Park in the past. And Maxfield. Can he beat some good horses? He's never really finished ahead of the best horses. He's going to have to prove that tomorrow, but perhaps he can.
Runner-up in the Whitney, 2 Nick Sco. But, yeah, can he get that big coveted win? Grade 1 winner back as a 2-year-old. Right. Can he get it done now as a 4-year-old and stamp himself as a major player going into the Breeders' Cup Classic? Going to be a fun Saturday. We're going to have it all for you here. Belmont, Churchill Downs. We have Nick Sco in that Lucas Classic as well. Going to be an odds-on favorite. Hope you join us tomorrow for a very important Saturday with some of these great races we're going to be bringing you, including now Woodward. It was My Heart Belongs to Daddy in the John Hettinger, a feature on this Friday card. 6-year-old mare winning again with Jose Lezcano. Meanwhile, Nick Sco, final stop before the Classic where he's likely going to be the favorite. Undefeated around 2 turns for Brad Cox. And Maxfield looking for a grade 1 win in the Woodward on Saturday from Belmont. We'll see you tomorrow starting at 12:30.